Fast forward by Twitch and Spaz. Chapter 1 Naruto's POV, Thud. 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 I have to bring him back. I promised. The Rasengan was swirling in the palm of my right hand. The red chakra of the demon inside me whisked around me violently and took a distorted form of the nine-tailed fox. I could distantly hear its roaring echoing inside my head, drowning into my own thoughts. I must win. There is no going back. This is now or never. I would not be the dead last this time. Not today. Not now. Sasuke's Sharingan eyes were outlined in black as his claw-like wings pounded the air in back of him. We lunged, time seeming to stop and halt in this one defining moment. I could hear the hands of time stand still as red met red. Sasuke. I growled, throwing all my power in this one blast. Naruto. Sasuke's eyes were spinning to no end as his Chidori screamed like 1,000 birds. I will not let him go. I'd rather die than lose the only family I have. Not after I finally had one, after all this time. Sasuke. Rasengan. Chidori. At last, we slammed our attacks into one another. I didn't even feel the pain of his blow, all I did was stare into familiar crimson eyes. A blinding light poured in as darkness quickly filled, shattering the world around us to pieces. It was as if glass shattered, the jagged shards falling down, there was nothing, no sound, no air, anything. Just blackness tipping into a stretching, endless void. A raven-haired boy stood before me with a light smile on his pale features. He seemed so familiar, like an old friend I couldn't remember. My first friend. My only friend. I grinned back as we reached our hands out towards each other. We finally connected. And then suddenly, the reality of black exploded in between our eyes. I blearily opened my eyes and snapped them shut as a blaring light blinded me. Then the memories of what had happened flooded into my mind, sending a sharp panic down my spine. I failed. Don't tell me I failed. Sakura-chan. I promised her. Turning my head to the side, I slowly opened them again. I sighed in relief staring at the raven-haired boy lying there. I did it. There, on the opposite bed next to me, was Sasuke. His eyes were bandaged around his head, black spikes jetting out everywhere. His right arm was littered in white wrappings, no doubt an after effect of his last attack. I looked down at myself and grimaced to see bandages covering my otherwise bare upper chest. I could even feel one wrapped tightly around my forehead and saw that my hands were too. I scanned what I knew to be a hospital room with the white tiled floors and plain white walls. I could smell cleaning products and antibacterial odors confirming my suspicion. I frowned thoughtfully, moving my arms to rub my stiff shoulder. I'm sore all over. Damn you, Sasuke team. He had really tried to kill me. Seriously tried to. I wonder, if we both hadn't have passed out when we did, would have he gone through with it? Would he have actually killed me? No, I thought, reassured. I can't believe that. It doesn't matter right now anyway. He's back in Konoha. But what if he tries to leave again? Could I really force him to stay here? Would Tsunade-bachan imprison him in Konoha to keep him out of Orochimaru's hands? What if that bastard Orochimaru came for him again? What if he went with him? I clenched my fists, gritting my teeth as I took a deep breath. Right now, I just have to focus on what's happening today. The rest can come later. I looked over at Sasuke once more and my resolve strengthened. It was for his own good, after all. He would have been taken over by Orochimaru. He can still get strong here, in Konoha. He can have his revenge without going to that damn snake Sannin. Sasuke's really strong already. Kakashi could train him more, then that way he could still get his revenge and be happy, though it was hard imagining Sasuke team happy. Yeah. That could happen. Suddenly I heard a sharp hiss of pain coming from Sasuke's bed. I turned to see his hand reaching towards his bandaged, covered eyes. His fingers gripped the eyes of the cloth as he began ripping it off furiously. Hey! They didn't say you could take that off. I said worriedly, tensing inwardly as Sasuke's hand froze in motion. Naruto. Sasuke stated in a low voice, completely devoid of emotion if not for the lingering stray of aggravation. Sasuke. I began, not knowing where to start. Listen, I know Dash, you know nothing. I flinched at how venom-filled his voice sounded as he snapped at me. You think you've won? You think it's over? A bitter chuckle broke out from Sasuke as he sat up in his hospital bed. It's not. It'll never be if I remain here. A chill ran down my back at how Sasuke's tone was so laced with utter dark conviction. I sat up as well, straightening my back as I kept my gaze on the Uchiha prodigy. Sasuke. I started, I'll help you get strong here. So will Kakashi-sensei and Sakura. Just. Let us help. I finished lamely, cursing myself for not having something better to say at the moment that would convince Sasuke that we were right and he was wrong. But no, I amended in my mind, for Sasuke's view, he's never wrong. The Uchiha said nothing as he tore away the white bandages from his eyes. Throwing them to the side, he slowly turned his head in my direction. He met my eyes with a glare of such hatred and anger that I felt my throat go dry. I should have aimed to kill, Sasuke said tersely. Next time, I won't be so careless. I fisted my hands, gripping the blue hospital sheets as I glared back into his onyx eyes head-on. The door slid open as we snapped our heads towards the entrance, watching as 3 Umbu filed into our hospital room. They shut the door behind them quietly and stood at the foot of our beds, gazing at us through their masks. Why is Umbu here? Listen, boys, the one at the end of Sasuke's bed announced, it would do you well to explain why you were found in our territory of the fire border, why you have leaf headbands when no data exists on you, and to answer our questions about the origin of that loud blast. I blinked at him curiously. What do you mean what we were doing? I said loudly, I, along with other genin you must have found, were on a mission to rescue Sasuke. The Umbu at the end of my bed turned his cat-like mask towards me. Don't lie, boy. There was no other genin in that area and no such mission exists. Do you think they are from another hidden village? The Umbu in the middle asked tonelessly. If they are, then they better have a good reason for wearing leaf hide 8. The one on Sasuke's side warned, what are your names? I'm a leaf ninja. That's why I have a leaf hide 8. I earned it, damn it. I yelled, now getting angry that they didn't believe me. Ask Tsunade-bachan if you don't believe me. Where is she anyway? I demanded, pointing at them. How dare you speak of Hokage-sama in such a disrespectful way, the cat-masked Umbu declared. I should kill you right here for that. He took a step forward threateningly. Whoa, wait. I said, waving my hands in alarm as I threw a glance at Sasuke who was just watching the Umbu with narrowed eyes. Tsunade-sama knows me. You should too, my name's Uzumaki Naruto. All 3 Umbu stared at me for a long moment before I pointed to Sasuke, and he's Uchiha Sasuke. I proclaimed, don't tell me you don't recognize him, everybody else does. I said weakly, staring at how the elite ninja watched us behind their white masks. You have some audacity to call yourself Uzumaki Naruto, the Umbu at my side said. He has been dead for over 12 years. He turned his head to face Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, that traitor. Killed him. He spat. My mouth dropped open in surprise as I wondered if I had heard him right. What did he just say? How could I have killed Naruto when he's sitting right there, Sasuke said, finally speaking. Besides, he was only born 12 years ago. Yeah. I agreed, nodding my head at Sasuke who didn't even look in my direction. You guys are crazy. I demand to see Tsunade-sama. He isn't lying, the Umbu in the middle murmured as the other 2 turned to him. I can tell. He believes he is speaking the truth. Then he's delusional. The Umbu on Sasuke's side retorted quickly. What about the other one, he? The Umbu at my side trailed off. I haven't seen another Uchiha in over a decade, but he has the look of one. Just because an Uchiha crest was on the back of his shirt doesn't mean their stories are true. No one knows where Uchiha Sasuke is anyway. He could well be another son of that man. He does look like him, doesn't he? One of the Umbu men muttered. Eerily so. Shut up. The Umbu stilled and turned to Sasuke, who was now glaring at them with a look that could kill. If you're just going to stand there and talk, do it outside. I have nothing to say to you. I winced at Sasuke's tone and sent him a warning glare, which he promptly ignored. The one in that cat-like mask stepped towards him. If you dash. Good morning. A voice suddenly broke in as the door opened once more to reveal a smiling Shizune. Except she was different somehow. How many times do I have to tell you, Umbu, to let us examine the patients before you start your questioning? She said in an irritated manner, shaking her head at the Umbu before turning to us. Her wide eyes blinked as I started at her in shock. Shizune looks older. I thought vaguely, knowing for sure that she had looked quite different yesterday. Could people change that quickly? There were slight lines underneath her eyes, and her hair seemed like a darker shade of gray than its normal black. I have a really bad feeling about this. My insides clenched uncomfortably. Shizune's eyes locked on mine. You can't be Kenji-kun. She muttered under her breath. I'm not Shizune-chan. Come on, what's with everybody? I complained loudly, crossing my arms in annoyance. You only saw me yesterday, and I'm not that forgettable. Shizune's eyes widened even more as I saw her visibly go many shades paler than usual. Naruto. She said weakly, her hands going over her heart as she stared at me like I had sprouted 3 heads. Who else? What is up with her? I frowned. Geez, it was like she saw a ghost or something. Slowly, she turned her head to the side and gazed at Sasuke, who met her stare with a slight glare. Sasuke. She whispered as Sasuke just scoffed at her. Why are you acting so surprised? Sasuke asked rudely, and why have you all gone silent? He questioned, sneering at the Umbu who stood behind Shizune. It is him, Shizune replied faintly as her eyes rolled to the back of her head and she passed out cold, the Umbu in back of her catching her before she fell to the ground. Tsunade's POV, today started out as normal as any other day in Konoha. That is, it was normal for Shizune to come running in my office in a flurry of hysteria. Though, it was normal for her to look pale and on the verge of passing out. She was such a worrywart. It was even normal for her to be breathless as I waited for her to compose herself to give me her report. We were in a state of war, after all. Panic and distress were common in even the most emotionless shinobi nowadays. The thin ropes of peace and calm were cut a long time ago. What she said, however, was not normal. Could you repeat that? I said immediately, sitting straighter in my chair as I wondered if I had had too much sake this morning. Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are here. Shizune gasped, gripping the front of the desk. That's impossible, I shouted, standing up now as my heart gave a painful lurch. They both disappeared 12 years ago. It must be a trick, Shizune, I implored, already making my way past her, and we briskly walked to the hospital. Even though my brain strongly wished against it, a hope was already budding in my chest. An old woman's folly, I scorned, scowling. It's a sad day when I actually admit I'm getting old. That's not the strange thing, Tsunade-sama. Shizune called from behind me, pacing faster to keep up with my long strides as we entered the Konoha hospital. What could possibly be stranger? I snapped, pushing away the Umbu who were crowding the door in front of the designated room. They immediately made way, as I pulled the door open and walked in. They're 12 years old, Shizune replied breathlessly as I stared in shock at the 2 figures lying on the hospital beds. It was Naruto. It had to be Naruto. He had the same whiskered cheeks, the same grin, the same determined blue eyes, the same build and shape, the same aura and chakra. Except, he was 12 years old. What in hell dash? I stopped my gaping as I grabbed a chair and fell into my mind still stunned as Naruto grinned good-naturedly at me. Ohio Tsunade-bachan. Now, could you tell those damn Umbu to back off me and Sasuke? Well, maybe not Sasuke, but at least me. He then turned to Shizune, who was standing beside me. Are you feeling okay? The medic didn't answer as I turned to her as well. This isn't a genjutsu? I asked to hand over my pounding chest. No, Shizune confirmed. We ran all the tests and more. They even have the same DNA and chakra patterns. He leaned up to my ear. Also, Naruto has the seal of the Kyuubi and Sasuke has Orochimaru's curse seal on the back of his neck. Those can't be faked, Tsunade-sama. At the day I moved my gaze to Sasuke, who was sitting up and coolly glaring at everyone who looked in his direction. It was surreal to see him so young and sitting there. A part of me wanted to kill him where he sat, but I held myself back, gritting my teeth as his onyx eyes flickered over to me and narrowed. What audacity, I thought with a distasteful frown. But before I acted on that matter, I needed all the facts. Naruto, I said, my mind boggled as I stood and walked over to his bedside. The whiskered boy sighed in relief. Yeah? You were worrying me for a second there. But at least you don't look any different. I gave him a weak smile. I wish I could say the same. Naruto blinked and looked down at himself. Oh. You mean the injuries? Well, that was the team, of course. My eyes widened as I looked over to Sasuke. You mean the Uchiha? I snapped as Naruto just shrugged, gesturing to Sasuke. Well, yeah, you gave us the mission after all. He exclaimed, his expression brightening. And I did it. Wait until Sakura-chan gets here. Sasuke scoffed and said nothing as Naruto shot a glare at him. I sat down on the edge of Naruto's bed, keeping a smile on my face. How could I not be, as Naruto faced me again? I want you to tell me everything you remember before waking up here, Naruto. I ordered gently. After a pause, Naruto scratched the back of his head. Well, it was just like I said. You gave Shikamaru the mission to rescue Sasuke and me. Kiba, Chuji, Niji, and Shikamaru went. We all got separated because we ended up fighting different Sannin. How are they, by the way? Those assholes over there wouldn't tell us a thing. He said loudly, pointing to the Umbu in the corner. I stared at him mutely as I looked over to Sasuke. You confirm this? I stated. Sasuke just rolled his eyes and sneered. Does it matter? What else could have happened? He deadpanned. I narrowed my brown eyes at the lack of respect in his tone as my mind reeled with all this information. It was hardly even conceivable. I stood and gazed down at the two 12-year-old boys. You're telling the truth, I said sadly and hopefully all at once. Based on those tests and the seals, it must be true. Naruto threw his hands up in frustration. What is all this suspicion anyway? He tugged at his shirt collar and pulled out a string. My eyes widened as he yanked out the necklace I had given his all those years ago when he declared he would be Hokage. My God. I sighed heavily. Tears of relief, anguish, fear, and so many other things I couldn't be bothered with at the moment gathered at my eyes, and I went forward and hugged Naruto with all my might. He choked in alarm, patting my back awkwardly as his face scrunched up in confusion. Did I miss something? He asked uncertainly. I let a bitter laugh escape as after another moment I let go of Naruto and nodded to Shizune, who was crying behind me. You may leave, Umbu. I dismissed them as they all disappeared in a flash. I noticed the Uchiha was watching me suspiciously as I cleared my throat. You both may be shocked at what I'm about to tell you, but before I do you remember anything strange occurring before you? I grasped for an accurate word. Passed out? Naruto turned to Sasuke, who just stared ahead in silence and shook his head. Nothing much. Sasuke and I were fighting, but then we both passed out, I guess. He tilted his head to the side in the normal Naruto thinking pose. We ran at each other with Rasengan and Chidori. I suppose it made a big explosion because I remember a lot of darkness and shaking. Naruto trailed off. But what does that matter now? The Kyuubi container asked me again. I stood in between their beds so I could gauge both of their reactions as I started the only way I knew how. Uzumaki Naruto had been missing for 12 years. Uchiha Sasuke has been missing for 15. I stated as Naruto's blue eyes went wide with unrestrained shock. What? I continued, Naruto, you were 15 when you left Konoha to track down and fight Uchiha Sasuke, who had left 3 years prior for Sound to gain power in order to avenge his clan. I saw the Uchiha tense out of the corner of my eye as I went on. No one knows what became of you, Naruto. You left without consulting anyone on the matter. We all thought Sasuke killed you, and even though we have been trying to look for him and you ever since then, nothing had ever turned up. It's as if you both disappeared. Others think you did away with each other, and while that is possible, as I said before, we found no evidence anywhere to attest to that theory. There are many opinions on what happened 12 years ago, but it is only that, opinions. And now out of the blue here you both are sitting here on my hospital beds. You're 12 and probably have no idea what I'm talking about, but you still must understand. I stressed, aware at how unbelievable I sounded. Naruto for once appeared speechless, his mouth dropped wide open as he just stared at me incredulously. Bullshit, I whipped my head to Sasuke, who was now glaring full force in my direction. I don't believe a word you say, it's impossible. How could we be 15 years into the future? I crossed my arms and frowned down at him. Remember your place, Uchiha. The Sharingan user raised a brow. Why? You say I'm a missing nin, right? He snorted and looked away. That's right, I confirmed tersely, you are. I snapped my fingers as two Umbu appeared beside me instantly. Detain him, I ordered, pointing to Sasuke as he was immediately bound with wires and chakra drainers. I smirked at his scowl as he uselessly struggled. Bachan. Naruto said, the team didn't mean that, really. He said, throwing a furtive glare to Sasuke, who didn't respond. I don't care if he did or he didn't. Sasuke may have not committed any crimes as of yet, but he still at 12 attempted to leave Konoha, and managed it the first time. I replied adamantly. We'll continue this discussion in my office, away from prying ears. I stood, and with a nod to the Umbu they escorted Sasuke with me and Naruto, who silenced all his impending questions with a stern glance from me. For a moment I was reminded harshly of when he was 12 and 15, because the 15-year-old Naruto would have just ignored it, as we walked to the Hokage building. I heard a sharp gasp from behind me as I glanced over my shoulder to see Naruto open-mouthed at all the changes in Konoha from his time period. The broken-down buildings, the frightened-looking people, the constant ninja guards, and the overall tense atmosphere must have made it seem like a different world. Perhaps it was. Sasuke, however, was viewing the changes indifferently with a guarded expression about him that seemed more paranoid than anything. We entered my office in a few short moments as I paused at the doorway and stopped Shizune from coming in. Shizune, I need you to do something for me, I said in a low voice, careful not to let either Sasuke or Naruto hear me as they sat down on the seats in front on my desk. The Umbu waited patiently behind a murderous-looking Sasuke. Hi? Shizune snapped to attention. Get Sakura for me, I began with a heavy heart. She out of everyone deserves to know of the boy's return. Or rather, their skip in time. But make sure you don't bring her directly here. Come get me before so I can explain it to her in the office down the hall before she sees them. I don't want to give her a shock. Or a heart attack. I supplied, sighing. Also, contact Hyuga Hinata afterwards. She also needs to know of this. Shizune nodded. And what about Kakashi-san? He's on a mission, but send him word anyhow. I answered as she gave another firm nod and walked away to do her duties. I faced the room and cleared my throat, getting everyone's, minus the Uchiha, attention. You may leave, Umbu. I can handle this from here on out. Thank you for your assistance. The two masked Umbu bowed. Tsunade-sama. With that, they disappeared in two identical bursts of white smoke. I closed the door and walked over to my desk, slowly sitting down as I regarded the two past Genin. Okay. Where do I even begin? I thought tiredly. So much has changed. Before you ask any questions, I want to finish telling you everything that has happened since you two went missing so you'll understand our situation better. I believe you two know by now about the Akatsuki organization. At their nods, I continued, the Akatsuki has grown to immeasurable lengths. Before you two disappeared, they were being pushed back by our forces. It had seemed back then like a battle we could hope to win. However, that changed the day the next Hokage vanished without a trace. The next Hokage? Naruto said mutely, the confusion still blatant in his eyes. Yes, I answered, my own gaze softening slightly on Naruto, you were about to take my position. The council had just given their approval. Naruto's eyes widened in silent, stunned disbelief. I couldn't help but remember the determination the young Naruto of the past held. He was so close. So close to realizing his dream. Then, he vanished without a trace. Uzumaki Naruto was to be the next Hokage, and Sound had been destroyed about 2 months prior by one missing Nin Uchiha Sasuke. It seemed you hadn't let Orochimaru take over your body like he had planned. Sasuke's indifferent expression gained some interest as he studied my words closely, as if inspecting them for their validity under a microscope. Even now, he proves untrustworthy. We never found Orochimaru's body, but we know he never successfully possessed you due to the termination of his village. Naruto had been unsure though, and knew that your next step would be to locate and kill your older brother, Uchiha Itachi. At this, Sasuke tensed and sat up in his chair, binds and all as Naruto eyed him nervously. I forced myself to continue. Even though we tried everything to get him to stay, Naruto left the village in search of Sasuke. Despite all the other failed attempts of rescue and capture, he was sure he could bring Sasuke back this time since he hadn't let himself be taken over by Orochimaru. Naruto mentioned he still had a promise to complete. And left. I sighed tiredly, trying to smother the pain in my voice. Neither Naruto or Sasuke were ever seen or heard from again. Since that day, the Akatsuki had gone rampant. Grass, stone, cloud, wave, and mist have already fallen to them. Leaf and sand hang on by an edge, but we are fighting a losing war. Sasuke and Naruto were quiet with their thoughts as I closed my eyes and collected myself silently. There is one more important thing you should know, but I will leave that for Sakura to explain. She is the one with the right to. Naruto's head darted up at that. Sakura-chan. The fox boy exclaimed, is she coming? I nodded hesitantly, throwing a glance over to the Uchiha to only see his long dark raven bangs covering his eyes. It wasn't him. No, yet anyway. But even though I told myself that, the desire to punch him through the wall with all my strength remained. How then? I looked over to Sasuke again with mild surprise at his icy voice. How do you think we were thrown 15 years into the future? It's impossible. It has to be. Sasuke's onyx eyes darkened. We did no jutsu to make this happen. And how do you explain how your timeline has me successfully leaving Konoha when it obviously didn't happen this time? He snarled, shrugging towards Naruto. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck as I shook my head. Honestly, I'm not sure. Perhaps it was the clash of your techniques. Well, whatever the case, I will investigate the matter thoroughly. It is quite obvious, I should hope, that we need to get you two back to your appropriate time before something disastrous happens. Naruto blinked, but wait. Then wasn't it a bad idea that you told us everything that happened? He said, alarmed and wary sounding. Sasuke answered, Dobe, she told us that because she intends us to change the future in her own subtle way. I glared at his sneer, my hands clenching to give him a good right hook even if he was correct. Naruto said, sinking down in his chair as he was weighted with all this new information. A knock resounded on the door as my assistant Shizune poked her head in. Sakura is here and waiting for you, Tsunade-sama. I smiled gratefully at her and stood, watched the both of them and make sure they don't go anywhere while I talk to Sakura. Hey! Ignoring Naruto's cry of protest, I walked past Shizune and down the hall wondering how in the hell was I supposed to explain this to my student who already had enough on her shoulders. Sasuke's POV, I drummed my fingers against my leg impatiently as my thoughts were running away with what Tsunade had just said. I tuned out Naruto's incredulous murmurings that had started after Tsunade left as my mind narrowed down the facts. Somehow, Naruto and I had gotten ourselves thrown 15 years into the future. I had believed it to be impossible, but Konoha. The village had been in shambles, which would explain Tsunade's speech of a losing war with the Akatsuki. I clenched my fists. Tsunade had notably left out when she was explaining the details of Naruto's and my vanishing and if I had managed to kill Itachi or not. It must have been on purpose. I hate that damn Hokage. I mentally cursed it. I looked away. Perhaps I could just ask Sakura when she walked in? But Tsunade told us she had something of great importance to tell us. What could it be? I frowned thoughtfully. It could be anything. She survived 15 years, 3 without either me or Naruto. I brushed that thought away. It was difficult to imagine that I would soon be meeting an older Sakura who was. What? I closed my eyes, hearing the hyper yells of Naruto. Shut up, I snapped sharply as he glared indignantly in return. You shut up, team. Naruto responded angrily, you might not care about this, but I do. We're in the future. The future. And everything went completely wrong. I was going to become Hokage, and then I hear you might have killed me. Naruto jumped from his seat and yanked me up by my high-collared shirt. Did you kill me? He demanded. I kicked him hard as he dropped my shirt and groaned in pain, holding his right knee. Baka, how the hell would I know if I did? I glared at him in return when he paled at my answer. You wouldn't have. I smirked, enjoying the expression on his face. What makes you so sure? Naruto fisted his hands and bit his bottom lip, locking me in a fierce glare. You always say stupid crap like that, he said lowly. What makes you so sure I didn't kill you? You weren't found either. I smirked, as if you could ever beat me, even yesterday or whenever our last fight was. I scoffed, you never put a mark on me. Naruto shook with fury as the door opened. We both turned to see a woman with shoulder-length pink hair and familiar green eyes walk in. My eyes widened of their own accord as I took the sight of Sakura in. I knew she was going to look different, but she was taller and leaner than she was at 12, and fully grown at what must have been 27. She was all curves in a red top and white skirt with black spandex shorts underneath. She wore a long knee-length medic lab coat over that as she stared at the both of us in silent wonder. Sakura. My mind tried to grasp the new image of her. Sakura was so different, but I could see traces of the 12-year-old here and there. I took a step back, more startled than I wanted to be at how she appeared. Suddenly I had the notion that the room was too small and suffocating. Wow, Sakura-chan! Naruto exclaimed in his own astonishment, you're one hot number. He grinned, running over to her and pausing before making contact at her uneasy expression. Sakura-chan? She looked very pale and I noticed she was trembling slightly. Sakura smiled in reassurance to our blonde teammate, I'm sorry. It's just so hard to accept. I can't believe I'm not imagining it, Naruto. Naruto gave her one of his fox grins. Nope, we're really here, Sakura-chan. Sakura moved her gaze over to me and our eyes met. I stiffened at how her expression-filled eyes were smothered in sadness for a second as she broke away from my gaze and turned to Naruto again, giving him a big hug. What was that? I stilled, forcing myself to calm my tense nerves. After all, what did I know what happened in the future between us? The last thing I remember is leaving Sakura on that bench. I fisted my hands again and stared at the ground. You really are 12. It's so strange to see you this age again. Sakura said weakly, darting her emerald eyes back and forth from the both of us, but never again meeting my gaze. Tsunade told me she informed you about everything that's happened. Naruto nodded. Is Kakashi-sensei okay? She never mentioned him to us, and I got nervous. She nodded gently. He's all right, don't worry. Kakashi-senpai had been given word to come back from his mission early because of this. Senpai? I questioned, eager to distract myself from my thoughts. Sakura smiled lightly in my general direction. I haven't called him sensei in years. This is crazy. Naruto murmured, shaking his head. I still don't understand how any of this even happened. There's a lot I still need to explain, Naruto. Sakura said, and as for how you got here, Shursho is already getting a team and gathering information about jumps in time. I'll be helping her shortly as well. Shursho? I frowned. So Tsunade is your teacher? I asked airily, gauging her expression. She was supposed to be easy to read. Hi. Sakura answered, but I surpassed her a long time ago as well. She gave a bitter-sounding laugh. I sound old, don't I? No. Naruto replied immediately, it's so cool. You're stronger than a Sannin. I paused at this and realized its truth. That meant in this time period Sakura is stronger than me right now? At my present, or past, 12-year-old self. How strong am I right now? The Sasuke in this time? Anyway, Sakura interrupted. I noticed how her voice lacked its usual bounciness. I think Shursho told you how Naruto and you, Sasuke, disappeared 12 years ago, right? At this Naruto looked down. I failed you, didn't I? He said in a low murmur so that I could barely hear. No, Naruto. I failed you. Sakura said softly, her green eyes filling with tears before she brushed them away and turned to me. I failed the both of you. I tensed at how utterly sad she looked at that moment and wondered what in the hell could have happened. What did I do? Did I hurt her or something? Or is this because I never came back to Konoha? I clenched my jaw. They should have given up by then anyway. I tore myself away from those green eyes, not liking the stir they caused. It reminded me too much of the confession and pleas of a Sakura that was only 12, that happened only a few hours ago to me. But I was never planning to be around for the aftermath. Sakura cleared her throat. I watched as she now stared unsurely in my direction with an unwavering expression set on her pale features. I need to tell you something important. Oh yeah. Tsunade mentioned something like that. Naruto said, staring at her expectantly. Sakura took a deep breath and was about to say something when the door burst open abruptly, a boy of no more than 12 walking in. Ka-san. I backed up against the desk in shock, staring at the carbon copy of myself. What in the world? My heart hammered in my chest. Satoshi. Sakura said in surprise. The boy in question frowned objectively at me and then narrowed his onyx eyes at Naruto before turning to Sakura. Ka-san, who are they? Did he just call Sakura his mother? Chapter 2, Sasuke's POV, he looks exactly like me. I thought as I scanned the boy, wide-eyed. Is he mine from the future? But that means that Sakura and my heart pounded as my brain grasped the full meaning behind this supposed truth. Whoa, it's another Sasuke team. Naruto said loudly, pointing at this Satoshi and gaping at him. The boy was my height, at least almost. He had raven hair that formed into upward spikes at the end and had dark, onyx eyes. He was dressed in simple black clothing, pants, and a t-shirt with no clan insignia on him. This Satoshi had a slightly fuller face than I did, which more resembled Sakura's. Other than that, it was all my distinct features. Ka-san, what's going on? Satoshi turned sharply to Sakura. Who the hell are they? He demanded angrily, staring at us with mistrustful black eyes. This has to be some sort of bad genjutsu, he started. Satoshi-chan, she started uneasily, but then gave him a small smile. This is your father when he was 12 years old. Naruto and Sasuke have both been brought here from the past. Satoshi and I locked gazes. His eyes were filled with sudden hatred, narrowing to slits. Something deep inside me shook at this sight. That glare. Like me. I thought silently. My eyes are the same. But why? There are too many unanswered questions. You. Satoshi growled. You're my father, he asked lowly, his fists shaking at his sides in quiet fury. All I did was stare back emotionlessly at the boy. Millions of thoughts were running through my mind. Why the hell didn't Tsunade mention this? His eyes bled into a crimson red. He has Sharingan. It's true. He really is an Uchiha, I noted absently. Satoshi lunged viciously, a fist heading directly for me as I put myself on immediate guard, but he was stopped abruptly. Sakura held the back of the boy's black shirt roughly, giving him a hard look. Satoshi, what do you think you're doing? He stilled but continued to glare coldly in my direction. I should kill you for leaving Ka-san all alone. You abandoned her, he said, his voice laced with utter malice. Abandoned her? I glanced quickly at Sakura, who still refused to meet my gaze. It's all your entire fault, he scoffed, taking a step in front of Sakura in a protective manner and crossing his arms. We don't need you anyway. We don't want you to come back. His glare worsened by several degrees. I hate you. My future son spat out coldly to me. That's enough, Satoshi-chan. Sakura bent down on her knees to his eye level, placing her hands on his shoulders in comfort. Go home, okay, she asked softly. But Ka-san. How is this even possible? I don't like this, he said, frowning lightly at her. I'll explain everything when I get back. Please, just do this for me, Satoshi-chan. She responded, patting his spiky raven head with affection. He nodded gruffly and walked away. Throwing a last glare over his shoulder at me, he left, slamming the office door shut so hard the hinges shook with its force. Damn. I can't believe it. Sasuke and Sakura-chan had a kid? Naruto asked himself, paler than usual. How old is he? I asked, narrowing my eyes at my pink-haired teammate. He's 12, Sasuke-kun. She replied, looking at the floor. That means we were 15. Sakura and I were 15 when my throat went dry as I shook my head. Somehow, it didn't surprise me. If Itachi died, then Sakura would be the only one. It would only be Sakura, no one else. I knew that fact well. But then, is he dead? Did I kill my brother? I had to know, I needed to. Man, the future is really out of control. Naruto said weakly, rubbing the back of his blonde head. He's just like the team, even in personality, he muttered, looking over to me, but I ignored him. You shouldn't talk, Naruto. Sakura smiled at him. Kenji is the same age, and he is exactly like you when you were 12. Naruto too? I looked over to the dobe and arched a brow. What? What? His eyes flew open as wide as saucers. You mean I have a kid around here, too? What? Where? With who? He nervously rambled, waving his arms up and down like a moron. She laughed at his bewildered expression. I'll let Hinata fill you in on the details. Hinata-chan? Shut up, dobe. I retorted, annoyed. Hey! You shut up, team. It's all your fault we're even here. If you didn't go to Sound, I would have never had to leave Konoha. He replied furiously, facing me. I never asked you to come after me. Don't blame me for your stupidity of thinking you actually had a chance of defeating me. I said calmly, eyeing him with cool disdain. That's it. Naruto growled, taking a step towards me. I'm sick of your attitude, team. The tension grew colder in the room as we automatically slipped into taijutsu stances. The atmosphere was instantly disturbed as Sakura stepped in between us quickly before we could attack. Naruto, Sasuke-kun. This is neither the time nor the place for this, she said as she threw us both angry looks. We are in the Hokage's office, have some respect. HN. You always get in the way, Sakura. I said evenly, staring at her with a hardened expression. For a split second, her eyes caught mine as I saw a flash of raw pain. It was gone immediately as she just smiled sadly. I know, she responded, looking away. What the hell happened between us? I thought, frustrated. Sorry, Sakura-chan. Naruto amended, giving her an apologetic grin. Let's go to my house. I'll tell the rest of the story there, she said tiredly, sighing. I kept my gaze on her as we walked down the long hallway and out the Hokage building, into the almost vacant streets of the new or future Konoha. We were silent. Even Naruto was staring down at the earthen ground with a pensive, sad expression that looked odd on his usually talkative, cheerful self. I would not wait. I needed answers now. I fell into step beside Sakura, staring up at her intently. I hate looking up at her, it's wrong. But I pushed away that annoyance for now. Sakura, is he dead? I know she knew what I meant. She was quiet for a few moments before she nodded. Yes, you killed him when you were 15 years old. Satisfied, Sasuke-kun? I let in a slow intake of breath. I did it. I killed him. I got stronger than him. I killed him. I did it. I was the stronger one, not Itachi, me. I reached up and touched the spot on my neck where the curse seal resided. I avenged my clan. Their ghosts will no longer haunt me. I won't hear their voices at night. I killed him. I finally defeated him. Those red eyes will no longer follow me wherever I go. But you lost yourself. That was the price, Sasuke-kun. I looked over to her sharply and grabbed her upper arm, yanking her down so I could stare her in the face. What did you just say? I demanded, narrowing my eyes. She tore out of my grip seemingly easily, shaking her head. You are no longer yourself. I blinked in slight surprise, but followed her instantly as she continued to walk away. Sakura, do you mean? I started. When we get to my house I will explain everything. She looked down to me, sadness gleaming in her viridian eyes. Please, Sasuke-kun. I fell silent, tearing my gaze off her. Does she mean the curse seal took over me? I thought, my stomach lurching uncomfortably at the mere suggestion. You are no longer yourself. If that is what it takes, fine. I thought with resolve. Even if I have to lose myself, as long as Nissan is dead I don't care. This means that in my time, I will kill Itachi in 3 years. It's so close now. The gap between our powers will soon be gone. We reached an apartment complex and walked up the 2 flights of stairs, reaching the white door labeled 3D. She pulled out her key in the medic bag she was carrying and walked in, ushering us inside. When did you move out of your parents' house, Sakura-chan? Naruto asked curiously, looking around the wide-spaced, neat living room. Oh, I moved out while I was still pregnant with Satoshi-chan. She said distractedly, motioning for us to enter the next room, which was a dining room with a long table and chairs surrounding it. I would not leave Sakura all alone to support our child. I thought, scowling. That was not the Uchiha way. I would have never left things like this. All of it doesn't make sense. Where the hell could my future self be? Naruto and I sat next to each other, Sakura sitting opposite us. Do you guys want anything to eat or drink while we talk? She offered as we both shook our heads, eager for her to get on with the story. Well, Kakashi-senpai should be arriving here soon, no doubt. He can explain where I'm a bit hazy. She shrugged, pulling back pink strands behind her ear. The last time I saw Kakashi he tied me to that tree and gave me a lecture. What will he say when he sees me? I went against his orders, intentionally. Well, that doesn't matter anymore. Nothing does, it's already in the past. Right, she sighed heavily. But then we were distracted again by footsteps rushing down the stairs as Satoshi appeared in the doorway with the same angry glare fixed on his face. What are they doing here, Ka-san? Did you have to bring them home with you? Stop interfering. I responded apathetically. You don't have any right to be here. Wow, you really are like the team. It's so weird. Naruto exclaimed wondrously as Satoshi gave him clear look of disgust. Satoshi-chan, I have a favor I need to ask you. Please go to the Uzumaki residence and ask for Hinata to come here right away. Hinata-chan's coming here? Naruto asked nervously, scratching the back of his head with a worried look in his blue eyes. I'm not going where that asshole lives. It's bad enough we're in the same cell, he said with an indifferent tone in his voice. Satoshi-chan, Sakura warned. He sighed, frowning deeply at her. I don't want to leave you here with him, Satoshi replied, inclining his head in my direction. I'll be fine, Satoshi-chan. Sakura smiled, a rare one that seemed to be only for the boy. Now, please go. He said as he turned and left the room. Now that was freaky, Naruto said, stunned. He even talks or doesn't talk like Sasuke. Shut up, idiot, I responded, glaring at him. Anyway, Sakura began, probably wanting to start before another fight broke out. I'll begin exactly where you two left. We stared at her, awaiting the much-needed explanation. After you left Sasuke-kun, Naruto and I studied under Tsunade and Jiraiya separately for about 3 years. We wanted to become strong enough to try and bring you back to Konoha. Team 7 was formed again then, even a new member named Sai took your place. I was replaced? I thought, scowling faintly. Whatever. What do you mean? Team 7 is not Team 7 unless it's me, Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, and the stupid team, Naruto said, pounding his fist on the table indignantly. Yes, you weren't too happy back then either. But Sai grew on us, she said, her eyes clouding as she recalled the memory. Naruto crossed his arms and pouted with a disgruntled look on his whiskered face. I rolled my eyes, then? I asked calmly, wanting her to continue. Our first attempt at capturing you failed. You fought with us for a short amount of time before Orochimaru stopped you. You disappeared again and we failed the mission, just like before. A heavy tension filled the room as we digested the information. Then, word was spread that you had killed your brother, Itachi. Naruto turned to face me quickly, with a harsh glare on his face. You got your revenge and still didn't come back? Damn it, don't we mean anything to you? I didn't answer, just continued to gaze at Sakura, who conveniently chose this moment to look down at her clasped hands on the table. She's avoiding me. Why? I leaned forward, resting my elbows on the table as the fox container steamed beside me. Naruto, not now, Sakura said as Naruto just made an angry noise. About a month after Itachi's death, I met Sasuke while I was on a routine mission, she said unsteadily, biting her lower lip. Is this where? It must be, from her expression. Her face darkened as she slumped slightly in her chair. A sad, distant haze filled her usually vibrant green eyes, but she turned to Naruto with a fake smile on her face. Naruto, can you go upstairs for this? She asked waveringly. What? Why do I have to go? I'm in this cell too, I have a right to know what happened, he whined, frowning. Leave, Naruto, I retorted, keeping my eyes on Sakura. I didn't like where this was going. Her expression, it was as if no. Not possible, I thought, instantly halting my thinking process. This is between Sakura and I, it is not for you to know, I said emotionlessly. Hey! I please, Naruto. Sakura's green eyes pleaded silently. I know it's not fair, but please. He got up, glaring at me, and stalked out of the room. Fine, but I'm coming back in a couple minutes, anyway. Just go up the stairs and enter the room on the right, Sakura called out as we heard the dope stomp off. Sakura. What happened? I demanded, half of myself put on guard for what was about to come. I mentally prepared myself for anything she said. I met you on that mission, just outside Wave Country. I thought that maybe I could convince you to come back home now that Itachi had died, I thought. She trailed off, not meeting my eye, and that was making me even more nervous. Sakura. I don't like the way you're acting. I stood up and moved around the table quickly so I stood over her sitting form. I grasped her shoulders firmly, but not painfully as I forced her to look at me. Her eyes were broken. Why? What happened? What did I? You lost yourself, Sasuke-kun. She repeated earnestly, closing her liquid green eyes to my prying ones. I lost myself? I echoed her previous words, trying to find the meaning hidden in them. The curse seal caused me to lose myself. I wouldn't have had any feelings, caution, conscience. I blinked, just noticing that she was shaking in my arms. Why? Why is she so scared? Why won't she look me in the eye? Does it mean? You lost yourself. That sentence repeated over and over in my mind endlessly. I pushed away from Sakura, stricken. I breathed hard, knocking down the chairs in back of me in an effort to put as much space between us as possible. No, I fought to bring the words to my throat. I raped you, I stated, fisting my hands to stop them from trembling. Please deny it, say I didn't. I thought with a small sense of hope in me. This had to be a mistake, a sick joke. I could never, would never. Not Sakura. She looked away, tears now falling down her eyes. It was a familiar sight. I didn't want. But maybe at the end, words failed her as she covered her face with her hands, her whole body now shaking. Was it consensual? I forced out. No, she whispered brokenly. This is why she can't look at you. A voice whispered in the dark corners of my mind. I fell to my knees with a dull thud, unable to stop as I vomited on the floor. I coughed, gripping my hair till I nearly pulled out the back spikes. I couldn't breathe. No, not Sakura. I would never do something like this. I thought feverishly. I choked on upcoming bile as I leaned over to vomit again. No, 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 never. I would never hurt Sakura like that. No, are you so sure? The voice asked again, now with a disgusting mirth dripping from its tone. The image of my Sakura, the 12-year-old smiling Sakura, appeared in my mind's eye. I tried to picture the situation in which I would. No. I whispered, sitting on the floor and gripping my knees tightly. Sakura. A familiar voice sounded. I looked up to stare at Kakashi, leaning over the crying Sakura with both of his hands on her small shoulders. Where did he come from? I thought, absently. His one black eye turned to me fiercely, narrowing. He looked just like he did when I left, only slightly more droopy looking. Sasuke, his voice held a neutral tone as he stepped in front of Sakura. Long time no see. I hardly noticed it until the fist hit me directly in the face, throwing me back until I hit the opposite wall. I slid down and hit the floor hard, not bothering to look up at him again as the searing pain in my jaw pounded. I could feel blood pouring down my cut lower lip. Kakashi-senpai. He hasn't done anything, so please don't. In a flash, Kakashi appeared right in front on me, looming dangerously over me with a threatening aura. I sat up against the wall, not saying a single word at all to my sensei. What could I say? At this point, I didn't care what he did to me. Sakura, my chest constricted painfully. After what you did. I was the one to find Sakura. I found her in that state. She made me promise not to tell anyone the truth, so I kept silent as she wished. His masked face came closer as he grabbed my collar and pulled me up roughly. Not even Naruto or Tsunade knew the truth of your actions. The rest of the villagers called her a traitorous slut because it was obvious the child was yours. They call Satoshi the Uchiha's bastard, you know. You ruined Sakura's childhood and her reputation. She was only 15 and she was pregnant. His grip tightened as he shook me, but I didn't respond. Those words burned into the walls of my mind. I don't think I could answer even if I wanted to. All I did was look at him with dead eyes. You disgust me. You were my prodigy. And you failed me. I would kill you now if I wasn't ordered not to by the Hokage. Trust me, if I could, I would. I don't care if you are just your 12-year-old self, you are still that Sasuke. Enough, Kakashi-senpai. Please, stop. She placed a hand over his arm and the Kapinin side, dropping me as I hit the floor once again. Sasuke, go upstairs to where Naruto is while I speak with Kakashi, okay, she said gently, rubbing her eyes quickly. I stood up shakily, my dark bangs covering my eyes as I walked out of the room silently. Feeling hollow, I walked up the stairs and entered the room to my right. It was a boy's bedroom that was decorated very plain and simple. It must be Satoshi's room, I thought, observing the surrounding room as I walked further inside. Naruto jumped up from the bed and ran over to me. What happened? I heard a loud noise and some banging. What's going on? I moved away from him and sat on the bed, wiping the blood off my chin absently. I stared down into my lap, consumed in my thoughts. Kakashi's words repeated like a broken record over and over again in my mind. I could go back and stop this from happening. I know the future now, I could correct it. I would redo everything. Sasuke, why are you bleeding? Naruto asked, frowning as he sat next to me on the dark blue covered bed. What's going on? Did I rape Sakura? I said dully, looking over to meet his shocked gaze. What did you say? He shouted, panic and confusion in his blue eyes. You heard me. I replied, unblinkingly. That's not possible. Is this some kind of sick joke you're playing on me, team? You would never do that to poor Sakura-chan, he yelled, grabbing my shirt and yanking it hard so I faced him. I looked at the floor, away from his searching gaze. His grip grew limp as he laughed nervously, shaking his head. That's not true. It can't be. It is. I said with no feeling whatsoever in my voice. How the hell can you say it like that? Naruto pounded me, knocking me off the bed as I just sat there, bringing my knees to my chest. It didn't do anything to help. Naruto stared at me with angry tears in his eyes. I know you. You would never do that to Sakura-chan. You're not he stumbled over his words. I squeezed my eyes shut, dipping my head into my knees as I took in long, shuddering breaths. I did. She said I did. She wouldn't look me in the eye, she always tries to catch my eye. I did that to Sakura. Even Kakashi said I did. Sasuke. I stopped my mutterings to look up at Naruto, who was staring at me with wide, scared eyes. I looked down at my knees and saw they were shaking again, my whole body was. I blinked, noticing that it wasn't just me. I glanced up and saw Naruto was shaking my shoulders, trying in vain to gain my attention. I frowned at him for a few moments before trying to push him off me. Sasuke. Listen, things don't have to be this way, he said determinedly, staring at me with a hard expression in his eyes. We can change everything. We don't have to disappear, we don't have to leave anyone, and you don't have to do that to Sakura-chan. I simply stared with empty black eyes, which seemed to make him even more frightened. It can all be fixed. That's what Tsunade-ba-chan wants, anyway. We can even stop the Akatsuki War from beginning. Are you listening to anything I'm saying? We can go back to our present time and fix this mess from even happening in the first place. We would have to find out what went wrong first. I said, but a small flame of hope grew in the pit of my stomach. This is the future, I can still change it. I thought, nodding slightly to Naruto, who grinned back in obvious relief. Right, he said seriously, conviction overtaking his features. How do we do that? He asked as I just sighed. Baka, we have to find out where our future selves are. Then we can find out what went wrong from the source of the problem, and proceed to correct it when we return to the past. I answered, a plan already starting to form in my mind. We would have to leave Leaf to search, though. I frowned, wondering if that was even possible. We'll have to. Are you sure we're even alive? No one's seen us in over a decade. I mean, we could have killed each other. Or you killed me. He added thoughtfully, concentrating as he tilted his head to the side. I wouldn't have killed Naruto now. But the way I sound in this time, I wouldn't be surprised if I did. I looked over to my blonde teammate. Did I really kill him? I looked away, knowing the only reason why I was going to, or might have, leave him alive in our last fight was because I wanted to defy my brother's wishes. We need to find out what really happened between us in our fight. One of us could be alive out there. We need solid facts or else we won't be able to change anything in the past. I replied as Naruto nodded in agreement. Do you think you killed me? He asked with a sad, resigned edge to his voice. With the way my future self sounds. Yes. I said honestly as we mutely stared at each other for a few moments, having many things left unsaid. Would you have killed me in our last fight? Naruto asked, narrowing his eyes. No. Naruto nodded seriously. Good. He said simply, crossing his arms. Not for the reason you think. I thought silently. I was ready to cut all my bonds with you. With everyone. I couldn't have any attachments but one. The one made of hate, connected to my brother. The one made in revenge. Okay, I guess we should go back downstairs now. Naruto mumbled as we both got up and walked out of the bedroom. Naruto's POV, we reached the living room and saw both Sakura-chan and Kakashi-sensei seated on the lengthy couch. Kakashi looked relaxed as usual with an impassive expression on his masked face. I let out a yell and ran over, throwing myself on our sensei. Kakashi-sensei. Oof. It's nice to see you too, Naruto. It's been a while. He smiled slightly as he patted me on the back in greeting. I got off him, grinning. Team 7's back together again, right? Not quite, Naruto. The silver-haired Jounin replied darkly, throwing a glance over to Sasuke who stood quietly in the corner of the room. Don't start again. Sakura responded, eyeing everyone sharply. I don't want any more fights, understand? I frowned at our sensei, but then shook my head at the negative thoughts. Sasuke and I will fix everything, we have to. As long as Sasuke doesn't go to sound. None of this would have happened. I'll make sure he doesn't. The front door slammed open as arguing could be heard coming from outside the room, along with a woman's voice who was desperately trying to placate them and failing. I'm telling you that you are not coming in my house, Kenji. You think you can stop me, Satoshi? I hate a right to see my Ota-san, a voice yelled in return. Bastard. You stupid asshole. Well, they're as lively as usual. Kakashi commented dryly as Sakura groaned in frustration. Satoshi appeared scowling through the front doorway, along with another boy who looked extremely like me, even wearing black and orange. He had blonde spiky hair, but white eyes and paler skin. Other than that, he looked the same as me. Whoa. I thought, my stomach twisting uncomfortably. Both boys faced each other, glaring coldly. I could plainly see that these two hated each other. Geez, what's with this? I thought stunned, as they both went for each other, punching hard. They both fell backwards, but got up instantly, running toward the other for round 2. It's like they're fighting to kill. Why the hell would they hate each other so much? You think they would be friends? Thankfully, almost naturally, Sakura arrived in between them in a split second, grabbing both the backs of their shirts so they rose slightly higher in the air. They continued to spat curses to the other, but then stilled at Sakura's murderous glare. Boys, calm down. Or I'll make you, she threatened lowly. Gomen. They both chorused, looking away from each other intently. She let them go gently, rolling her eyes. I stared at Kenji, dumbfounded as our eyes met. I blinked rapidly, pointing at him. You're my. I couldn't finish my sentence, just openly gaping at the guy. I can't believe this. It's too much. I thought, unsettled. Kenji just stared back with an equally bewildered expression on his face. Then another person came through the door. It was no doubt Hyuga Hinata. But she was much different than the Hinata-chan I was used to. The older woman had long, dark blue hair that reached her mid-arm, and she had shining white eyes with unshed tears in them. Naruto-kun, she said softly. It's true. Hinata-chan? I said, eyeing her nervously, my gaze darting from Kenji and then back to her repeatedly. She smiled faintly, and then moved quickly over to where I stood. I stiffened in shock as she threw her arms around my neck, falling to her knees, and sobbed quietly into my orange jacket. I stared down at the mass of dark cerulean hair, not knowing what to do as I awkwardly patted her on the back. Heh. It's okay, Hinata-chan, I said uneasily, blushing. I don't believe it. Me and Hinata-chan? I gulped, the image of the 12-year-old weird, stuttering Hinata appearing in my mind. I don't understand this at all. Where did it come from? Why the hell would she choose me of all people? This is so confusing. I thought as I continued to upsetly pat the upset woman on the back in comfort. She looked up, watery white eyes gazing into mine. Naruto-kun, she whispered. I missed you so much. She wiped her eyes with the palm of her hand before giving a half smile. You probably have no idea what's going on, right? Head. No. I said, shaking my head. So you're my Ota-san? Kenji said as he walked closer. I said sheepishly. Hi, Kenji-chan. This is Uzumaki Naruto, your father. Hinata said, smiling over to her son as he just raised a blonde brow in wonder. But he looks my age, he said, astounded. How is this possible? Sakura gave a full explanation to everyone, repeating what Tsunade-bachan told us in her office. Silence took over the room as the ninjas contemplated the situation. I wondered if it was even possible for us to get home to our time in the first place. But for now. I looked over to Hinata-chan, feeling my gut clench once again. This is going to take some getting used to. Hinata-chan? So how did you and me? I started off uncomfortably, rubbing my arm unconsciously. I think they deserve privacy. Kakashi said lazily, standing as he stretched. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Sakura. With that, he disappeared in a wisp of gray smoke. I agree. Satoshi, go to your room. Sakura-chan ordered strictly as he scowled but nodded, retreating up the stairs. I'll walk you home, Sasuke-kun. Our pink-haired teammate said, nodding to the Uchiha prodigy. It looked like he was about to argue, but he then gave a half nod in consent. Fine, Sakura. The two left the room, closing the front door slowly. Now what? I thought, sitting on the couch that was recently vacated. Hinata-chan walked over to sit by me as I tensed, my hands balling into fists at my sides. Kenji just stood there in the center of the room, sizing me up. Kenji-chan, can you please go into the other room for a while? I need to speak with Naruto-kun alone for a little bit. Hinata-chan asked kindly. But Ka-san. I didn't even get a chance to ask him anything, he complained stubbornly, looking over to me and then back to his mother. There will be time for that later, I promise. She responded as Kenji sighed, deflated as he obeyed, walking out to the opposite room. He stopped at the doorway and turned around to give me a meaningful look. When I come back I have a lot to say to you, he said as I just nodded dumbly. This whole situation was making my head spin. Sure. I said weakly as he left. I'll be in the kitchen. Kenji called out to probably Hinata, who said a quiet okay in response. After a brief lapse in silence, I just stared at her. She didn't and did look like Hinata-chan. She was taller, more filled out, and there seemed to be a constant glint of sadness in her eyes that made me unnerved. So, how did this start? I asked, not wanting the suffocating silence to last any longer than it has already. This is really too strange. I thought awkwardly. Naruto-kun. The reason why this is so unexpected for you is because we didn't get together until we were 15. I always loved you, Naruto-kun. Ever since academy days, even. She said, smiling warmly at me. I choked on the air in my lungs. What? But, then. Why didn't you say anything? I said frantically, gripping the edge of the couch tightly almost to stop the urge to run away. Why do you think I always passed out every time you got too close to me? She asked fondly. I couldn't keep conscious around you, no matter how hard I tried. It's just my heart beat so fast I couldn't breathe, she beamed again, making my insides crumble to pieces. My memory flashed back to every time Hinata-chan passed out. It was all the time. Even before the academy. But at first I thought it was because she didn't like me. I thought, running a hand through my hair. It's not normal to pass out in front of someone every time you see them. I remembered how she always turned beet red and never met my eyes, poking her fingers together in a nervous manner. My heart pounded loudly in my chest as I looked at her in shock, wondering what she was thinking. I didn't do anything, though. I hardly knew she even existed in the academy. I thought with a pang of guilt. She's like me all this time? Why? What did I do to? I didn't understand. Everyone despised me, and her coming from such a prominent clan, she must have heard all the rumors about me. Why? Why did you like me? I asked incredulously. It doesn't make sense. At this, she placed her hand on my cheek, still smiling softly. I stiffened, but then relaxed somewhat, noting that she was really warm. My heart still thudded so loud I could hear it in my head, but I ignored it, concentrating on her moon-like eyes. At first, I admired you. I could never speak out to my family because I was afraid of them, of what they would say. My clan was very disappointed in me when I was younger. My father was disgusted to have such a weak heir and reminded me of it frequently. I remembered her fight with Niji in the Chunin exams, frowning at the memory. If that clan was so heartless they'd put that curse mark on their branch members. But Hinata-chan's not weak. She always tries her best. You're not weak, Hinata-chan, I said knowingly, staring at her with conviction. They're crazy if they think you are. Thanks, Naruto-kun, she said, flushing a light pink. But to continue. That is around the time I noticed you. Everyone called you names and said you would fail, but you fought back twice as hard. You never gave in to defeat even when you were on your last leg. She poked her fingers together as I smiled at the familiar habit. The whole village was against you, but you still rose above them and never gave up hope. You even claimed your dream was to become Hokage, to be the #1 ninja in the village. It inspired me. I could feel the heat coming off my face in waves. I wasn't used to someone complimenting me so much. I wasn't that brave or anything. I thought, embarrassed. How could I not have noticed her? I thought, mentally kicking myself. Then comprehension dawned on me. Right. I had a huge crush on Sakura-chan. I looked down at my lap, noting that it ended for good a short while ago. When Sakura pleaded for me to bring back Sasuke outside Konoha's gates for the rescue mission, I gave up. I could see it in her eyes, she was truly in love with the team. For real. I knew it though, maybe all along, but had been blinded by the crush I had for her. I sighed, how could I not? Sakura-chan was the only girl who would look at me. Not the only one. I thought, correcting myself as I found my gaze locked onto Hinata-chan's twin pools of white. I thought that even if I wanted to become invisible at times, I should train harder and hold on. You did, after all, and in much worse circumstances. After a while, my admiration grew into something else. She blushed gracefully as I looked away, hoping I wasn't as red as I thought I was. Finally, when we were 15, I told you how I felt. She clasped her hands together tightly to her heart. We started dating. I was never so happy. She laughed lightly. I even grew out of stuttering every time you talked to me. We got engaged and were going to marry after you fulfilled your dream of becoming Hokage. This sounds unreal. I thought, a part of me marveling that I would actually have had a family. A son. A wife. I would have everything I didn't even think was possible. I was so close to having everything I wanted. But before you became Hokage, You wanted to complete your promise to bring back Uchiha Sasuke. It was really important to you. Her eyes filled with tears as my heart lurched at this. I'm the one who made her this sad. I left her alone to fend for herself, with a child. Waves of guilt crashed through me as I bit the inside of my cheek hard. I always screw things up. Before you left, we wanted no regrets. That night is the reason I have Kenji, she said surprisingly calmly as I stared wide-eyed at her, gaping like a fish out of water. I started, the hairs on my neck standing on end. She nodded wistfully. Then you never returned. The last time I saw you, you were leaving the gates, waving goodbye to me. She responded, twisting her hands in her lap. Oh, I said, trying to grasp whatever word I could say at this moment. It was too much to soak in at one time. Then I remembered something, gripping my lower shirt where I knew the seal to the 9 tails appears. Does she know? I thought, thinking she must have if we were that close. But still, doubts lingered in my mind. It was the village's best-kept secret and my own. Hinata-chan, do you know about the QB? I asked bluntly, not knowing another way to put it. Nerves built up inside me as she blinked. Of course I do. You told me when we first started dating, Naruto-kun. She replied, smiling at me warmly. What? She doesn't care? I thought, astounded and confused all at once. Everyone else treated me like crap once they knew what I was. All the older villagers did anyway. That same condescending, spiteful look followed me everywhere I went. You don't mind that I'm the vessel for a demon? I asked, silently thinking maybe I was pushing this too far. I almost jumped in shock as she grabbed my hands, holding it in between her own paler ones as she looked into my eyes with overflowing emotions. This small gesture sent a shiver down my spine as I couldn't tear my eyes off hers. No, I don't mind. It made me think you were even stronger, having to deal with such a hardship. I would never judge you on that basis, Naruto-kun, ever. To me, you aren't a demon. You are its guardian. You protect us from the 9 tails. I just wish everyone else saw it that way, she said sadly, squeezing my hands in affirmation. I closed my eyes because I could feel liquid burning behind my eyelids. She really does. I never thought it was possible. Never in a million years. I stood up, surprising her as I grabbed both of her hands tightly in return, gazing at her with firm determination. She rose too, staring down at me curiously with those pale eyes of hers. This time I won't fail. I thought, now having more than one reason to do whatever I could to change the future. Hinata-chan, I promise things are not going to turn out like this. I'm going to go back to the past and fix everything. You aren't going to be alone, I swear on my life as a ninja and a man. Naruto-kun, she started. No, I promise. I won't let Sasuke go to Sound, so I won't have a reason to leave you behind. Everything can then turn out how it was supposed to. My grip on her hands tightened for a second before I let go. When you say that, it makes me believe it, she said, looking down at the floor. It's been so long and there isn't even any word of you at all. It's as if you vanished, Naruto-kun. Trust me, I will change this, Hinata-chan. I said fervently, but all she did was give a weak smile in return. If I stopped Sasuke from going to Sound, all of this wouldn't have had to happen. Sasuke wouldn't hurt Sakura, Hinata and I would get together like we were supposed to, Sasuke could still get his revenge, and I'll become Hokage. Everything will turn out right once Sasuke and I find out what really happened to us in this time. Then we'll just go back and make sure it never happens. I thought, stealing my will. This future can't exist, no matter what. Sasuke's POV, Sakura and I walked down the deserted streets of Konoha, along the pathway home I've taken so many times. It was night now, the only source of light being the dimly lit lanterns on each side of the beaten street. It's just nothing looks the same way it did after 15 years. I wondered curiously how the Uchiha complex would look without having someone take care of it in so long. I glanced over at my now older teammate, having many questions that I didn't know exactly how to phrase, spoken and silent. Everything was different now. I fisted my hands inside my pockets as I stared at her, expressionless. I need to know. I convinced myself of this, regardless of her answer. Sakura. Do you hate me? I asked impassively, my eyes carefully observing her for any indication at all in her features. She looked down at me, solemn understanding in her eyes. I don't hate you, Sasuke-kun. The you now has only left me on a bench so far. And it was because of you that I had Satoshi, whatever the means. I love my son, and I don't know what I'd do without him. Does he know? I questioned as my throat went dry. No. I never said what happened to anyone except Kakashi-senpai. I would like to keep it that way too. I just felt you had the right to know how everything came to be. She replied, her voice losing its usual bounce. Sakura, I started to say, but she held up a hand to stop. Don't. I don't think I can hear it, Sasuke-kun. Besides, it's not you who did it. She answered, her tone indicating she didn't want to talk about it further. Yet. I thought to myself, feeling sick. I didn't do it yet. Meaning that it's only a matter of time, unless I fix everything that's come to pass. We walked down the Uchiha Street where my home was, the same one I was trying to leave permanently just a day ago. Though, in reality, it was a lifetime ago. Most of the buildings and stands were broken apart with age or torn down. I frowned, looking around at this ghost-like place, unnerved that to me, it was perfectly in shape and clean. It made this time even more real, the seriousness of the situation sinking in as I was forced to confront it head-on. We reached my house, which had many boards lined across the double doors, with yellow taping that read, "Do not enter." I scowled in irritation, noting there had to be at least 10 boards nailing my house shut. Step back. Sakura stated as she pressed one index finger to the boarded door. It instantly exploded on impact as I dodged the debris. Sakura turned around and laughed at the expression on my face. My scowl deepened as I looked away. That's another thing I'm not used to, I thought, wondering just how strong this future Sakura really was. I am Tsunade Shirsho's apprentice, after all. Well, I was. I surpassed her many years ago. She commented with an air of confidence the younger Sakura did not have. It looks like you're set here, she said, looking around at the empty, echoing halls of the Uchiha Manor. I'll talk to you tomorrow about finding a way to bring you and Naruto back to the past. I nodded to her silently, studying the inside of my house with morbid interest. She turned around and walked down the street, giving a small wave in goodbye. I stared at her form as she walked down the long, dark path until she disappeared into a burst of pink cherry blossom petals. I blinked in shock for a few moments, before shaking my head. I turned and walked inside, deciding to clean up as much as I could to make the place inhabitable. Besides, I needed the distraction. My thoughts were something I did not want to occupy myself with right now. Just when I finished clearing my bedroom so I could sleep there, a loud banging pounded on my door. What the hell? I thought, ignoring it at first, but it just kept increasing in noise. Sasuke team. I know you're in there. Naruto's voice echoed, shaking the old manor's walls with his volume. I stormed downstairs, glaring at the dobe who was standing in the middle of the broken doorway, stepping over the pieces of wood I hadn't bothered to pick up yet. He looked up at me, responding with a tearful look in his eyes. Team. You wouldn't believe this, they actually rented out my apartment. What do I care? I returned, my glare growing icier. Come on, Sasuke. I have nowhere to live right now. I would stay with Hinata, but there's no room, they live in a really small apartment. Besides, I don't think I could at this point either, he said unsteadily. I walked away, not bothering to reply to the dead last as he walked in after me. Damn, this place looks haunted, Sasuke, he said with a worried edge to his voice. It's kind of creepy. You don't have to stay here, dope. I growled as he just rose up his hands in mock surrender. Geez, fine. So where do I sleep? I don't give a crap. I'm going to bed. I said, my mind and body felt heavy with everything that happened today. But I slammed the door in his face as I made my way up the stairs to where my bedroom resided. I had many things to think about. I'll spend half the night calculating ways to make this future seem impossible. In the end, will I be able to change anything? I thought, rubbing the spot where the curse seal was imprinted on my skin. The crying 12-year-old Sakura I left in Konoha just a couple of hours ago flashed in my mind. I love you with all my heart, but I'll have to. Chapter 3, Sasuke's POV. Do you know what you did? What you're going to do? What you did? A crimson-eyed man stared down at me with murderous intent shining in his bloodthirsty gaze. His deep voice was so much like mine, too much like mine. Did she scream? A step forward, a step back as I tried to run away, to scream, to move, do anything to escape this man that looked too much like me, to escape those haunting words that went so clearly with his eyes. I didn't hurt her, I didn't. I protested, shaking my head as my body shook with tremors. Sakura is that she is. A flash of pink and teary green eyes. Are you screaming? I woke up panting, my eyes snapping open in alarm as the images of my dream slowly faded into reality. A reality that consisted of 4 familiar walls as I soon realized I was in my bedroom. I clenched my fists in my sheets, cursing under my breath as I steadied my shaky breathing. Damn it, I swore mentally, don't let it get to you. It didn't happen yet. It happened here, but it won't happen again. I won't let it. But, a voice whispered into my mind, can you be so sure? Can a person really manipulate fate and change the past? I thought of Satoshi and conjured a mental picture of him scowling at me. That's my future son. With Sakura. But he's the result of. I closed my eyes, shaking my head as my stomach twisted and turned. I threw the bed sheets off of me and walked into the hallway bathroom after grabbing a set of, in this time period, old, musty clothes that I aired out the night before and walked into the bathroom to take a quick shower. Walking out as I toweled off my hair, I walked down the stairs and up the hall, hearing a rummaging sound in the kitchen. I walked inside to see Naruto raiding my fridge, that's turned off and empty. Naruto whipped his head around to face me as I came in. Hey, you're awake. Good, I got hungry, but there's nothing in your damn house. It was real after all, I sighed, looking around the decrepit, dusty building as I turned my attention back to Naruto. Well, considering that when I left this place 15 years ago, I wasn't too concerned with the next day's groceries, dope. I said sardonically as I walked over to one of the cabinets. My blonde teammate frowned. Yeah, but didn't you even keep any ramen around? I stilled and gave him an annoyed glare. No. And even if I did, it'd be expired by now, you stupid idiot. Hey, shut up. You just don't know good food when you see it. And I bet ramen could survive a few years. I rolled my eyes and handed him an unopened can of food, taking one for myself as Naruto read the label aloud, noodles. I shrugged, opening the can and rinsing out a dirty pot in the sink before setting it on the stove and turning it on high. It's all I have and it isn't expired. I said tonelessly as I grabbed the can from Naruto and poured it in as well. I opened a drawer and took out a spoon before throwing it at Naruto. There. If you're so hungry, then mix it. The QB container shrugged as he mixed the noodles in the heating pot, frowning lightly as he did so when his stomach gave another hungry growl. So, what do you think is going to happen today? Naruto asked uneasily as he continued turning the noodles. Who knows? I replied disinterestedly, no doubt someone will come to give us information eventually. I don't think they'd let us just walk around in the future doing as we please without some rules. I guess, Naruto admitted thoughtfully. After a few minutes, Naruto poured the noodles equally into 2 bowls I provided as we sat at my kitchen table across from each other. You know, team, Naruto started with a bit of a laugh, this is really weird. I mean, this is the first time I've been at your house. It's not because I want you here, I said dully as Naruto glared in response, slurping up his noodles like it was his last meal. He paused in mid-consumption and viewed turning the noodles around with my chopsticks as I raised an irritated brow at him. What? I snapped, finally fed up. Aren't you hungry? Naruto asked incredulously as I scoffed. No, I said, remembering my nightmare as I put down my chopsticks and pushed my bowl away with a glower. Suddenly the door knocked as I stood and walked over to answer it. Upon opening the door, Kakashi immediately pushed past me and walked casually inside, heading for the living room. I gritted my teeth and followed, not saying a word as I regarded the silver-haired Jounin from behind. Yo, Kakashi said finally as he came into the living room and greeted Naruto, who had walked in from the kitchen. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto exclaimed as Kakashi chuckled. I'm going to have to get used to you calling me that again, the Kapinin said ruefully as he inclined his gray head to his loud student. I stood opposite him, silent as I shoved my hands in my pockets. It doesn't matter if he ignores me. He probably has a right to considering what I've done in this time. Even if it wasn't necessarily me, it's not like he sees it that way. Then again, he did give me that warning. And I already chose to ignore it. I scowled and looked away as Kakashi cleared his throat for our attention and lifted up a duffel bag I noticed him carrying when he walked in. He pulled out 2 sets of black masks that looked eerily the same as the one he always wore, and 2 pairs of black sleeveless zip-up sweaters with hoods. Put this on. You're a ninja, no one will find it odd. Just make sure you wear your forehead protectors as well. All the elite Jounins and the council have already been notified of this, but for a safety precaution you too are required to hide your identity from the village's inhabitants and any other ninja residing here. This will no doubt cause a bit of outspread chaos if they find out the both of you suddenly showed up out of nowhere from the past, for many reasons. That is why we asked for to keep your identity a secret. We both nodded as Naruto said, right, Kakashi-sensei, and put on the masks that were identical to Kakashi's, is he loaning them, and slipped on the sweaters and pulled up the hoods as we viewed each other. I narrowed my gaze at Naruto and nodded mentally. Now, the only thing that even said his identity was his blue eyes, as his lower face was entirely covered, his blonde spikes hidden under the hood, and even his forehead was covered by the leaf Heidi ate. He looked like a nameless leaf Ning. Whoa, this is a good idea, Naruto said, nodding enthusiastically at me as I rolled my eyes. No one would be able to tell that Sasuke. I'm glad the purpose has reached you, Naruto, Kakashi said in a bored tone as his visible eye wrinkled. Naruto just crossed his arms as I turned my gaze back to Kakashi. Anyway, you can tour around if you want. The Kapinin started in that same lazy voice. Things have changed, but make sure you don't get into any trouble. The council and Hokage-sama are congregating to discuss your situation. Meanwhile, make sure you stay in the village and out of sight. I'll contact you later you more information. Wait, where are you going? Naruto protested as Kakashi gave him a light smile under his mask. We are in a war. Kakashi answered as he threw one last steady glare at me and patted Naruto on the head. I'll see you later, Naruto. With that he vanished in a cloud of gray smoke. Naruto frowned and stared at me as I turned away, a seemingly masked indifference in my eyes as another loud, almost obnoxious knocking sounded at the door. Who is it this time? I thought, and used to having so many damn visitors now. I'll get it, Naruto said as he and I walked into the hall again. When Naruto opened the door, a blonde-haired Kenji came into view. Kenji, a visual reflection of Naruto with white eyes, grinned brightly at the Kyuubi container. He wore quite an excited expression on his face. "Two-san. Why are you wearing a mask and hood? That is you, right?" Kenji asked, tilting his head to the side. I inwardly frowned in distaste. Hearing someone call the dobe Two-san was more disturbing than warranted. It looked like it even unsettled Naruto a bit. "Yeah, it's me," Naruto said. "I just have to keep my identity a secret, okay?" He questioned with a nervous glint in his blue eyes as he stared at his future son. Kenji immediately nodded. Hi, Ka-san mentioned something like that. He answered knowingly. To-san, do you want to hang out a bit before my training session starts? He asked Naruto eagerly. Naruto, in return, hesitantly grinned back. Sure. My blonde teammate waved to me. I guess I'll see you later, Sasuke, and left with Kenji. I walked over to where I remembered Sakura's apartment from yesterday to be. I didn't care what the hell Naruto did, I had my own things to deal with. Namely, I stopped in front of what I recognized to be her building and walked inside determinedly. I had to talk to her. Arriving at apartment number 3D after walking up the stairs, I knocked. Might as well get the awkward part over with, I thought, inwardly scowling. The door opened, I got it, Ka-san, and none other than Satoshi appeared. The boy in question stared at him with an inquisitive frown on his face. He probably doesn't recognize me with the mask on, I thought as I said, it's me, Uchiha Sasuke. He immediately shut the door in my face with a slam. That damn brat, I thought as I heard Sakura yell, who was that? No one. Satoshi answered calmly as I knocked even harder this time, clenching my jaw in annoyance. This time Sakura opened the door, pushing an irritated Satoshi out of the way. Her face dropped when she saw me standing outside. Oh, Sasuke-kun. She greeted, a smile making its way on her features slowly. I tensed for a second, seeing her expression. No, I have to do this. She has to understand. I don't want her to see me that way. I need to talk to you, I said seriously. Well, I'm on my way out. I have a shift at the hospital this morning. I frowned. It won't be long. Sakura opened her mouth to say something when, Ohio Sakura. I turned my attention to my side to see a man with a bowl-shaped haircut, clad in green spandex and a jounin vest striding down the hall carrying a bouquet of lilies and a shiny grin. Fuzzy brows? I thought, half startled as the 27-year-old Rock Lee came to stand beside me. Out of everyone, he was the one I least expected to be casually visiting Sakura. The green beast of Konoha looked down at me, and who might you be? A friend of Satoshi's? I stared dully up at him, fuzzy brows. Lee stiffened at that nickname and the sound of my voice. A brief flash of disbelief and slight recognition swept past his black eyes as he stared down at me, stunned. Satoshi blinked as Sakura stepped forward. It's Sasuke-kun, Lee. You've been told, right? She asked wryly. Hi. Lee began. That's the reason I made my way over here this morning, Sakura. I glared at the jounin. What the hell was that supposed to mean? A surge of irritation flew through me, but I pushed it away, ignoring it for now. Sakura, however, smiled. Well, I do really have to go. I can't be late for my shift. Of course, Sakura. I need to be going as well. I just wanted to make sure you were all right, he said reassuringly with his usual grin. The pink-haired medic gave another grateful look at Lee. Thank you, Lee. You're a good friend, she replied softly. The taijutsu user faltered a bit at that, but smiled nonetheless. He handed the bouquet of flowers to Sakura, who disappeared, saying she'd put them in a vase right away after thanking him repeatedly. Lee turned to me. It is really a strange occurrence that you have come here in that state, Sasuke-kun. Disappointed? I deadpanned as Lee frowned slightly down at me. For Sakura's sake, yes. The jounin in green spandex then turned brightly to the quiet Satoshi standing silently in the doorway. I have a new move to show you, Satoshi-kun. It's a defensive taijutsu move. Satoshi's face lit up a bit, staring at Lee with interest as I noted that they were familiar with each other. How long has Lee been trying to court Sakura anyway? You think he would have given up by now? I scoffed, because you can't do anything else. The jounin tensed, looking down to glare at me. You're as pleasant as ever, Sasuke-kun. I noticed his voice hardened a bit. I narrowed my black eyes on him in response. I knew what he was trying to do. Lee was obviously trying to fill the empty space, my future self's place, even. He wants to get at Sakura through Satoshi, making sure the kid looks up to him and even attempts to mentor him, teaching him taijutsu and looking after him. The fuzzy brows still like Sakura, even after all this time. I hate it. I thought furiously as I outright glared at him through my mask. Satoshi was my son after all, and Sakura, the mother of my child. It was wrong for him to even try this. Even if it was strange to call them that, even if I didn't have any right to, they were as a sense still mine. Many reasons in my mind said I had no business in whatever Sakura did in the future, but Sakura was still Sakura. That settled it. This went against volumes of Uchiha tradition, it mocks it even, and I will not stand for it. It is my clan after all, and they are part of it now, and no matter how distilling that thought may be. It was true, after all. Satoshi stared at us with an arched brow. What's the deal with you two, Lee? Lee zeroed his attention back on Sakura's son and grinned at him, giving him a thumbs up. Just an old rivalry. Only to you, I cut in as Lee snapped his attention back to me and was about to say something when Sakura appeared again, this time with a medic bag and coat on her person. Sakura gave a grumbling Satoshi a quick kiss on the forehead as Lee stepped aside for her. I'll walk you to the hospital, Sakura. I'm going in the same direction anyway. He offered, nodding happily to her. I glared at Lee anew, seething at how irritating Lee had become. The petal-pink woman beamed up at Lee. Arigato, Lee. She ruffled Satoshi's spiky black hair. Don't start any trouble with Sasuke-kun. Or Kenji. Okay? She warned as her son moodily nodded. Her green eyes looked at him skeptically. You remember our talk? Satoshi mumbled, Hi, Kaa-san. Good. She said cheerfully, stepping outside as I reached out and grabbed her wrist. Matt, Sakura. I said lowly as Sakura turned to me. When are we going to talk? She gave me an uneasy smile, maybe later today. Sakura said, pulling her hand free and walking down the hallway and out of sight with Lee. I turned back towards Satoshi silently, keeping my distemper in check. I studied him evenly and reasoned that the guy, who was practically my mirror image at this age, had to be pushed away from fuzzy brows. The possibility of Sakura and Lee would not happen. I wouldn't let it. Many, many things are going to have to be changed in the future if this is how it all turns out. So what are you still doing here, anyway? Satoshi snapped as I just narrowed my gaze at him. He really hates me, I thought distantly. Your anger and resentment is misplaced. I haven't even done the things you accuse me of. I'm only 12. I informed him stoically. Yeah, not yet you mean. I don't intend or plan to purposefully hurt Sakura, your mother. I finished roughly, not without a bit of tenseness. Sakura and I thought incredulously, dismissing the way my insides tightened almost painfully. I didn't want to think about that, not now. Satoshi balled his fists in rage. You don't plan to? You don't intend to? Well, you did. You don't know what the fuck you put Kaa-san and me through. He shouted as furious black eyes changed to red. I hate you. I hate the village people who look at me and see you. I hate being known as the bastard of a murderous traitor, and as the son who killed Konoha's only damn hope and hero. I hear that every day, so don't look at me and say you didn't fucking intend to. I stared at him, a bit wide-eyed as Satoshi looked like he was restraining himself from going for me. I looked away. What do you want me to say? I haven't done those things in my time. It's never even happened. Sakura is only 12. Satoshi scoffed, You've said enough. I glanced back at my supposed future son who glared at me coldly as I stared back at him blankly as Satoshi closed the door behind him. I'm leaving. He said coldly, pushing past me as he started to walk down the hall. Listen. I said as Satoshi stilled and turned around, his temper flaring once again. Let's spar. Spar? I shrugged indifferently. I want to see if you have Uchiha strength. Satoshi glared. I don't have to prove myself to you. Of course I'm strong. I've mastered Sharingan and Chidori. I just gazed at him coolly. Then what's the problem? Scared? Satoshi growled in the back of his throat. Actually, this sounds like a good idea. This way I won't be disobeying Ka-san, and I still get to pound you into the ground for good measure. Let's go, he spat, walking away as I mutely followed him. We were walking past the marketplace vendors as we continued on our way, probably to the training grounds. I looked around, seeing a lot of new shops and restaurants and only some old ones. I frowned vaguely. My weapons shop went out of business, it seems. I rolled my eyes in distaste at the women's clothing shop that had replaced it. Passing the street vendors selling various goods from local and foreign villages, I heard among the murmurs of the villagers something that made me pause as I strained my ears, wondering if I had heard right. Yes, that's him. A woman behind a booth selling rare jewelry said. An old man that looked to be in his middle 40s stood next to her, a crutch under his right armpit that he used to steady himself. His face held a steady glare that seemed to radiate distrust and hatred all at once. That's the Uchiha's bastard. You can tell from the look of him. I sneered in anger as I looked ahead at Satoshi, who just kept walking along like it was completely normal. The only inclination he heard the comment was the slight clenching of his jaw. I turned towards the man with the bad leg, walking up until I stood right in front of him. Do you have a problem with Uchiha? I asked threateningly, not keeping in my glower. The old man with graying hair looked down at me. You would too, boy, if your entire team of fellow ninja was obliterated by that traitor. He said coldly. He tore through us one by one. The only reason I'm alive today is because he told me to notify the other pathetic excuses of ninjas to run. Uchiha Sasuke is coming. Like fighting them would be a waste of his time. And so I did, but not before he sent me off limping because he'd injured my leg so bad. I lost my men, my pride, and my dignity that day. The old man stared fiercely at Satoshi the little bit away, who had hung back when he noticed I had stopped walking. Even though his face was emotionless, I could see his knuckles were pure white as he fisted them at his sides. Does he really go through this every day? I thought wondrously, and did I really do that? So what if you got injured on a mission? It happens. I said sternly, my glare fixed on the older man. Why are you stalling? I looked over my shoulder to see Satoshi walk up behind me. The old ninja scowled at him. Why don't you go back to your little whore of a mother, you little brat? He scathingly remarked. Satoshi was pushed back as I went for the older ninja, punching him hard across the face so he fell backwards and crashed into the stall behind him. The other woman beside him screamed in terror as her merchandise went flying everywhere, scattering on the ground. I pulled my fist back, stepping away and walking down the street without a word. After a few moments, I heard the patter of footsteps of Satoshi follow me. I let out a low breath, releasing the utter rage that had been boiling over that man's words. Sakura does not deserve that. After what she's been through, did she have to put up with people like that regularly? It was sickening. What was that? He asked me as he moodily brushed by my shoulder. Nothing. I snapped, not in the mood to talk as the old man's words echoed in my mind, my distemper from before reaching a new level. Satoshi said nothing as I saw a strained look over his face from the corner of my eye. My bad mood hadn't improved by the time we got to Team 4's training ground. Now I was itching for a good spar more than ever. I looked around the grounds as we continued walking. I had never been in this area of the training grounds before. Teams were only supposed to keep to their own assigned slots. Soon enough we heard the sounds of clinking metal and breaking ground as Naruto and Kenji came into sight. It looked like they were sparring as well. There were 10 Kage Bushins of Naruto gathered around Kenji, who had the Byakugan activated. Satoshi stared surprised for a second as Naruto noticed us. He waved energetically, his mask becoming slightly askew. Team. Cool, now we can train together. The blonde, hyperactive ninja yelled. I shook my head mentally as I saw Kenji and Satoshi glare heatedly at each other. I quickly recalled the fight they had in Sakura's apartment as I frowned, wondering what their problem with each other was. Naruto ran up to me, his Kage Bushins disappearing into wisps of white smoke. Sasuke, You should see Kenji fight, he's really good," he exclaimed proudly as Kenji looked down in the background. "Not good enough," Satoshi remarked coldly as Kenji snapped his head to him, a burning hatred marring his face. "Hey, easy," Naruto said weakly, laughing lightly in nervousness. Kenji strode over to Naruto's side and stared me dead in the eye. "Uchiha Sasuke," he said stiffly in a tone veiled with anger. "HN," I sounded, eyeing him emotionlessly. Kenji's features contorted in silent rage. You're the reason Toussaint is dead in my time, aren't you?" he bit out, glaring at me with flaring white eyes. I just stared at him before giving a light shrug. How am I supposed to know? With the rumors though, it seems that's the way a lot of people think. Naruto grabbed Kenji's arm as it reared back in a punch. "Whoa. Calm down, Kenji." Kenji looked over at his future father. "Why are you defending him? You should be fighting him with me. He's the reason Ka-san cries at night. He's the reason I don't have a father." Naruto gaped at him stricken, as I stiffened. Satoshi was watching on with measured interest as Kenji continued, "We can take him together. We can take them both if we have to," he snarled. "Then you won't be gone. The traitor Sasuke will die like he deserves, and that asshole Satoshi will never exist." His voice was thickly coated in malice. He lunged out of nowhere for me as a black blur knocked Kenji off his path, sending him sprawled to the floor. "I don't think so, Kenji," Satoshi said listlessly, standing over Kenji as the white-eyed Uzumaki jumped up instantly. "Sorry to ruin your perfect dream world," he retorted, black eyes meeting the blonde's furious gaze. Kenji growled under his breath and went for him as the two boys tore into each other. Punches and kicks flew into a blur of activity as they two rivals pounded into the other and rebounded, kunai whizzing through the air. "Shit!" Naruto cursed, looking over to me as I scowled. The fight was vicious as Byakugan went against Sharingan. We hesitated interrupting the fight until we saw that they were going for each other's vital points with the intent to kill. We jumped in as I ripped Satoshi off of Kenji, Naruto doing the same as they struggled against our restrictive holds. "Enough," I yelled aggravated, as suddenly another yell broke out among the fighting. "Satoshi Kun, Kenji Kun." A small girl who looked about 9 or 10 ran down the training grounds to greet them. "Are you two fighting again?" she said stiffly, a pout on her face as she planted her hands on her small hips. The girl had a pale complexion with a contrast of dark hair pulled back into a spiky ponytail that fell to her waist. Her big blue eyes stared disapprovingly down at Kenji and Satoshi. Even though she was shorter, she still somehow managed it. Satoshi stilled in my hold as he brushed me off. "Saya-chan," he said in his casual monotone like nothing happened as he walked over and stood next to her. "Did the academy get out early?" Satoshi asked, staring down at her. The girl named Saya beamed at him happily. "Hi, and good thing, too. It's such a bother. Sensei said we had early dismissal." Saya turned her eyes back to us as Satoshi nodded, frowning lightly as she scanned our covered faces. "Who are you? I've never seen you around here before. And what's up with the masks?" "Never mind them, Saya-chan." Kenji broke in, grinning at her in reassurance. She just stared at us thoughtfully, an odd intelligence lurking behind the gaze of the little girl as she at us with calculating blue eyes. Naruto looked over to Kenji and then to her again. "So you're Saya-chan, right?" he asked politely. She gave him a nod. "I'm Saya of the Nara clan." Naruto's eyes went wide. Did you just say the Nara clan?" Saya flipped her dark hair proudly over her shoulder. "Of course." The QB container stared at her for a minute, his eyes squinting. "Is your father's name Nara Shikamaru?" Saya blinked. "You know Toussaint?" The whiskered ninja gasped. "Who's your mom?" he asked, bewildered as she gave him a withering glance. "Nara Ino, duh," Saya said with a huff. "Who else would it be?" "You're pretty slow on the uptake, aren't you?" "Whoa!" Naruto yelled astounded as I jabbed him in the ribs. "Stop acting so surprised, dope," I muttered in annoyance as Naruto rubbed his side. My blonde teammate looked at me dubiously. How could you not be? I rolled my eyes. I don't care. I replied lowly so they couldn't hear our conversation. Satoshi moved toward Saya. Saya-chan, he said as the little girl's attention was now fully focused on him again, a happy blush on her cheeks. Why are you here? Yoroka-san will be worried. Satoshi said quietly so we could barely hear him speak. Her smile dimmed, but I got out early and I thought I could watch your team train, Satoshi-kun. Besides, she trailed off, you just got back from a long mission, haven't you missed me? She asked while pouting as her blue eyes welled with tears. Satoshi sighed, muttering something intelligible under his breath as I regarded him. The fact that he's acting so casual with her and intentionally stood next to her speaks a lot in an Uchiha's character. Then again, Satoshi wasn't brought up in Uchiha's ways and traditions, but still. This Saya must be very important to him. You're not the boss of her, Satoshi. Let Saya-chan stay if she wants. Kenji said airily. Thank you, Kenji-kun. Satoshi glared at Kenji's interference as a poof of white smoke appeared, a 28-year-old Hyuga Niji stepping out calmly as his sharp white eyes surveyed the scene. He was wearing black-styled clothing that only ninja of the Umbu would wear, but a jounin vast over it. What the hell is that Hyuga doing here? I thought, frowning at him from behind my mask. His penetrating gaze trained on the masked Naruto and I for a second before his eyes moved over to stare at Satoshi and Kenji. They narrowed as the boys turned their full attention on the Hyuga. Ayam is out today so she will not be attending our mission. The Hyuga stated as Kenji stepped forward. What's wrong with her, Niji-sensei? He asked, concerned as his eyebrows rose. Niji-sensei? You mean the Hyuga is the jounin teacher of Kenji and Satoshi? I shook my head at how surreal this all seemed. The white-eyed jounin glanced at Kenji. Her father Aburame Shiro-san said that they are introducing her to a new breed of insects. It'll take the whole day for them to get used to her chakra. Satoshi and Kenji, obviously used to this, nodded thoughtfully as Saya scrunched her face and muttered, "You." Niji turned his attention to her. Go home, Nara. Ah. But, Niji-san. Saya whined. The Hyuga gave her a commanding stare as she turned briskly and started walking away. Fine, she relented but looked over her shoulder. Satoshi-kun. Come over for dinner soon, okay? The Uchiha in question didn't respond as she happily trotted away. Naruto. Niji began as he narrowed his pearl gaze on the masked Naruto. I have something to say to you. Naruto started and turned to Niji. You know it's me? He asked, shocked. Of course I do, he stated as he looked sideways to me. Uchiha. He greeted coldly as I just narrowed my onyx eyes at my past, or present, rival. Within the blink of an eye, Niji was in front of Naruto, and faster than the next, Naruto went flying away as he crashed hard into the ground. I blinked, instantly on guard as I wondered what the Hyuga was thinking. Ow! Naruto exclaimed, standing as he held his already bruising jaw covered by his black mask as the older Niji just stared down at him stoically. Kenji ran over to Naruto. Geez, Niji-sensei. What the hell was that for? Naruto yelled, pointing to Niji who stood aside indifferently. That was for Hinata-sama. For your impertinence, Uzumaki, I will never forgive you. The Hyuga stated as Naruto's blue eyes went wide. Niji-sensei. Kenji started, frowning at his family member. Anyway, Niji cut in with an air of authority. We have a D-rank mission to complete. A sigh of disgust escaped Satoshi as Kenji groaned aloud. No way. Not again. Can't we do a C-rank mission at least? No, the older Niji ordered. Now line up. They both immediately stood straight in front of him, hands at their sides as Niji gave them a strict nod. I raised a brow at this as Naruto came up beside me and mumbled, Drill Sergeant. The Hyuga turned back to us. I expect that Lee and the rest of the Rookie Nine have been told of your appearance here. Though I understand its graveness and oddity, I think the more foolish ones from our teams are already planning something. The Jounin teacher focused his gaze once again on me. Watch it, Uchiha, And this time, you don't want to give me a reason to throw you where you rightfully belong. I sneered at him as Naruto frowned at Niji in response, and Naruto, Hinata-sama told me to inform you that she wishes for your presence later on today. We're leaving, Niji said without waiting for a reply from Naruto as his two-man team nodded, Kenji waving Naruto goodbye as they left. I looked over to Naruto, who gave me a signal that indicated he was hungry. Let's go see the Ichiraku, Sasuke team. I want to see if it's still open. Naruto's POV, we sat down at the ramen stand, next to each other on the stools, as the old man behind the counter greeted us in a friendly manner. Welcome. How are you two ninja doing today? I smiled under my mask. Not bad, Aji-san. And you? It's so strange to see him now. He looks a bit older, but other than that, everything seems the same. I wonder where Ayam-chan is. I thought vaguely. Well, at least my favorite ramen place is still here. I shuddered, imagining if this place wasn't here. People would starve without ramen. The ramen stand owner blinked at me. You have a very familiar voice, young man. I'm doing well today, thanks for asking. So, what will you two be ordering today? He turned his gaze onto Sasuke now as well when he said this. Miso ramen, I said eagerly, ready to taste my favorite ramen as the Uchiha beside me just nodded uncaringly. Same. The old man went to the back, busying himself as he made the ramen we ordered. I turned to Sasuke and said in a low tone so the old man couldn't hear, today was just plain freaky, Sasuke. Kenji, that he's really real. I hadn't noticed. He replied dully. You know what I mean. He exists, but, he likes ramen with milk. I said seriously as Sasuke spared me a glance. Does that matter? No, but that's only the tip of the iceberg on the weird factors of today and yesterday. Sasuke just nodded. You have a point, however dramatic it may be. I studied him quietly out of the corner of my gaze. So, what do you think of Satoshi? He hates me, Sasuke supplied in a cold manner. That much is bluntly obvious. Oh, I said as my face fell. The way everyone's been reacting to Sasuke hadn't exactly been welcoming ever since we got here. Well, I kind of noticed that too. Congratulations on the insight. Shut up, team. Satoshi's a lot like you, though. Haven't you noticed? Besides the looks and caustic remarks, his fighting style's even a bit the same. I said, remembering his brawl with Kenji. That's only because, Sasuke said with a growl, Fuzzy Brows has been training him. Eh? You mean our Fuzzy Brows? Lee? I exclaimed as my raven-haired teammate simply gave a curt nod, giving a brief explanation of what happened to him that morning outside Sakura's apartment. Damn, so he's still going strong with trying to win Sakura-chan's heart, huh? I inquired, shaking my head. Sasuke threw me a glare as I snorted. Now you care. I said, narrowing my eyes at my best friend. Things are different. Circumstances are different. Sasuke replied icily. Sasuke, I have to know something. The Uchiha looked over to me as I saw he was slightly surprised by the sudden serious look in my blue eyes, the only thing not covered by my black mask. This is really important. I thought, knowing I had to bring it up now. Do you like Sakura-chan? I asked gravely. Why? He said, frowning at me as I could see him becoming cagey at this topic. Because if you were ever even going to do that, you must have felt something for her. I've wanted to know for a long time, actually. I admitted, staring him in the eye as he tensed at my mentioning of the incident. I wouldn't have brought it up otherwise because I knew it wasn't fair to put that blame on him or even direct it at him, but at the same time I had to know his answer. It was for my own peace of mind. It's none of your business. Sasuke snapped in an angry retort. Yes, it is. Sakura-chan's my teammate too, and she's like a sister to me. I protested, matching his glare with one of my own. Sasuke's face was covered except for his black eyes, but I still saw the black brow as it arched at me. That changed fast. I stiffened and glowered defensively. As you said, things have changed. I gave up on Sakura-chan when she asked me to promise to bring you back home to her. Sasuke dropped his glare as he stared silently, his pitch-black eyes widening a fraction as the old man came back and put the 2 steaming bowls of miso ramen in front of us. My stomach growled again hungrily as my mouth watered. Arigato, Aji-san. I grinned, opening my chopsticks as I pulled my black hood more over my face and lowered my mask a bit so I could eat. The old man, used to ninja behavior, was already busying himself as he cleaned the countertop with a rag. I looked down my ramen and sighed. At least some things are the same. I always knew I could count on my ramen. Let's eat. Sasuke stared at his own ramen, not reaching for his chopsticks at all as I noisily dug in. Wave. I paused between mouthfuls and turned to Sasuke at his response. It started there. A dawning realization overtook me as I recollected Sakura-chan crying over a seemingly dead Sasuke in my mind. So he's saying that it was then. You mean? I broke off, swallowing the noodles in my mouth as I put my full attention once again on Sasuke. Are you saying that you heard me? Sasuke interrupted sharply, giving me a warning glance. Now shut up. I stared at the Uchiha prodigy for another long moment as black mid blew. Suddenly, I grinned again. What are you doing? Your ramen's getting cold. Eat up, team. I shouted as Sasuke rolled his eyes and reached for his chopsticks. Sasuke's POV, I nodded to Naruto as he ran off to meet Hinata, as Neji told him to do. He had been given directions by Kenji earlier today but looked a bit nervous about remembering them, so he decided to leave a bit early just in case. I hung back and cleared my throat to get the old man's attention as I laid down the money to pay for our ramen on the counter. Damn Naruto. Do you know when shifts change at the hospital? I asked in a bland tone as the ramen owner frowned in thought. I always see the medics walking out around 4:30. He answered, collecting the money. With a nod, I left and walked to the hospital. Glancing up at the sky, I knew it would only be a short wait as I stood in street corner that faced the Konoha's hospital entrance. Sure enough, a pink-haired woman in a white lab coat walked out within a matter of minutes. Sakura, I thought, my eyes trained on her. I stepped out of the corner's shadows as she was about to walk past me. Sakura. She jumped and stared at me in shock. Sasuke-kun. I didn't expect to see you here. I frowned, shoving my hands in the pockets of my black pants as I looked up at the 27-year-old medic. I asked to talk, remember? Sakura gave me a light, strained smile and a tiny nod. That's right. Go ahead. She said. I indicated my head towards the street. I'll walk you home. We can talk along the way. She let out a small laugh that I scowled at. What's so funny? I asked, narrowing my gaze at her. A 12-year-old is walking me home, she said, shaking her head as I just grunted. HN. As we walked side by side down the street, Sakura waited a moment before glancing over at me. What did you want to talk about? I tensed and looked straight ahead. It's about my future, not your past. Oh, she said as I finally caught her eye. I don't mean to upset you. I just want to make things clear. And what are those things, Sasuke-kun? Sakura questioned, her steps easing. I'll make sure the future, your present, doesn't turn out this way. I don't care what the council is scheming. I intend to keep my memories and fix every wrong that had occurred. I stated directly. Sakura stopped walking and faced me. That may sound noble, Sasuke-kun, but I think I support the council's decision. I stared at my old teammate in disbelief. What? How could she want to keep things this way? I thought, shocked. If you leave with this information, many things will change, for better or for worse. She shook her head in negative. I won't jeopardize the life of my son. I paused as my thoughts reeled. What if I still ensure his existence? Sakura froze, staring down at me with an angry glare in her emerald eyes. What did you just say? I stiffened as I realized my stupid mistake. And no, not like that, Sakura. I meant that I stuttered, probably for the first time in my life as she turned sharply away from me. I think I've heard enough. Sakura walked away as I followed quickly, reaching out instinctively to grab her wrist again, but she slapped my hand away before I could. A sinking feeling hit my stomach hard. I'll walk the rest of the way by myself, Sasuke-kun. Sakura said as she locked gazes with me once more. I have so far. My eyes went wide at that statement, inwardly stricken for a moment as I clenched my fists. She turned and walked away as my eyes followed her until she disappeared into the crowds of people on the street. Sakura. I looked down, cursing myself. That was the wrong thing to say. No, that's an understatement. I punched the wall beside me as it cracked and shattered under my fist, making a small hole. Damn it. Chapter 4, Naruto's POV. I knocked on the door to the apartment number 2A, still feeling that sharp twinge of nervousness every time I knew I was about to see Hinata. I forced myself to calm down, knowing it was stupid to be so unsettled around her. It was just hard to imagine that she and I. My throat dried as I knocked again, shaking my head in an effort to clear my thoughts. It's just Hinata-chan. I thought firmly, not used to my mixed, muddled feelings that I had now. Remembering that she might not recognize me, I tore off the mask and pulled down the hood that covered my face. That's a relief. I thought, wondering how the hell Kakashi could stand wearing a mask as long as he has. Shrugging, I stuffed it into my pocket for when I needed it again. The door opened as the Hyuga herself smiled down at me. Hi, Naruto-kun. I'm sorry for the delay. No problem, Hinata-chan. I said as she welcomed me inside. She gestured for me to sit down on the plushy couch and disappeared down the hall saying she would be back in just a moment. I looked around the small living room, noticing it was very clean and simply decorated. I noted the book on the coffee table in front of me as curiosity got the better of me. Was Hinata-chan reading it before I came in? I wondered absently, staring at the simple brown cover with the engraving memories. It looked like a photo album. Before I could reach for it and take a look, Hinata came back into the room carrying a bundle of clothes. Here, this is why I asked you to come over, Naruto-kun. I was looking for your old things last night in case you needed some things and found these. I thought you would need them, so I washed them. Wow, you have everything, I said, amazed. I stared at the black pants and orange shirts, and even some underwear, I noted embarrassingly. But why would she have them? I thought curiously, watching her put them neatly on the table. She smiled. There are more of your things in storage, like your old furniture. I think Sakura-chan has some too. The reason I have your stuff is because I moved into your apartment a month before you left. Hinata replied in her normal polite tone. That stunned me speechless. Oh. I stumbled over my words, shocked. But, weren't we just 15? No, nothing like that, she responded quickly. I was just in a fight with my father at the time and you offered for me to stay with you. Oh. I repeated, I see. After a pause, I looked over at the book on the table with interest. So, is that a photo album, Hinata-chan? I asked, pointing at it, curiosity getting the better of me once again. She blinked surprised, but then nodded. Yes. I was just going through it earlier on today. You know, she said as a light pink tinge showed almost instantly on her pale cheeks. I wonder if it has any of me. I thought, intrigued. Can I see? I asked, grinning hopefully up at her. She stilled but then nodded. I just hope it doesn't do anything to mess up the future, she said hesitantly. I eagerly picked up the book, flipping to the first page as I blinked in wonder. I pulled the picture out of its page, hardly noticing that Hinata-chan moved to sit next to me. I stared at the smiling couple in the photograph. I could see that it was when we were 15, feeling odd studying a picture I have no memory taking with me in it. I was taller and there were slight differences in my face, but I knew it was me. I had an arm around Hinata's shoulders as she smiled up at me, joy dancing in her white eyes. I was leaning over her intently, with a grin on my face. My stomach tightened. We looked really happy. I thought, biting my lower lip hard. It was just I couldn't explain it. I turned the picture over with a start, noticing my own messy scrawl on the back. May 4th, me and Hinata-chan, isn't she cute? Looking back at the picture, I had to agree. I smiled, feeling a rush of emotions I couldn't quite put a name on all at once. I put the picture back in the book fondly, making sure not to crease the edges. I glanced to my side at Hinata, noticing that she had a small, sad smile on her face as she regarded the picture. I felt an instant pang again, this time worse than before. That was taken 3 weeks before you left. She commented as I just nodded at her meekly. She took the book from my lap, flipping until she stopped at a specific page and returned it to me again. It was another of Hinata and me again, but this time in my old apartment. We were cuddled up on my couch so closely I couldn't tell where half of my own limbs were. I pulled the book closer, gaping. Hinata was beaming in the direction of the picture being taken, but you couldn't even see my face. It was nestled into her neck with my arm lazily over her stomach. I blushed hotly, looking away quickly as she laughed. This is the second one taken a few minutes later, she said, amused, turning the page. I gazed down at the book again, feeling the heat coming off my burning face. This time I was snuggling into her flat stomach. Is her shirt riding up, or it is just me? I thought, unnerved as I narrowed my blue eyes on my older self's hand. Is that where I think it is? I thought before tearing my eyes away, beet red. Anyway, how are you settling in Naruto-kun? Hinata-chan asked as I placed the photo book back on the table. Well, fine, I guess. I'm staying over at the team's, she nodded, knowing whom I was referring to. Kenji. I started, you did a great job raising him. He's a good guy, I said awkwardly. At that, she looked down at the floor. I tried my best. You always do, I replied honestly. Hinata looked up to me, shock evident in her moon-colored gaze as they widened. She looked away and I heard a sniffing sound, her hand immediately going up to rub her right temple distractedly. I frowned, wondering if I said something wrong as I thought I saw tears glistening in her white eyes. The pang that hit me now felt like a hammer. I'm sorry. If I said no, it's just that you said that once before. She smiled brightly, yet it was a bit strained. I'm the one who's sorry. I made you uncomfortable. I shook my head in response to her negative answer. When did I say that? I asked, wanting to know more about the stuff we did. Just before we started dating. We were both coming back from a dangerous mission in Stone and I got injured badly. You were trying to cheer me up, like you always do. Her eyes attained a distant gaze. I stared at her teary eyes, but could sense her strong disposition. Hinata's gone through so much things that I couldn't begin to understand, being a single mother at such a young age. Yet, she pulled through and did a great job, all by herself. Or maybe I was just telling you the truth. White met blue and I noticed her eyes became troubled. Yes, well. You should probably check in with Sasuke-san, she said with a slight frown on her face. Why? I asked, disappointed. The team can stand being alone for a while. God knows he prefers it that way. I haven't even been here that long. Why do I have to leave now? I really think you should, Naruto-kun, she said in a soft, quiet voice. I stared at her with confusion. Well, if you want me to, I answered, slightly hurt. Did I do something wrong again? I thought, not wanting to leave yet. My insides churned as I pulled my mask back on absently, getting ready to leave. Gomen, it's just too many memories have been brought up today. Hinata replied with an apologetic tone. Don't be sorry, I get it. I stood, taking the pile of clothes as she walked me to her front door, opening it for me. I'll see you later, okay? Hinata said as I nodded, leaving the apartment regretfully. When I reached Sasuke's house, he was already there, sitting on the porch steps. He had his hands folded in front of him calmly without his mask on. I tore my own one off, walking over tiredly and sat next to him. So how did it go with Sakura-chan? I asked, wanting to strike up a conversation. Not well. The Uchiha answered. She walked away from me. Well, that's a difference. The future's all upside down, isn't it, Sasuke? He only had a glare in response. What did you say now? I merely stated that I would use my memories of the future to change the past. Also that I would ensure Satoshi's existence. He said evenly, still looking straight ahead. I stared at him with wide eyes, stunned. You idiot! How could you be so inconsiderate to Sakura-chan's feelings? She should have killed you for saying that to her, you know. I thought I was being considerate. He responded stiffly. No. I said flatly. You weren't. He scoffed. Were you with the Hyuga? Yeah, I was with Hinata-chan. I empathized her name with a huff. But she kind of told me to leave. Sasuke turned to face me with a questioning look in his onyx eyes. I don't know. I burst out. All we were doing was talking. I explained the story she told me about the mission we shared. Then I told her afterwards that I was telling the truth. Stupid dope. Sasuke said listlessly, shaking his head. What? I don't get it. I replied angrily. You hit on a 27-year-old woman, he stated bluntly. Don't you think she'd be a little put off since you're 12, Naruto? Huh? I thought, confused. I blinked. I did, a dawning comprehension filled me as my words replayed in my head. Oh. I said as Sasuke just sighed. I looked down at my lap, fidgeting nervously. I didn't even notice. I thought, now that I knew it was obvious, but still. Is it really that bad? I asked airily, shrugging to myself. The Uchiha stared at me hard. Naruto. He said in a warning tone. Humph. Whatever, I understand, I guess. I mumbled under my breath as I crossed my arms. My attention was distracted though as a shift occurred in the shadows a few feet away from us. We tensed, our eyes trained on the spot in alarm. Out of the darkness the corner provided came an older Orochimaru, it had to be. He was dressed in Umbu gear with the spiky ponytail and his trademark lazy scowl. Yo! Yup, definitely Shikamaru. No one else had that same bored voice. Shikamaru! I yelled in surprise, running up to meet him. I knew you would survive that rescue Sasuke mission. I even met your kid earlier. He blinked at me for a second, as if taking it in. Right, Naruto. He said, a half-smile forming on his face. It's nice to see you again. He punched me lightly on the shoulder good-naturedly. I grinned then winced at the pain spreading through my shoulder, but then grinned again. Damn, Shikamaru got strong. I thought, impressed. Well, he is in Umbu now it seems, that's amazing. So you married that loud, crazy Ino-chan? I exclaimed unbelievingly. He gave a tired sigh. Yeah. He said in his usual bored tone. Troublesome woman. How did that happen? She was a fool for Sasuke, wasn't she? I said, pointing in back of me to where the team in question sat with a glare on his face. Shikamaru stared at Sasuke for a long moment with a frightening expression in his dark, sharp eyes. I could see this wasn't the self-proclaimed coward I knew. This guy was scary, you could see it in his gaze. Damn, so much has changed. I thought, trying to digest it all. It was. After Chuji died. Ino and I are all that's left of our old team. Besides, I had liked Ino since Academy. One night. I thought I didn't have anything left, but found out I had a lot more than I realized or deserved. I could feel my eyes water at the edges. Chuji. The last time I saw him was when he sacrificed himself so the rest of the rescue team could go on and hunt Sasuke. Now he's dead. Chuji is. I couldn't finish my sentence. Hi. It was in the Akatsuki War. Under my command. He looked away, taking out a cigarette and lighting it. He was 16 and had just become a jounin. I could detect the hidden guilt in his voice. Shikamaru. I'm sorry. I said, knowing Chuji was his best friend. Did anyone else? I asked, not knowing whether or not I truly wanted to find out. His dark eyes locked with mine as he sighed. War claims many lives, Naruto. But as far as the people you knew at this point, Shino, Tenten, Asuma, Guy, the Sannin Jiraiya, and Irika. They all died on the field or in enemy raids. Ero Sennin? I choked. He nodded. Word was he trailed the Akatsuki too closely. It cost him his life. Irika. Sensei and Ero Sennin. I fell to my knees numbly. I had been wondering why they didn't visit me yet, but not this. I could feel hot tears pouring down my face as I hastily rubbed them away. I exhaled, this will not end up this way. They will live in my time, I'll make sure of it. No one told me. I said with bitter anger. Not even Tsunade-bachan told me Ero Sennin had died. He was my sensei. Irika was the first person who ever acknowledged me. Why? Why didn't anyone say anything? I tried to stop the onslaught of tears. The council demanded that we keep as much information from you two as possible. I just thought you had a right to know. They even discouraged the old rookie 9 from talking to you. In response, of course, Ino's throwing a welcome back party for the both of you at our place. Everyone left is coming. He said with a hint of a wry smirk on his features. I looked away, my mind still reeling as Shikamaru took a long drag from his cigarette. It's not a sad meeting, it's a happy one. You're back, if only for a little while. In fact, it's better than happy, it's great. I could feel him grip my shoulder firmly as I returned his gaze with a grim smile. Umbuha, Shikamaru? Captain, actually. He shrugged indifferently. I'm the Hokage's strategy advisor for the war. Good choice. I commented. Oi, you only know me from that one mission as a rookie Chunin. I failed that one, I'll have you know. He remarked, narrowing his eyes. Feeling encouraged once again, I smirked. You won't next time. The Nara stared at me silently for a minute. I guess we'll see, won't we? The shadow user replied lazily, looking upwards where clouds were floating on by with interest. I promise. I swore to myself that next time, no lives would be lost. I'll keep my memories and change everything if I have to. Sasuke's POV, I inwardly seethed, cursing Naruto as I leaned up against the wall in a corner while the party, or more like celebration for Naruto's great return, went on. Why the hell did he have to drag me here? I rolled my eyes, crossing my arms. I recognized many faces in the older adults as they loudly carried on and bantered with one another. Naruto was in the center of a circle consisting of Shikamaru with Ino. It must be since the Nara had an arm wrapped around her waist, Kiba, Hinata, and his future son Kenji. Kiba kept shoving alcohol under Naruto's nose, but then laughing and saying he couldn't have any because he was underage. Kiba seemed to think this was hilarious as Naruto steamed, but had a fox-like grin on his face nonetheless. My vision shifted to the table, where Sakura and everyone else Saturday should I go talk to her. I thought, wondering if she would even consider speaking to me. Judging by how angry she had been, I'd say not. Talking to Sakura is the only reason I let Naruto drag me here in the first place. She looks busy though. I scowled at all the people talking to the pink-haired medic. Kakashi was on her right side with that idiot Lee on the other. Lee was waving his arms wildly, telling a story as Sakura just smiled at him. That stupid fool, he should just give up already. I could see Kakashi was speaking to her also in a low tone that I couldn't possibly hear from across the room. I'll try later then. I decided, but hated the fact I would have to stay here longer. My attention was diverted away from Sakura as Satoshi walked by and stood next to me. He casually leaned up against the wooden wall with the ever-present glower on his face as he regarded me. I didn't think you would come. Satoshi said, his black eyes glancing at me for a second before they averted to the crowds. I was dragged by Naruto. I replied apathetically. He frowned and was about to say something when Kiba came by, standing in front of me with a stupid grin on his face. "Hey twins," he shouted at us, partly drunk. Satoshi and I both glared at the fool Inuzuka. "Shut up, Kiba," I said coldly. He pointed at me with his index finger. "Yup, you're the one who's Sasuke, uptight asshole of a kid." The older Kiba replied mockingly. "You're drunk," Satoshi stated. "Already." Naruto showed up at Kiba's side, nodding and greeting to Satoshi, who gave a small but polite nod in return. The QB container looked at the drunken moron and then back over to me with an uneasy frown marring his face. "So Sasuke," the dog owner started. "In my time, you did get away and go to sound. Tell me, are you going to do it again?" he demanded fiercely. "I was on that rescue mission, you know. Now we know why it failed," I replied icily as the whole room stilled. Kiba glared, sneering. "You haven't changed at all, you bastard. Haven't had a chance to sense for me it was only a few days ago," I sarcastically remarked, stating the obvious which the fool didn't seem to comprehend. Kiba took a threatening step forward as I just stared at him coolly, raising my head in a dare for him to challenge me. However, Naruto intervened, moving in between the Inuzuka's path. "Calm down, Kiba," the blonde said sternly. "Well, we all know the three things that could have happened when Naruto went off to fight Sasuke all those years ago," Kiba said in a loud, rude voice so the rest of the room would have no choice but to overhear the conversation. "Number 1, Sasuke killed Naruto and ran off somewhere, most likely back under the rock he crawled out of." I stiffened and glared menacingly, noting that the room went deathly silent. "This guy's dead," I thought, clenching my fists at my sides. "I don't care if he is a jounin or not." "Number 2, Sasuke and Naruto killed each other off." Or, he went on, leaving a dramatic pause for the last possibility. "Number 3, Naruto and Sasuke went off and eloped." "Frankly, I wouldn't be surprised," he said, sizing us up. Without a second thought, I went for the stupid asshole, ready to tear him literally to pieces. I aimed a well-placed right hook that hit him square in the jaw. I noted with satisfaction that I heard a grunt in pain as I continued my attack. Naruto seemed torn. He looked like he didn't know whether to stop or join me. Kiba flew at me as well, but slower since he was still tipsy from his drinks earlier. I had the clear advantage, even if I was a lot younger. But quite suddenly the back of my shirt was pulled as I looked up into the masked face of my ex-sensei, Kakashi. On guard, I stilled as I stood beside him, thinking of the conversation we had in Sakura's apartment. "We need to talk, Sasuke. Don't worry, there won't be any wires or punches this time," the silver-haired jounin said, narrowing his only visible eye on me. I nodded to him as he motioned for me to follow him outside. Standing in the breezy cool night air, I regarded my older sensei silently, waiting for him to make the first move. Just what does he want to talk to me about anyway? I thought, noting that he didn't seem too keen on talking to me this morning. I watched as he leaned up against the railing of the Nara's porch, drumming his fingertips on the wooden surface. "Sasuke, I suppose I could have handled things better the first time I saw you," the copy ninja said, his eye straying over to me dully. I said nothing at first, looking away. "I did think about your words," I said after a beat. "I took them into consideration, but in the end, I needed my revenge. I can't live a peaceful life while he is out there." There was a swift pause as I waited for his response, on edge. "You don't have to explain anything to me, Sasuke. It doesn't matter to me at this point." I felt a sharp stab at his words, but didn't let it show on my face. "I'm not sure if you'll be able to change anything in the past, or even if the council will let you keep your memories. The repercussions of interfering with fate may prove too great, since you and Naruto's presence here must have already upset the balance. Are you saying that even if we could prevent this war from happening, they wouldn't allow us because it would affect some damn balance?" I cut in, enraged at the prospect. "I'm leaving with my memories. They are all fools if they think otherwise." "Correct. Let alone, we're still trying to understand how you arrived here in the first place. Naruto's teams of investigators are looking into the matter and have some leads. He responded emotionlessly. Like what? I inquired, wondering how it was possible we even arrived here. There was some kind of magnetic field that you two disrupted when your attacks clashed. You were using the Chidori, right? The Jounin's tone hardened as I just gave a nod, sighing. Yes. I could feel the steady glare on me as I turned away again. You won't ever know how it feels when you teach your student a technique meant to protect important people and he uses it to murder not only his friends, but hundreds of others. Kakashi commented vaguely. Guilt coursed through me as I knew I had the full blame for that insult. It was my choice to leave Konoha and to fight Naruto that day. He'll never see me the same way again. I thought, at least not in this time. Kakashi told me I was his prodigy the day I mastered the Chidori. We spent weeks in those mountains, training with only each other as company. I remember every lecture he gave me, knowing that I respected him more than any other adult, probably because he was the only adult I did look up to. When I asked him why he chose to train only me for the Chunin exams, he said that we were alike. I noticed that as well, both in ability and personality. If I stretched my mind to the farthest reach, I would even say he was a sort of mentor to me. Now he despises me. I thought, just like everyone else in this time. I can't even blame him. From what I heard, I deserve to die in the future. That was a distilling thought, but it wasn't any less true. When I changed the past, I said finally, I'll become the prodigy you want me to be. At that, I turned and walked down the steps of the house. Kakashi said nothing in reply, but I could feel his stare on my back as I left. I closed my eyes, resolute that I wouldn't let this future become reality. After an hour passed that I had been home, I heard Naruto enter in his usual loud manner. I was sitting in the musty living room as the dobe walked in with a paper bag in his right hand and a slightly worried look in his blue eyes. You and Kakashi-sensei left really early, Naruto said, lifting the bag higher. I brought you some food back since you didn't eat and since there's nothing in this creepy, empty house anyway. I stared at him for a second but nodded, taking the bag in gratitude. I took out the containers, noticing that there were even chopsticks inside. What did you and Kakashi talk about? He asked, sitting down as well. I sighed as I slowly began eating in a measured pace. He just said what he thought of me. I responded dully. Naruto frowned in slight anger. You've been taking a lot of slack for things you didn't do, Sasuke. He nudged me lightly with his elbow. In their eyes it's something I've already done. I responded tonelessly. Yeah, but you won't, Naruto said firmly. I stopped eating, looking over at the determined expression on Naruto as blue met black silently. I nodded slowly, right. I replied, deadpanned. I leaned back in my seat, throwing the container of half-eaten food on the small table in front of us. Naruto. We have to plan when we're leaving Konoha, I said seriously. Eh? Okay, when? My blonde teammate asked eagerly. I was thinking tonight, actually, I replied in my steady monotone. It might as well be. We can't do anything, waiting here. If they are close to sending us back, we might not ever be able to find out what really happened to us. Time is of the essence. Tonight? But aren't we going to tell Hinata-chan and Sakura-chan we're leaving? Naruto asked, growing uneasy. No, moron. They try to stop us. Yeah, but he scratched the back of his head. We'll leave a note explaining what we're doing and to continue to do research on how to send us both back to the past. I continued as Naruto finally nodded in agreement. Okay, but where should we start to search for ourselves? We'll start where we supposedly met for our last fight, just outside Mist where I was last sighted by Leaf Ninjas. If we don't hear anything there, we'll just travel and ask around. Do you think we'll be able to find out what happened? Even Umbu couldn't find us, he exclaimed. Who better to find us than ourselves? I asked dryly as Naruto grinned. Yash. You're right, team. We spent the next half hour packing everything we thought we would need, including money, weapons, clothes, and other necessities that I had left over in the empty manor. I hastily wrote out the letter explaining what we were doing and pinned it with a kunai to my outside door. Put your mask on, I said to the dobe while pulling up my own. I didn't want to take any chances on people stopping us. Shifting my book bag on my shoulder, I noted it felt odd leaving the village a second time. Dismissing the feeling, we both took the main and only path that led directly out of Konoha. Well, Naruto said brightly, either we'll find out we wasted our time if we're both dead, find you and know that you killed me, or, he blanched and went many shades paler. Don't even say it, I ordered, rolling my eyes in disgust. Sakura's POV, I made my way down the street, walking side by side with Hinata since our homes were in the same direction. Kenji stood by his mother and Satoshi walked on ahead of us, making sure to distance himself from his cellmate. Will those two ever get along? I thought, knowing probably when hell froze over and fat pigs sprouted fluffy wings. I continued on my conversation with Hinata about the mystery of younger Sasuke and Naruto's sudden appearance when I felt a sharp cold pang hit me hard. I stopped walking in mid-step, knowing how eerily familiar the sensation was. I had the same gut feeling the night Sasuke-kun left Konoha. I wasn't wrong then, but it could be just a fluke. Sakura, are you all right? Hinata asked me, noticing I wasn't keeping up. I think so. Satoshi, I called out as the raven-haired boy turned and backtracked towards me with a questioning look in his eyes. I have to make sure. I had a really bad feeling. Can you go over to the Uchiha Manor and check on Naruto and Sasuke-kun for me? It'd be a huge favor, Satoshi-chan, I said as an annoyed look instantly crossed his features that so much resembled his father's. Why? He asked tersely. Just a feeling, I replied quietly. After a pause he sighed, nodding. Fine, he said, shoving his hands into his pockets as he began to walk back the way we came. I smiled, knowing he wasn't happy about it, but willing to do it anyway. I noticed Kenji narrow his eyes on my son before turning to Hinata, inclining his head in Satoshi's direction. I'll go too. Besides, I want to tell Toussaint something, the white-eyed boy said evenly. With Hinata's approval, he ran in the direction of an already disappearing Satoshi. Those two boys really distrust each other. I frowned, noting that my unsettled feeling just grew worse. Do you think Kenji and Satoshi will ever get along? Hinata asked softly as we continued walking. Are you kidding me? They are just as stubborn as their fathers. I laughed as the fellow medic beside me smiled. For some reason, I couldn't shrug off the bad feeling. Sasuke's POV, Naruto and I reached Konoha's gate as we felt relief wash over us that we managed to leave the village unnoticed. Or so we thought. Just as we exited the large doors, I felt two presences lurking behind us, making me stiffen. We both turned around to see Satoshi and Kenji standing just in the middle of the great doorway. They had identical glares on their faces as they regarded our packs through angry white and black eyes. Leaving again? Satoshi asked in such a harsh voice that I was surprised. We were just taking a walk, Naruto said, fumbling for an excuse. Kenji stared at him furiously. With bags? Don't bother lying to me, Toussaint. We found the note you had on the door. Go home, Satoshi, I said sternly. He scoffed. You have no right to say anything to me. You're leaving again. He bit out forcibly. I arched a brow. You almost sound angry I'm leaving. I thought you'd be pleased. Satoshi's glare narrowed. You didn't say anything to Kaa-san. She wanted me to check up on you in the first place, he scathingly said in return. Sakura wanted him to check up on me? I thought, shocked for a second. She knew I was leaving? But how could she? That's impossible. Yet, last time she knew too. Maybe Sakura always had a special insight into what I was planning. We're leaving so we can find out what happened to us in the future so we can stop it from happening again in the past. Naruto explained, we just want to know the full facts before we have to leave. But you weren't going to tell anyone? Kenji retorted. They would have stopped us. I replied coolly. Fine. I won't stop you. Kenji said after a tense moment. I could see the relief in Naruto's disposition. But I am coming with you. He added out of nowhere. Hell no, I thought, shaking my head. What? Naruto shouted in alarm. But what about your mother? It's either that or I'll sound the alert. Kenji replied stubbornly. I've been wanting to meet the Uchiha Sasuke who murdered my father for a long time anyway. His white eyes glinted dangerously. Figures. I thought, narrowing my eyes on Naruto's future son. I scowled, figuring that Naruto and I could easily knock him out together when Naruto shocked me by saying, sure. But we're leaving now so you're just going to have to share my supplies. We can't risk waiting any longer. I was about to reply to this when Kenji nodded and walked over to stand by his future father, a grin back on his face. Naruto, what are you thinking? I growled. He shrugged. The more people helping us, the faster we'll be able to return to the past and set everything right. I glared coldly, not liking this at all. I glanced over to where Satoshi still stood with a guarded expression on his face. I inwardly sighed, knowing that it was useless to argue further. We need to leave now or we never will. I eyed the gate distrustfully. A guard on patrol could pass by at any minute. We don't have time to hang around. But if Satoshi comes with us, what about Sakura? Then again, he knows we're leaving. I don't trust him enough to let him leave. Well? I said as Satoshi's eyes locked with mine intently. You can either be knocked out or come with us. Come with us. Naruto exclaimed happily. Get knocked out. Kenji responded at the same time. Silence ensued for a long moment as Satoshi finally walked over, standing next to me with an indifferent expression on his face. I'll go too, just because I want to know what happened as well, he stated, looking over to me intently. And I won't be able to live if you somehow die. Satoshi added as he gazed at me through silted black eyes that still held hatred. He thinks I can die so easily? I glared in return. The boy needed to watch himself. Also, he continued, glancing over to Kenji. It'll piss him off. Satoshi said that like it settled the matter. At that reply, Kenji was about to start something again, but I silenced him with a hard stare. Enough wasting time. I said, gaining their attention. We leave now. Turning to face the long expanse of forest, the four of us ran tree to tree, jumping quickly from branch to branch. We won't take a break until we are outside the fire border. I said commandingly as they all gave nods in agreement. I looked ahead, knowing at least the others wouldn't find out we left until later on tonight when Kenji and Satoshi would not return home. We have a few hours to cover the needed distance. Hopefully, we'll find out what happened to us. I thought, steeling my will. Only with that knowledge could we hope correct our past. Chapter 5 Hinata's POV, Kenji. I thought as I looked down at the floor inside the Hokage's office. Oh, Naruto-kun, what were you thinking? Sakura, Kakashi, Nijini-san, Tsunade, and I were all gathered in the office as the news of Kenji-chan, Satoshi, Sasuke, and Naruto-kun's disappearance sunk in. I can't believe them, Sakura said. I can't believe it that Satoshi-chan went off with Sasuke-kun. I nodded sadly. I'm really worried about Kenji-chan and Naruto-kun. Things have changed. It's a war now. And they're only 12 years old. I started, my volume rising as I frantically imagined a million of possible things that could happen to my son. Naruto-kun, as well, he might think he's strong at this age, but he's not nearly strong enough yet to walk out in this time without protection. The door slammed open as Shikamaru walked in. I know how to send them back. It's a risk, but I think it'll work. The Shadonin looked around the room at our faces. What's wrong? If only they were here, Shikamaru. Kakashi said airily, they're gone, with Satoshi and Kenji as well. Shikamaru's brows rose as Sakura sniffed, I know Sasuke-kun, he's going to try and figure out what happened to his future self. I knew I should have kept a better watch on him. Kakashi turned to her, it's not your fault, Sakura. Sasuke is Sasuke and Naruto is Naruto, they would have done this regardless of anything we did. But we need to find them. I said loudly, my worry over the entire situation reaching its max. Niji-ni-san put a hand on my shoulder as tears welled in my eyes. I'm more scared that they do find what they're looking for. Sakura said as she looked away, I don't know if the Sasuke from our time is still alive, but if he is, and he sees Satoshi-chan, the pink-haired medic trailed off, stricken. I saw Kakashi's hand reach up and grab her upper arm, I'll track them down myself. Sakura looked up at her ex-sensei with a grateful look in her eyes. Thank you, Kakashi, but I'll be there as well. I was about to speak as Niji squeezed my shoulder and cut me off. You are not going, Hinata-sama. I looked up at him in shock. I'll go for you. The white-eyed Jounin announced, Satoshi and Kenji are my students. I'll bring them home, trust me, Hinata-sama. He said calmly as I stared at him. Tsunade cleared her throat, finally deciding to put her input on the situation. I will send out a team of 4, and 4 only. Sakura will be the medic, Shikamaru, Niji, and Kakashi, who will be the captain of this mission. Find Satoshi and Kenji, and detain Naruto and Sasuke if you have to. Bring them back before they cause too much trouble. Her golden brown eyes trained on the shadow user next. Nara, what are your plans to send them back to the past? Shikamaru took a step forward as he faced the Hokage. Time is basically considered a dimensional force time repeated dimension, which usually flows in one direction, one space. Naruto and Sasuke managed to distort that flow with their attacks. I figured it out from investigating the area where the Umbu found them that there were extremely high levels of magnetic forces. The Valley of the End has literally been coated with these electrons. I think the valley was a deactivated wormhole. A what? Tsunade asked with a narrowed gaze. A wormhole is a hypothetical topological feature of spacetime. In layman's terms, it's basically a shortcut through space and time. I think the forces of Naruto's Rasengan and Sasuke's Chidori must have set them off, activating the wormhole and causing it to react to the energy released from their attacks. Causing this dissemblance, it set off as a catalyst. Basically, when their attacks met in the Valley of the End that was already susceptible to high waves of distortion, it created a wormhole that forced them 15 years into the future. Why 15? Kakashi asked, narrowing his eye on the lazy Umbu. Shikamaru turned to him, I'm not entirely sure, my guess would be that it was random. But if I calculate the rate of reaction and the precise seconds for Naruto and Sasuke's techniques to hit each other again, I think it will cause a reverse effect. How sure are you? Sakura questioned, biting her lip. 0.38. Shikamaru answered dully. So all they'd have to do is reenact the scene under your supervision? Niji prompted. At the Nara's half-nod, Tsunade sighed. It's the best we have, so we'll have to go with it, even if it does sound risky. It's much more dangerous to keep them in this time, isn't it, Nara? Shikamaru stilled before answering, Hide, we can't even measure if they've already disrupted the fabric of time, if we can even fix any of this. Our best option would be to proceed with this plan as soon as possible. Tsunade inclined her head, that's good enough for me. But what about the council? I asked, looking around at them, don't they want to wipe out Naruto-kun's and Sasuke-san's memory? Tsunade coughed, time is of the essence. For now, we'll start with finding those 2 brats, along with their sons. I felt Niji tug my arm, so I turned to face him. I give you my word, Hinata-sama. No harm will come to Kenji. He is family, after all. He'll be fine. His white eyes looked away from mine. And after we find them, we'll take Naruto and Sasuke to the Valley of the End to send them back. To change the past would be a very interesting thing. I shakily stared up at my older cousin, but I thought you believed in fate, Niji-ni-san? A flash of something entered Niji's gaze, not anymore. At that haunted look that quickly faded into an emotionless calm again, I touched his elbow. "I'm sorry if I brought up bad memories," I said, feeling horrible. I knew what he was thinking about when that look entered his gaze. It was what Niji was always thinking about. Tintin. I can't believe it's been 10 years since it happened. It still feels like it was only yesterday. Only yesterday when Tintin and Niji set off on their first mission as husband and wife, 18 and happy and strong-willed even in the height of the Akatsuki War. It still seemed like it was only yesterday when a frantic beaten Niji came back, holding the pale, bloody body of Tintin. Only yesterday when she died in the hospital 2 days later. When Niji buried his young bride, I knew nothing would ever make him happy ever again. Not that way Tintin did. Since that day, Niji devoted himself to the war that had taken Tintin away, only finally ending up with a cell after my and Tsunade's insistence. We had thought it would settle him down a bit, but in truth we really didn't know if it worked. When Niji's white eyes locked on mine again, he shook his head. "It's nothing." Sakura walked over to the door and opened it. "Now that we have the facts, let's leave immediately." They all nodded in agreement. Sasuke's POV, I stilled on the tree branch as I landed on it swiftly, turning slightly in back of me and raising my hand to signal the others behind me to stop. We had been traveling constantly for a while now, and we'd need a break so by dawn we'd be ready to start up again. We were nearly there. We had traveled to the eastern border of Fire Country without halting since the night we left Konoha. From there, when we got to the outer harbors of the sea, we hitched a boat ride. It took 27 hours of our fast-paced running to get there. Then, after we secured a boat ride to Cloud, we moved into the forest area for cover, which ended us up here. We were nearly at the area where it was thought Naruto and I fought and mysteriously disappeared. Only a few more miles, then, we would go to the nearest village and start our investigation. Naruto jumped on the branch beside me. "We taking a break?" he asked, shrugging the pack on his shoulders. I gave him a nod as he grinned and turned to Kenji and Satoshi, who had stopped a few feet away from us. "Dinner time, guys." My blonde teammate called out. They nodded in return as we jumped to the forest ground, pulling out our tents as I silently watched Kenji and Satoshi work at getting the firewood for our campfire. To my surprise, they hadn't complained about our rigorous pace even once. Maybe I underestimated them. I thought distantly as I set my black tent up. But I knew our pace was entirely necessary. No doubt Kakashi would be on our trail, after all. And as his own student, I knew his methods of tracking. Kakashi even showed me a few of his tricks when he was teaching me the Chidori. I had to be cautious. I was already ensuring his summoning dogs wouldn't be able to track our scent to the best I could, and setting up as many traps of confusion to throw them off our trail. Even if in a way, it was futile. Kakashi probably knew where we were headed, but that didn't mean he knew what direction we took to get to Cloud. At least we're finally in Kumo no Kuni, and they haven't been able to get to us yet. We still have a window of time on our side. We have precisely about 13 hours. Hopefully it would be enough. Besides, Kenji with his Byakugan was a good lookout. I sat down after I finished setting up my tent, rolling my eyes when Naruto handed me an instant ramen bowl. Sighing, I remembered how it was our first night camping out with Satoshi and Kenji. Naruto and I had finished setting up our tents, frowning as Kenji and Satoshi had stared at us. It was pouring buckets of rain. The Kyuubi container looked at Kenji. "All right, Kenji, I'll give you the blanket and pillow, and I'll just use the sleeping bag. We can share the tent together," Naruto said over the thundering rain. Kenji nodded gratefully as Satoshi looked sideways at me. "I'm not sharing a tent with you. I'll sleep outside. If you get sick, you'll only slow us down. I didn't let you come so you could be a hindrance," I replied stoically. "Hey," Naruto interrupted, "why don't we just talk this one out?" he asked, attempting to be a peacemaker. Kenji snorted. "I'm not sharing a tent with anyone other than Toussaint. If I do, expect some blood." "I wasn't even considering it," Naruto said, half joking, half serious to Kenji with an uneasy look on his face as he leaned over to me. Damn, this kid had a vengeful side to him. Where did that come from? Naruto whispered in my ear as I pushed him away. Have you made your choice? I asked Satoshi, who, without a word, walked in my tent with a murderous expression on his face. I rolled my eyes and followed. When I got in the tent, I threw him the blanket along with the pillow, lying down on the sleeping bag indifferently. Satoshi moved as far away as he possibly could in the tent as I saw that he didn't appear to be tired at all, opting to sit up with his arms folded. I wonder if Sakura is worried about Satoshi. Maybe this wasn't a good idea, but it's not like we can make them go back. It was their choice anyway. I thought, eyeing my future son. Che, how long do you think it will be until we get to our destination point? The raven-haired boy asked alongside me. I stared at him fully, a bit surprised he even spoke. This guy was usually prone to silence. 2 days, as long as we keep up our pace anyway. Similar black eyes regarded mine. Do you think we'll be caught by Leaf Nin? I scoffed, only if we're not careful. I've been trying to conceal our tracks. Ironically, Kakashi is the one that taught me how to do it. And I know he'll be on our trail. HN. Satoshi sounded as he stared ahead. Do you think you're still alive? This kid asks a lot of questions. I shrugged and rolled over till I faced the other side. I don't know, maybe. Silence had echoed on the tent after that as I heard the rustle of Satoshi lying down. After that, I figured he just went to sleep. Shaking my head at the memory, I inclined my head to Naruto as I started eating my instant ramen. I shouldn't have left him in charge of the food. We sat around the campfire, stoking the fire as we ate the miso ramen Naruto had provided. Kenji was sitting next to Naruto, who sat next to me and then finally sat Satoshi, a good distance away from me on the other side. It was a clear night, a bit warm as well, so it was easy to eat outside the tents. Naruto slurped his ramen up noisily. We should be able to get to the Cloud Village tomorrow, any Sasuke? I nodded, remembering the map. Fog Village is only a short distance away now. Kenji sighed. Finally, we've been traveling forever. Don't complain, moron, you chose to go. Satoshi chided detachedly. I'm not complaining. Just shut up. Kenji roared, anger making itself clear on his face as he glared at Satoshi. Make me. Satoshi responded coldly, standing up as I noted he looked almost eager for a fight. Settle down, guys, Naruto said with a tone of frustration. Can't you two get along even for a few minutes? They both looked at the whiskered boy with a chorus of no. Naruto bowed his head and sighed again. Stop it, Satoshi, Kenji. I said, fed up with their bickering as well. Fight after the mission all you want. For the time being, either you'll both shut up or Naruto and I will make you ourselves. Kenji was about to retort to my statement when Naruto agreed, yeah. Besides, if you two start fighting we might alert enemy ninja or even Leaf Nin out looking for us. The dope has a point. Yeah. Naruto said, but then looked over to me, so does the team. Satoshi sat down. I don't care. It'd just be a waste of time anyway, he said, folding his arms in an indignant manner as he threw me a scathing look. And don't tell me what to do. I didn't even bother to answer as Naruto and I shared an exasperated stare. These guys were getting to be bothersome, even if they could keep up. So, Kenji started after a few minutes ticked by as he stared at his future father. How did you meet Ka-san? The blonde asked, grinning. Naruto blinked. The first time I saw Hinata-chan? He repeated with a thoughtful frown. I don't know, she was really quiet, you see. It must have been in the first year of academy. Kenji nodded at his words, looking a little disappointed. Then he brightened. I heard stories about how you were a master of pranks, Tusan. Even Ka-san said you were. What kind of stuff did you do? At this, Naruto smirked. You have no idea, Kenji. I'm not just a master at pranks, I practically wrote the book on them. You know that blue stain under the second Hokage's chin? I turned to Naruto myself. You did that. I stated, thinking about how all the ninja in Konoha swear in agony every time they saw that. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Irika-sensei was so angry they couldn't scrub it off. Ha ha, he said, laughing as Kenji grinned at him in return. Yep, no greater prankster ever lived, the fox boy declared. Or died, I said offhandedly. Shut up, damn it, Naruto responded, scowling at me. Team. Dope. I heard Satoshi make a sound to get attention as I looked over at him with an arched brow. What? He glared at me for a moment before it faded slightly. Why would you kill Naruto in the future anyway? The two of you seem to be good friends. Satoshi's obsidian eyes narrowed on me as he finished. Maybe that's the reason, I said to myself, my eyes cutting across to Naruto again before leveling at the ground. To attain the Manjiki you have to kill your best friend. I know that. So, at the way my future self sounds, he probably did kill Naruto for that power, but Naruto and I disappeared after I had already killed Itachi. Did I still want the eyes anyway? Even without the need for more power to get my revenge? I fisted my hands at all the questions pounding in my mind, one leading ever constantly to the other as they grew. Why can't you just say what you mean? Satoshi said with aggravation in his tone, glaring at me anew. You get used to it, Naruto said with a yawn. Kenji turned back to Naruto. Is it okay if I ask another question? Naruto looked over at him. Of course, I might not be able to answer, though. But I'll do my best. How did you get to be so good at the Kagebushin? Ka-san did say it was kind of like your signature move and it's jounin level. Aren't you still a Genin now? Naruto looked pleased. It's a long story actually. I stole a secret scroll from the Hokage's chambers using my sexy no jutsu to defeat him. After that, I peeked in the scroll and was determined to learn the technique so I could pass the exam and graduate the academy, which I did. Well, this is the short story, but I won't get into the messy details. Whoa, you defeated the Hokage? Kenji exclaimed. Damn straight. Watch, Naruto got up with a grin as he did the hand seals, sexy no jutsu. A quite nude blonde whiskered woman did a sexy pose at us as Kenji's mouth dropped open in silent shock. Satoshi and I looked away in disgust. I picked up a small rock from the ground beside me and threw it at him. It hit Naruto on the back of the head as the jutsu dispersed as he turned and glared at me angrily. Hey, that hurt, team. Baka, I said, folding my arms in front of me. The hyperactive blonde continued glaring at me before he moved his gaze back to the white-eyed Uzumaki. Want to learn the technique? Naruto asked, smiling at the still gaping Kenji. Now I see the relation, Satoshi remarked sarcastically as I snorted. Sure. Kenji said, ignoring Satoshi for once as he scratched the back of his head. Naruto nodded eagerly. It's a handy technique, really good for closet perverts and useful for distracting people. I guess I could see that, Kenji said thoughtfully. I hope your signature technique isn't something like that, Satoshi said in my direction. I narrowed my eyes at him as Naruto groaned aloud with the prospect of stopping another fight. Figuring it would just be a waste of energy otherwise, I answered. It's Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. At Satoshi's confused stare I emphasized, it's a fire technique that is taught to all Uchiha when they come of age. It's sort of like a coming to manhood. The fan we wear on our backs symbolizes how the Uchiha controls the flames of fire. We're masters of the fire element jutsu and we're well known for it. I see. Satoshi said tersely. Judging his expression, I made up my mind after a moment and stood up stiffly. I needed to have a word with him in private anyway, and now was as good a time as any. I stared at Satoshi. Let's go. Go where? He snapped, frowning. If you want to learn that fire jutsu, follow me. I briskly turned and started walking away into the forest. I knew he'd follow. He's an Uchiha after all. It's in our blood to have the inborn need to attain as much knowledge and power as we can. As I knew he would, after a few paces I heard the sound of footsteps following me as we walked away from camp. Naruto and Kenji didn't say anything, but I swore I saw a smug expression on the dope's face. I stopped when I reached a clearing in the woods, noting that this would be a good place since it was a less likely chance that the trees around us would catch fire. I waited until Satoshi stood right next to with a fixed glare on his pale face and felt a slight tinge of something I couldn't put a name on. Brushing it aside, I faced the other Uchiha. Alright, Satoshi. For Uchiha, once you master this technique, you're considered a man, I said as my own father's distant words echoed in my mind. I pushed it away along with the suffocating, pressing feeling attached to it. It's the signature of our clan. That means after I show you, you cannot go around teaching it to other ninja. Our clan? He responded with vague sarcasm. Quiet. Anyway, concentrate all the chakra in your lungs and release it with these hand seals. Make sure you take a deep breath. I preformed the jutsu as Satoshi studied it, not being able to keep the impressed look off his face for an instant as the fire from the technique encompassed the area. When did you learn this technique? Satoshi asked, studying the burns and indents make from the heat of my jutsu. 6. You mastered it at 6? Satoshi asked, now staring at me instead. After a few tries, yes. I replied dully, nodding. Satoshi turned away and did the hand seals perfectly, and true enough, a large burst of fire appeared. Good, I said emotionlessly, it would have been sad if you couldn't get it at 12. He glared at me in return. I would have gotten it first try at 6, too. But then again, I guess we'll never know. The Uchiha turned and started walking back towards the campsite. Satoshi, I said in a commanding voice, and surprisingly enough, Satoshi spun around quickly. What? He retorted coldly. My punch hit him clear in the stomach as Satoshi reeled back and hit the tree behind him. He stood with anger marring his face. What the hell is wrong with you? He growled, seething. I think it's time we finally have that spar we never had a chance to do. I got into an offensive position. Prepare yourself. I attacked as we exchanged a round of fast taijutsu moves, punches and kicks moving in a blur of high speed. I grabbed Satoshi's arm 7 minutes into our fight and flipped him over my shoulder onto his stomach, sitting on his back and angling his right arm in a painful position as I placed a foot on his raven head. He growled threatening, struggling effortlessly. He didn't move an inch. Get off, now. Satoshi bit out in warning. From this point on at the age I am now, I do not regret any decisions I have made. Satoshi stilled in shock at these words, stopping his struggling. But I will change the ones I have made in the future. I will not deny your existence if that's what you're so wary of, and I'll do what's right by Sakura. I said tonelessly. You talk like you care about Kaa-san. He said tensely. That, I also won't deny. I forced out through a clenched jaw in such a low voice I doubted Satoshi even barely heard it. I knew this was a lot for me. I could actually feel my mind react violently to my admission. But at the same time, he needed to understand what I intended. I owed him that much, as my future son. I swore mentally, the sheer idea was still too big even now to firmly grasp. Then I heard Satoshi sigh, the fight draining out of him as he just laid there on the ground. I stood up wordlessly, helping him up. We stared at each other for a few seconds, many thoughts clouding both of our minds. Satoshi gave me a thorough look. Even if I don't want to be, I guess I am a bit like you. He ran a hand through his black spikes and walked a few paces away. You better keep your word, he muttered loud enough for me to hear as I could hear the silent don't make me regret admitting that in his voice. A mixture of astonishment and numbness hit me hard. I tensed, watching Satoshi disappear through the woods as I closed my eyes silently. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. You are like me, Satoshi. Naruto's POV, I stifled a loud yawn as I pulled on my pack, watching Kenji douse the remaining embers of the fire. He really does look a lot like me, it's eerie. I looked around and saw a familiar head of raven spikes. Oi, team. Satoshi turned around with an annoyed glare on his face. I laughed lightly as I stared at him apologetically. Sorry. It's a bit confusing when you have your back turned like that. HN. He moved away, carrying on with clearing up any evidence that we were here. What a grouchy kid. I thought I saw the real Sasuke come out of the woods, stowing some pots he had washed in the stream into his bag. I walked over to him. We might as well head out. Sasuke nodded to me, eh. After finishing up with the campsite, we were on our way again. Sasuke, who stubbornly refused to give up ownership of the map, said that we should be there in an hour or two at most, considering our speed. As if in unison at our anticipation, we went full out as we ran towards the fog village, full throttle. Soon enough, Kenji said he spotted a small village up ahead. When we got on the edge of what had to be the fog village, I paused. Shouldn't we set up camp? I asked, my apprehension at finding out what happened to our future selves taking a back seat as I remembered our situation. Good idea, Naruto. Sasuke said to me, we don't know what'll happen if we start going around asking about Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. We should secure a place for us, just in case. Kenji and Satoshi looked at each other mutely before giving a nod in agreement. We entered the fog village's archway to find it in a blurry of activity for such a small village. Food stands and carts were everywhere, lining all the way up and down the two main streets of the tiny village that looked like a main tourist attraction. There were shops selling everything from clothes to trinkets promising to cure any disease as I brushed off an old lady trying to sell me a shoe. I pulled my black mask up higher. It was a good Sasuke and I brought them with us. It was Sasuke's idea, just in case someone thought we looked a bit too much like the people we were searching for. Of course, there wasn't any for Kenji or Satoshi, but at least they did look a bit different, kind of anyway. Sasuke and I must have strong genes. We continued our stride down the streets before I ran out of patience. Team, I got Sasuke's attention as his pitch-black eyes met mine. Let's ask somebody already. He rolled his eyes before he gestured me to follow him as he guided us all away from the bustle of the street, leading us down a darker alley till he finally stopped in front of a dodgy-looking pub. Eh? I said, looking over to my antisocial teammate in confusion. Sasuke lifted his shoulders indifferently. If we're going to find any answers, it'll be in there. Satoshi took a step forward and narrowed his eyes skeptically on the gloomy-looking bar. Whatever. Let's just get this over with. We walked into the pub, opening the doors quietly as we walked inside. I wonder if they'll know we're underage. Probably. I thought, looking around at the mysterious-looking people that crowded the small tables. Distrustful looks and death glares were shoved in our faces as we moved up to the bartender who was standing behind the counter. He was a short man, balding in the middle of his rather big head which had gleam of sweat. He had on a dirty apron that didn't quite make it over his midsection and big, meaty hands that were currently wiping a glass with a tattered rag. What do you want? The bartender asked gruffly, a hocking wad of spit gathering in his mouth that he spat into a nearby pot on the counter. I shuddered in disgust as I heard the spit hit water. Sasuke seemed unfazed as he sat on the bar stool right in front of him. I need information. The bartender looked down at him evenly. What kind of information, ninja? The kind that I'll kill you for, Sasuke said in a casual manner as I stiffened. What are you saying, Sasuke? Geez, now what? The bartender didn't look alarmed at all. Maybe his life was threatened on a daily basis or something. I have my own source of protection, kid. But offer a price and I might be able to do business with you. Sasuke leaned forward. Fine. Do you have any information on Uchiha Sasuke or Uzumaki Naruto? A sharp intake of breath came from the bartender as he glared at him with steam. What did you just say to me, brat? I sat down on the stool next to Sasuke, feeling the need to speak up. You heard him. I stated coolly, making sure Kenji and Satoshi stood in back of us and out of his direct sight. The bartender glared at us fiercely. You better go and make your way out of my pub. Those men are long dead. Dead and gone. He said firmly, those yellow teeth. No, that answer isn't acceptable. Sasuke replied coldly, his black orbs boring into the bartender's. The bartender gave an irritated snarl and snapped his thick fingers, signaling the other spare people along the counter to stand and gather around us in a threatening attitude. I heard Sasuke's stool scrap the floor as he stood and turned to the men who now surrounded us. I too stood and nudged him. They don't know anything anyway. I whispered to him as I saw Kenji reach for a kunai in the corner of my eye. Feeling that this was getting way out of hand, I poked Sasuke again. Let's just ask somewhere else. The prodigy's expression darkened before he glared at the surrounding men. With a relenting pose, he stalked away as we clamored after him, following the forced path he made through the musky-smelling men. He knows something, Sasuke said as he paced up and down the campsite later on that day, making a beaten path in the dirt ground beneath him. I know he does. I'm sure of it. I sighed, rubbing the back of my neck as I stretched my throbbing feet out in front of me. Well, we didn't get any other leads. No wonder no one from Leaf could find out what happened to us. I thought it was hopeless, and we've only been searching for a little while. But that bartender seemed to have a lot of friends, if you know what I mean, Kenji said, plopping down next to me in a similar fashion. I agree with, Sasuke Satoshi said darkly, I think he does know something. But it's not like he'll just come right out and tell us, unless we use other methods. Suddenly Sasuke froze in his relentless pacing, standing still as he faced us with a smirk on his face. I have an idea. Why do I not like the sound of this? I said, frowning lightly at my raven-haired teammate. Sasuke just threw me a look that clearly said shut up and quickly did a hand seal. With a poof of black smoke Sasuke used henge and turned into ... I gaped. Sasuke! What the hell? An older, taller, I'd say he was over 6 feet, and slightly leaner Uchiha Sasuke stood there. He still wore his high-collared black shirt, and when Sasuke inspected himself I saw he still had an Uchiha fan on his back. All his boyish features were gone, replaced with a defined jawline and sharper lines. Do you think I'd look like this when I'm 27? Sasuke asked me stoically, scowling at me expression. What, Naruto? Now I know what you mean. You want to charge into the bar looking like that? I exclaimed, standing up and walking over to Sasuke. This plan will work. If Uchiha Sasuke walks into that bar, I can not only judge by their reaction if I'm really alive, I can also find information of where I, or we, might actually be. Sasuke explained. I think it'll work, too. Satoshi commented. I guess. Kenji added doubtfully, he does look like he's in his 20s. Then it settled, the 27-year-old Sasuke said firmly, let's get this over with. I sighed, having a bad feeling that this wasn't going to work as well as we thought. Sasuke's POV, we all stood outside the bar, it was around nighttime now and the street outside was bathed in street lights and shadows. I turned to the others, listen, you all stay out here. What? No way, what if something bad happens? They might attack you, Sasuke. You don't know if you'll be welcomed here. Naruto said, shaking his head. And it'll look suspicious if I walk in with 3 12-year-olds. Just do what I say, all right? I ordered to meet 3 burning glares in response. HN. I walked inside the bar, activating my Sharingan to enforce my identity. As soon as I stepped in the pub, every man and woman along with every murmur and shout immediately halted. I looked around the Denkli bar with a cold gaze and instantly, after a mere second, a clatter of chairs and tables sounded as every person in the bar bowed and kneeled on that floor in a panicked rush. What the hell? I thought, inwardly shocked. You Uchiha-sama. They called out as I looked around them, keeping my silent surprise in check as I walked over to the bartender behind the counter once more. I could easily tell the small man was shaking as he bowed, his greasy head hitting the counter he had been cleaning. Uchiha-sama. He said in a voice that was notches higher than the gruff-sounding one he had used with me earlier. How are you today, sir? This means I'm alive. He's used to me coming in here, I was right. I'm alive. I didn't know how to feel about that. If I'm alive, does that mean Naruto is really dead in this time? How can I ask? And how can I ask him where I'm supposed to be? Would he even know? Uchiha Sasuke. At that sudden voice, I turned around to see a group of cloaked men walk forward, kicking over a table to stand in the middle of the room so they blocked the exit. The group of 5 took of their brown cloaks to reveal Miss Nin, Umbu from their uniforms. I started as they took another step towards me. What the hell is this about? Then again, should I really be surprised? For the murder of our Kage, we will kill you, Uchiha. The one in the front announced. He must have been the captain. After all this time, you will finally pay for your sins, you monster. I killed the Mist Kage? Screw this, I pulled out a few kunai and jumped away as they all came at me together. I dodged the water jutsu as I kicked one in the head, ignoring the screams of the people in the bar. I countered with my fire jutsu. I didn't get to block the captain's oncoming punch in time as it hit me square in the chest. I was slammed into the doors and thrown outside of the pub, rolling until I felt arms grip my shoulder and pull me up as the hinge on me dispersed. I looked up at Naruto, who had yanked me up. Whoa, Sasuke. What happened? Run, I said simply, grabbing Satoshi by the cuff of his shirt as I turned and ran down the street at high speed. Shit. Naruto said in alarm as I heard the sounds of the Miss Nin slamming out of the pub behind us. What happened in there? Naruto yelled to me as we ran down the street of the now desolate Fog Village. Miss Nin. Black Ops, they're after my future self for killing their Kage, I said in a rush as we managed to reach the last main road of the village. What? Suddenly, we were pummeled from our opposite sides and bodily thrown into an alley between 2 buildings. Naruto and I stood quickly and shoved Kenji and Satoshi behind us. Stop doing that! Satoshi yelled angrily. Yeah, quit shoving us away, Too-san. Kenji shouted in agreement, probably for the first time. The Miss Nin blocked the only opening as they advanced on us. Where did Uchiha Sasuke go? They demanded. I turned to Naruto. We can't outfight 5 Umbu Miss Nins, I said sternly. I know. Naruto replied, cursing under his breath. Wait. Naruto said as they Miss Nin stopped. Just give me a minute and I'll tell you where Uchiha Sasuke went. What are you saying? I growled as Naruto did a few hand seals, a red chakra forming on his hands as he bit his thumb. Get back a bit, guys. Naruto preformed the summoning technique that I had seen him use in his fight with Gaara, and then just like before, a huge toad appeared in a burst of white smoke from Naruto's jutsu. The buildings were torn and broken apart with the size of the huge, mighty Toad King. Gamabunta! Naruto yelled frantically as the Miss Nin once again started attacking furiously, pelting Gamabunta's hide with kunai and shuriken. Don't let him get away. Stop him. Now we can be sure. The building continued cracking as Gamabunta shifted, looking up at us on his head where Naruto screamed at us to hold on. Yuzu, Naruto? The Toad King said in shock as his beady eyes narrowed on Naruto. Hi, Gamabunta. Who else? Can you please help us out? Naruto pleaded, dodging another kunai that barely missed him. I never thought I would hear a request in that form again, Gamabunta said in a low tone. After a few seconds, Gamabunta nodded and stared down the Miss Nin gathered at his webbed feet. With a roar he jumped, his hind legs springing as he leaped clear out of the village, amidst Satoshi and Kenji's surprised yells. With another leap after that, we were now miles upon miles away and into the forest surrounding it. 2 more after that and we could no longer see that village, and were 10 minutes later at the border of Cloud Country. Whoa! Kenji said, stumbling as he jumped off the Toad King when he finally stopped. There was no way the Umbu could find us now, we were too far away and then some. This Gamabunta listens to Naruto? I thought disinterestedly. Satoshi stared at the huge amphibian distrustfully as he too leapt off Gamabunta, along with Naruto and me. I paused as I stared at Gamabunta. Wait, I said, Naruto, ask Gamabunta if you're alive. Your older self would have summoned him a few times, maybe even in the fight with me. Ask him. Hey, you're right. Naruto said as I glared at him. You idiot, we had the answer all along and you never even thought of it. I growled in frustration. Shut up, how am I supposed to remember something like this? The last few days have been way too confusing, why didn't you think of this before, anyway? Naruto fumed. I can't summon animals, dope. How are you here, Naruto? Did I end that way? Gamabunta interrupted. Why do you look like you're 12? From what I can see, it's no illusion, and only Naruto could have summoned me since Jiraiya is dead. Naruto leaned over to Gamabunta. It's a crazy story, actually. Me and Sasuke were fighting in the Valley of the End, and somehow we were thrown 15 years into the future. It's the truth. This isn't something you can make up. And now, we're trying to find our future selves, and we think we just found out that future Sasuke is alive. After explaining more details about our presence in the future to the Toad King, Naruto panted as he struggled to regain his composure. I see. Gamabunta murmured, nodding to himself as he turned his gaze to Kenji and gave him a good sniff. You smell a bit like Naruto, boy. Naruto grinned and opened his mouth. Well, you see Kenji here is Dash, don't answer. Never mind it, it's better if I don't know. Gamabunta said as both of the Uzumakis frowned. Naruto then jumped up onto Gamabunta's nose and looked him dead in the eye. Am I alive? Is my older self alive in this future? Do you know if Sasuke killed me? Naruto asked in a rush, a mixture of anticipation and underlying panic in his voice. The Uchiha Gamabunta started, did not kill you. I let out a sigh I didn't realize I was holding and looked away. Good. Naruto cheered. So then, what happened to me and Sasuke? I could see now Satoshi and Kenji were following the Toad King's words closely, Kenji's brows furrowed and Satoshi's usually blank face unnaturally interested. I cannot say. I have been sworn to secrecy by my master. Gamabunta breathed, giving Naruto a pointed look. Naruto stiffened and stared at the large toad, but aren't I the only one? Gamabunta narrowed his eyes on Naruto's blue ones. I took a few steps forward so I was beside Naruto now. Can you take us to where the older Naruto is? Yes. The Toad King said lowly, I will if this Naruto wants me to. Naruto frowned at him. Of course I do. You're really acting strange, Gamabunta. You were never this compliant before. Things have changed. Are you sure you want to know how much? Gamabunta asked gravely as he lowered his massive head. Yes, I said firmly, that's the reason why we came here. Beside me, I saw Naruto nod in agreement. Fine, Gamabunta declared, but I won't take those too. He now inclined his head to Satoshi and Kenji behind us. I have my reasons and that's my stand. Summon me within the hour if you agree, Naruto. I must go now. Before we could say anything more, Gamabunta disappeared in a burst of white smoke. Naruto and I turned around to gaze at the already fuming Satoshi and Kenji. What? Why can't we come? Naruto is my father. After all, I have a right to be there. Kenji complained in an irritatingly familiar way. I actually agree, Satoshi commented. I too have many things to say to that man. I stared at them calmly as Naruto exclaimed, hell no. Who knows what will happen? Gamabunta won't take you guys, too. Besides, think of your mothers. You're our responsibility right now, and this mission just got a lot more dangerous. You have no right to tell us what to do, you're the same age as us. Satoshi said with an icy edge to his tone. No. You stay. I commanded, thinking the decision was already made. Besides, Sakura would never forgive me if I dragged Satoshi into something like this. Sure, letting him come along at first was fine, we were only looking for clues. But now, it was too risky. Even Naruto realized that. Bullshit. Kenji stated angrily, you can't tell us what to do. Naruto looked helpless, and I could tell he was wondering what to say in this situation. However, I didn't need words. I elbowed Naruto in the ribs, catching his eye and throwing him a look that he quickly interpreted. Together, we appeared behind our future sons as they were cut off from their angry tirade, knocking them out by giving them each a swift blow to the back of the head while they didn't expect it. With a groan, they fell back unconscious. Moving quickly, we hoisted them up and dragged them over to the base of 2 trees, setting us some traps to protect them from any outside forces as we set them up a small shelter. "Don't worry," I said to Naruto when I saw a worried look in his eyes. "Kakashi and other Leaf Nin coming after us will find them eventually, probably sooner than we expect. We should leave before we can't." Naruto nodded. "Yeah, let me just give them another source of protection." He performed the summoning ritual again, and on the floor a small toad appeared, red and orange in color. "Gamakichi," Naruto said happily. "Uzumaki-sama," the toad said frantically. "Why you never called me that before? Come on, it's Naruto, right?" The QB container said uneasily as he turned to me. "I don't like this, Sasuke. The toads are acting way strange." "It's that wrong. Listen, just give the stupid toad its orders so we can get out of here and find some answers," I demanded coldly, losing patience as I threw another look to the sleeping form of Satoshi. "Geez, okay," Naruto said. "Look, Gamakichi, can you do me a favor and look over these 2 guys? Make sure nothing happens to them if you can. Oh, and if you see Kakashi, wait, do you know who that is?" Gamakichi gave a weak nod. "Good. Well, if you see him, then make a signal or something so he finds these 2. Naruto finished, pointed to Satoshi and Kenji. "Hi, Uzumaki-sama," he squeaked. I pulled Naruto a bit away before he could comment any further on his summoning animal's strange behavior. "Let's go," I said, my onyx eyes boring into my teammates' cerulean ones. With another final look over his shoulder at our future sons, Naruto said okay, and once again performed the hand seals to summon Gamabunta. It was time to finally figure out what happened to us in the future. Chapter 6 Naruto's POV. While traveling on Gamabunta, we leapt over miles and miles of forest as we went deeper into the country of Cloud. He jumped so fast that lakes and trees passed by like blurs of blue and green. The wind blew harshly on our faces, but Sasuke and I kept a firm grip on the Toad King as we made yet another stomach-lurching descent from the air. "Gamabunta, why couldn't Kenji and Satoshi come along?" I asked, feeling guilty for leaving them like that. "You'll find out soon enough, Naruto," he answered with a grunt. I glanced over to Sasuke next to me and shared a suspicious look but didn't say anything. The Uchiha had an impassive expression on his features, yet I could detect a cautious glint in his black eyes. "How could it be that we're both alive?" I thought, frowning as I tried to think up of all the possibilities. Sasuke was silent in the matter, but it gave me a bad feeling. Hopefully when we meet my future self he can explain somehow. There has to be a good reason. I nodded to myself reassuringly. I wouldn't leave poor Hinata-chan waiting like that, so it had to be something big. "Sasuke and I will tell everything we know to my future self, and everything will finally be set right. Maybe he'll even know where the future Sasuke is. We're nearly there," Gamabunta said seriously as he made another leap. My heart pounded in excitement, but I took a deep breath to calm myself. "Soon," I thought, "soon we'll have our answers." When Gamabunta hit the grassy floor, he made no move to jump again. I froze, still holding him in a vice grip as he tilted his massive head to the side, a clear indication to get off. "We're here," he said as Sasuke and I jumped off to stand beside him. The Toad Boss's black eyes met mine silently with an intent expression. "This is as far as I will take you. Naruto, there is a river a mile ahead. Travel upwards following the river northbound till you reach a large weeping willow, and don't stop until you are directly beneath the tree. When you are, jump into the river and swim until you reach the bottom. There you will find a hidden trap door that will lead into the base." I blinked, trying to remember the directions hastily. What kind of tree again? "Dobe, forget it. I've memorized it already," Sasuke replied, rolling his eyes. "Shut up, team," I retorted defensively. "Why are you so wary of the future Naruto finding out you helped us?" Sasuke questioned with a scowl, crossing his arms. "I don't need to answer any of your questions," Gamabunta responded with a cold edge. "Naruto, Be careful. I nodded in thanks to the toad as he disappeared in a great wisp of white smoke. Sasuke turned to me. Let's go, Naruto. Right, I agreed as we started off in the direction Gamabunta told us to. Shikamaru's POV. From branch to branch we made our way through the dense forest in a line, Pakin, Kakashi, Sakura, me, and lastly, Niji. We hadn't taken a single break in our rigorous pace through the thick trees of Cloud Country. I stopped my movement entirely as Kakashi's hand rose from ahead to signify a halt. We all stopped on the same branch as Pakin turned around to face us. Their scent split up from here. He paused and took another sniff. Sasuke and Naruto go north from here and Kenji and Satoshi are slightly northeast. Why would they separate? Sakura asked with a worried edge to her tone. Who knows? I shrugged lightly. It's best right now to track down Sasuke and Naruto. They're the ones we need to look out for. My bet is that they split up because they finally found what they were searching for. I said intently. I agree, Nara. Niji supplied beside me with a narrowed look in white-activated Bikagen eyes. Time for a plan then, Kakashi said as we turned our attention to the copy ninja. Sakura and I will trail after Sasuke and Naruto. Shikamaru and Niji will collect Kenji and Satoshi and make sure they get back to Konoha safely. Are you sure? I replied, uneasy. They might have actually found Sasuke. It's only a 12 chance they did, but still. It's something to put into consideration. I stared over at Sakura, who wore a determined, resolute disposition on her face, and sighed. Nothing I say will probably make a difference anyway. This is a Team 7 thing. I thought knowingly, scratching the back of my head. Fine, I promised Hinata-sama, regardless. Niji responded firmly, inclining his head towards Kakashi. Take care of Satoshi-chan for me. Sakura said, smiling at us. No need to ask, they are my team after all. He answered back to the medic, nodding. Right, no point in wasting any more time. Sakura said bracingly and turned to her ex-sensei, let's go. Sayonara. Kakashi said with a wave as they both ran off to the north, following the Neendog in front of them. Niji and I started running as we took a slant and headed east. After a half hour, he turned to me. I see the boys, they're only a mile ahead now. He said, white eyes searching even further through the trees. They appear unharmed. Okay, I replied, taking up a faster pace as we entered a clearing. There, leaning up against a tree, was both a sleeping Kenji and Satoshi. Niji stepped forward, scanning for injuries, but finding nothing. I noted the small orange toad that was currently sitting on Kenji's lap uncomfortably, looking ready to pee his tiny pants. Who are you? The toad squeaked. Naruto's, no doubt. I thought, arching a brow at the small amphibian. I guess my assumption was correct after all. Kenji and Satoshi were left behind by force. That wasn't too surprising, considering it was Naruto and Sasuke after all. That is no matter to you. These boys are my students. Niji answered calmly, grabbing Kenji's limp arm as the toad hurriedly jumped off. Don't worry, we're Naruto's friends. The toad's eyes widened in absolute horror at my words, its hind legs trembling. Sorry. I'll take my leave now. The toad disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Niji and I gave each other a narrowed, questioning look at the toad's behavior. The toads were always odd, but it was strange for him to act that way towards us. I took Satoshi's arm as Niji and I hoisted them both over our shoulders. We jumped up back to the branches of the tree above us, turning back to the direction from where we came. I frowned, not liking to leave while there were so many problems that Kakashi and Sakura could get into because of Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi's the captain of this mission, I have to follow his orders. I thought, shifting Satoshi's dead weight. Let's get back, then. Niji said as I sighed, but followed the fellow Umbu captain as we made our way home. I just hope nothing too troublesome happens. Damn. I need a cigarette. Sasuke's POV, this is it, right team? Naruto asked, pointing at the weeping willow a few feet away from us. I stared down at the coursing river below us and frowned. That toad Gamabunta had better been telling us the truth. It annoyed me. What in the hell would future Naruto be doing in such a secretive base? Why would he let everyone believe he's been dead for the past decade? It makes no sense. Not to mention, where is my own future self? Yash! Naruto exclaimed loudly, jumping in the river with a big splash. I glared at the water but dived in as well, following Naruto swimming in front of me. I frowned at the icy water hitting my skin like needles. I pushed against the strong current until the waters grew darker, a sign that we had reached the bottom. Naruto grinned at me, here. I made the word out that sounded as bubbles escaped from the dobe's mouth. I looked down, noticing the lever underneath the slimy moss. We both grabbed onto it tightly and with a nod at each other, pulled hard. It didn't budge. I scowled, my air decreasing rapidly in my lungs as Naruto sent me a panicked, wide-eyed look. I'm losing air, he yelled, garbled as he waved his arms frantically. I glared, you are wasting air. I replied, about to add an insult, but my throat closed as I expanded oxygen. We both grabbed onto the lever with our utmost force and pulled with a sudden second wind. I swear I could see black dots hovering over my vision as the lever snapped free. We bumped into each other as we both tried to squeeze through the small hole at the same time, desperate for air. I took a deep breath, but then we yelled in surprise as we actually kept falling, the small hole closing instantly as soon as we exited through it. We finally slammed into the hard cement floor as I groaned, kicking Naruto, who landed half on top of me. Get off! I remarked angrily, still taking in air greedily. We almost died. He shook his head as he tore off his soaked orange jacket and threw it away. He took hold of his black shirt and squeezed the water out as I did the same to mine. Where are we? He asked impatiently, looking around the dark hallway. How the hell would I know? Ask your future self. I stood, already feeling my temper rise as I shook off as much water as I could. We started walking down the dreary hall, passing many rooms until we heard voices. Naruto turned to me and whispered, "What do we do?" I frowned, contemplating this. Nothing bad could happen. Right? It is Naruto, after all. But still, we don't know the circumstances on how he got here. My mind replayed Gamabunta's warning as I hesitated briefly. Let's not make ourselves known until we find you, I said decidedly, taking a peek down the hall as I saw the shadows on the wall of approaching men, talking loudly. Come here, Naruto said lowly, gripping my wrist as he pulled us into the room in back of him. The blonde closed the door after me as I stilled, wondering if they had already sensed us here. Would that be a bad or a good thing? Maybe Naruto didn't want anyone to find him. That could be why he's been in hiding for so long. I sighed, inwardly relieved as I heard the footsteps vanish into another hall. Naruto grinned next to me. The room was lit only by 2 bare light bulbs, even darker than the hallway we were just in. My eyes trailed over to the shadows, unnerved as a chill ran down my spine. 2 pairs of red gleaming eyes stared right back at us. What's this, Sasuke team? A joke, a dark voice asked, dripping in malice. I nudged Naruto, stricken as we both wordlessly flattened ourselves against the wall behind us. They stepped through the shadows, crimson gazes never once leaving us. A man around his late 20s first came slowly into view. He was tall, over 6 feet as the black robes he wore shifted near his feet. There were jagged blonde spikes falling over piercing red eyes. A vicious smirk was present on his tanned face that held whisker-like lines, fangs were visible in his smirk. But the most noticeable thing was his crushing, monstrous aura that he didn't even try to hide. My throat went completely dry, feeling a sharp pang of fear as I stared into his almost mirthful, scathing expression. It made you feel like you should just wait to be killed. Like you had no power over the matter. And he knew it well, reveled in it. Could that be Naruto? I didn't get to finish as the other figure came into view. He was just as tall as the other, maybe just an inch more. He too had a dark robe that cloaked him. Black spikes jetted upwards from the back of his head and over his emotionless eyes, just like mine did. I gulped soundlessly, knowing that this man was me. My future self. I locked eyes with his dead stare. This was even worse than the other one. It felt empty. Like he wasn't really there. It was as if he was just a ghost standing there, detached from everything around him. It felt dangerous because I didn't know what to expect. He could kill you as soon as look as you. He could easily kill us both. An aura of vapid nothingness. No, that wouldn't happen. They wouldn't kill their past selves since that would be killing them. That didn't make me feel any more secure. Suddenly, the older Naruto disappeared and we were both hanging by our necks as he leered at us coldly, growling lightly underneath his breath as he clenched his grip even tighter. I immediately clawed at his fingers around my neck, trying in vain to free myself. Naruto beside me was struggling as well. Let us go." Naruto choked, his blue eyes steaming. "Stop," my future self said apathetically, "it's no genjutsu." "What are you saying?" "It's real," the blonde, robed man scoffed as he dropped us both unceremoniously on the ground with a thud. It was then I noted the red clouds glittering their black robes. Not possible. We would never. My heart hammered in my chest. This can't be real. "Explain now, who are you?" The older form of me asked threateningly. "We." Naruto started, rubbing his throat. He couldn't seem to tear his wide, scared eyes off his own older self. "We were sent here from the past, accidentally. What's going on? Why are you guys in Akatsuki robes? Are you members of Akatsuki?" I asked, barely able to keep the stunned look off my face. The older Sasuke stepped forward. "No, we are the leaders of Akatsuki." Naruto gaped. "What?" "Heh, the old man kicked it a long time ago." The older Naruto grinned maliciously. "I personally made sure of it. Besides," he continued, letting out a bark like laughter, "who else do you think got Akatsuki this far? The old man could never have reached what we have, gone to the lengths we have. We're unstoppable." Older Naruto finished, red eyes glinting. "Naruto, don't say too much." Older Sasuke said, scowling faintly. "Who cares? You can erase their memories if it's necessary with your Sharingan." My older self's eyes narrowed. "Explain your arrival here." I glared in return. "No. We don't have to tell you anything." I gave a quick glance over to Naruto, who I noted was shaking slightly, fists balled by his sides. Then again, so was I. Sasuke turned to his fellow Akatsuki counterpart, Naruto. "Right." The Akatsuki Naruto waved his hand carelessly as the very air he created smacked into us like 1,000 bricks. We were thrown back and hit the stone wall with so much force all the air in my lungs was knocked out of me. The wind kept us a few feet above the floor and stuck to the wall. I blinked back unconsciousness as pain exploded in the back of my skull from the impact. I couldn't even move a finger, the air pressure was so strong. My older self stepped closer so he was only a foot away from me. His red eyes spun until I started into the familiar, hypnotizing gaze of the Manjikyu. I froze visibly, trying with all my might to move, instinctively knowing what was about to come. How? How did he attain Manjikyu? He didn't kill Naruto, he's right there. This isn't possible, Itachi said so. The only way to attain Manjikyu is to kill your best friend. How? I started. I didn't get a chance to finish my sentence as blackness overran my vision. After what felt like an eternity or just mere seconds, he tore his eyes off mine and turned to the older Naruto in back of him. The air suddenly let both of us go as we dropped to the floor once again. "This is unexpected," he murmured, his red eyes receding back to black. Older Sasuke walked over to the other Naruto as they spoke in low voices, probably explaining our story that my older self had forcefully taken from my mind. My head ached painfully as I groaned, fighting back the urge to vomit. Naruto shook my arm lightly. "Are you okay?" he asked worriedly. I gave him a quick stare. "We have to leave, now," I whispered to him quietly. This is the best time since they're distracted, I thought, my eyes lingering on the door that was only just a few steps away. We may not have another chance to escape. I can think about all of this after we escape. Sasuke, this isn't right. We can't be Akatsuki. He trailed off, shaking his head. Later, Naruto. I responded with a glare. We stood from the ground, making a mad dash for the door. Not so fast. I heard the older Naruto say with sardonic amusement as we were both pinned by an invisible force of air to the floor instantly. They're too strong. There isn't even a slim chance of us getting away. I tried to push myself up, but to no avail. What do we do? I never in a million years expected anything like this. I gritted my teeth, trying again to lift my head from the cold floor. The very air is our enemy. It seems like Naruto is a Winjutsu master. But I saw no hand seals. Was it too fast for me to notice? But all he did was wave his hand before. How could they be this strong? How could I ever master Manjikyu without killing Naruto? Maybe the Uchiha scrolls were wrong? Or maybe the rules didn't apply to him. I looked upwards again to see our older selves staring down at us, Sasuke blank-faced and Naruto smirking haughtily. What happened? Naruto yelled furiously, "You were about to become Hokage. I would have never joined the damn Akatsuki. What the hell is wrong with you? You left Hinata-chan all alone. How could you?" Older Naruto growled. I forgot how annoyingly loud I once was. Don't give me that crap. You were supposed to bring Sasuke back, not join him. Naruto shouted in return. It's a long story, older Naruto answered as Sasuke next to him rolled his eyes. I did go out to find Sasuke when I was 15. By that time, the curse seal had fully taken effect over the team. Older Sasuke grunted. We fought a long battle. I used all 9 tails at once. He grinned with his fangs showing. It was the best fight I ever experienced. 9 tails? I thought, confused. Does this have something to do with that red chakra Naruto used in our fight? Naruto gasped, 9 tails? I turned to my teammate. What is he talking about? That power you used against me in the Valley of the End? Older Naruto let out a low laugh. Naruto didn't want anyone to know he is the demon fox Kyuubi. We were sealed by the Yondaime when we were just a baby. I'm his vessel. I'm not actually the Kyuubi. Naruto replied angrily, glaring at his older self. Naruto has the 9 tails sealed inside him? That explains a lot about our fight. I remembered that vicious red chakra that swirled around him, taking the form of a fox. I see. Older Naruto smirked. Vessel? Not anymore. The seal is gone, Naruto. What do you mean? He retorted. In our fight. The Kyuubi and my mind merged. Our chakras fused together and we became one. I pushed it too far. Wanted to win too much. The Kyuubi didn't want to be imprisoned anymore. Besides, Naruto. You always wanted power. You. Naruto gaped, blinking rapidly without being able to keep the frightened edge out of his voice. I am both the Kyuubi and Uzumaki Naruto. I have over 400 years of the demons and your memories. And both of their powers and chakra. But this can't happen. I'm not. Naruto breathed hard, panicked as he shook his head stubbornly. Older Sasuke appeared above me suddenly as I tensed. I wished we weren't stuck to the ground, if only we could move. His foot wearing a black boot rose and grinded it into my back as I clamped my mouth shut to stop from making any sound. The curse seal. It consumed and freed me on the day I killed Itachi. His foot dug even harder. So tell me, how is Sakura? His cold apathetic voice said questioningly. I saw her in your memories briefly. I stiffened, glaring up at him with unmeasured hate. You shouldn't even be allowed to say her name, I spat out. So she told you. That surprises me. A very faint smirk appeared on his pale features. How? How could you even consider doing that to Sakura? I bit out, cursing him. The smirk grew. It's not like we never thought of her that way, any Sasuke? My glare intensified. I would never have done that to her. But we did. And, he leaned down, closer still, enjoyed it. Would you like to see how much? Red eyes stared down at me with deadly intent. My stomach dropped as my eyes widened in shock. I struggled to move again, but the force pushing us down kept me there, immobile. No, I don't want to see anything but that. I don't want to see it. My eyes burned as they stared flinchingly up at my older self's spinning gaze. Frightened green eyes stared imploringly into my own. Sasuke-kun, a scream fading into a dying whisper. I didn't know where I was. But that didn't matter. Sakura. I could feel her skin against mine, warm. So warm. I'm so cold. Greedily, I soaked up the warmth, every part of her. I tore off her clothes, intent on feeling every soft part. I wished the voices would stop. Why didn't they stop with his death? But I can't hear them when she's near. When Sakura's here. I can't hear them now. She is here, she's right below me. Beneath me. She's shaking, or am I shaking? I don't know, I don't care. I claimed her bruised lips once again. I didn't want to hear any more screams. I gripped her tighter, her waist felt so tiny in my grasp. Please, no. I could hear her crying distantly. She was always crying. My heart beat faster as I sank my head into the crook of her neck. Sakura. I pressed myself harder against her still. I wanted to stop the shaking, needed to. I needed to. Sasuke-kun, stop. I slanted my lips over hers, shutting my eyes to her teary emerald gaze. I pulled her wrists over her head, shifting my position in between her legs. Heat fanned every part of my skin as I kissed her with increased force. I pressed hard against her hips, a heavy haze entering my mind. Sakura. Broken green met an empty black. I penetrated her swiftly as I tore her apart from the inside. I blinked up at the dark ceiling, my eyes wide with horror. I could feel the cold floor digging into my back as I panted heavily, not wanting to close my eyes though they felt as if they were on fire. I didn't want to see those images. I choked on my own breath, shaking uncontrollably as disinterested black eyes stared down at me with a listless expression. I suddenly wished that could have been the memories Itachi always showed me with the Manjikyu. Just not. God. I'm a monster. I did do that to her. I did. I will. I hurt her. I hurt the one teammate I always swore to protect. I hurt Sakura. With a swish of his dark robes, the older Sasuke walked over calmly to where the older Naruto was as they began conversing silently once more. I noticed vaguely Naruto crawl over to me from my right side. Sasuke, what did he do to you? He asked, hesitating. Are you okay? As my silence greeted him, he tensed further. Sasuke. What the hell did that bastard do? I made a small noise in the back of my throat as I pushed against the ground and backed up until I felt the wall in back of me. I leaned heavily against it, clutching my head. We have to get out of here. Naruto's POV, Sasuke. Are you a giant? Boom sounded and shook the very walls of the base. I grabbed Sasuke's wrist tightly and pulled him up forcibly as we ran for the door once more. We tore right through the door and ran as fast as our legs would carry us down the long stretching hall. I could feel them right at our backs, taunting us by letting us know how easy it would be to capture us again. Come on. Come on, just a little bit further. Another loud, earth-shattering boom exploded as a crater-sized hole appeared in the wall in front of us, debris flying everywhere. Why is the base under attack? I thought, but not considering the lucky break as we both ran through the huge hole. I could hear our older selves shouting orders at their men, but we kept running until I stopped dead in my tracks at the pink-haired woman just a few feet away from us, ready to drive her fist once more into the ground. "Sakura-chan?" I thought, stunned as Sasuke beside me jerked quite suddenly. He tore his wrist away and looked down, his black bangs over his eyes. Just what the heck did that creep do to Sasuke? I thought as I waved to Sakura as she and Kakashi ran over quickly. I was so relieved to see them I didn't even stop to ask how they knew we were here. "Kakashi-sensei, Sakura-chan. They're coming, we have to go now," I said hurriedly, looking over my shoulder to make sure they hadn't arrived yet. "They're demons, we can't take them." "Who is Naruto?" Sakura asked worriedly, looking back to Sasuke and then me. "Our future selves," Sasuke said quietly, "both of them." "What did you just say?" Kakashi asked in a rushed tone, grasping Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke didn't look up, both of them, me and Naruto. Two wisps of black and a dark red smoke appeared in front of us. Sakura, the medic's green eyes locked on the black figure as the smoke cleared away. "Sasuke," she whispered faintly. "Kakashi." My older self said smugly as he stood right next to the older Sasuke, narrowing his red eyes on all of us. Sakura-chan's green eyes trailed over to my future self and gasped, "Naruto. You're alive?" She tried to run to him, but Kakashi grabbed Sakura's arm and pushed her in back of him. "Look at what they're wearing, Sakura," the silver-haired Jounin said, pulling up his Heidi 8 to reveal his Sharingan eye. "They're the leaders of Akatsuki," I said to my sensei as Sasuke, and I stepped beside him, instinctively moving in front of Sakura-chan. "Are you even Uzumaki Naruto?" Kakashi asked my older self with a hardened glint in his mismatched eyes. "Of course I am. I'm really getting bored of explaining myself." I looked up at Kakashi. "It's insane. The Kyuubi and him have merged. Even the seal is gone." The older Sasuke stepped forward, his empty gaze still on Sakura. The future Naruto nodded to his partner, his whiskered face grinning. "Oh, I get it. Sakura, we need to talk to you. Now." The future Uchiha's toneless voice stated. "I have nothing to say, especially to you, Sasuke." Sakura turned imploringly to my older self. "Naruto, don't you know that Hinata is still waiting for you? Everyone is waiting for their next Hokage? Please, don't do this." He arched a blonde brow at her. "So? I have more power here than I ever could have as Hokage. They can all rot for all I care." His red eyes darkened slightly. "As for Hinata, she'll have to wait just a little while longer." A cold wave of ice went through me as I wondered what the hell this guy had planned for poor Hinata-chan. No way is he touching her, I thought furiously, glaring at him as my insides twisted. "We've got to stop them, but how?" I thought, "They're invincible. There's no hope for either of them, Sakura. They aren't the boys we once knew," Kakashi said as he eyed the two distrustfully. Sakura-chan's pleading look dissolved into a firm, determined one. I started in shock as she grabbed Sasuke's and my shirt and pulled us so we were staring into a white Haruno circle crested on her back. She took a few steps forwards and turned to face Kakashi seriously. "I'll take them, Kakashi. I want to fight them by myself," she said as immediate protests came forth from both me and Sasuke. The Kapinin stared at her for a long second before he nodded, sighing. "Be careful." She nodded in return, giving him a half-smile as she disappeared into pink petals and reappeared a few feet away from our older selves. She pulled on black medic gloves as she faced them with a strong, unperturbed expression on her pale face. "What, this is going to be some kind of Neo-Sanin fight," older Naruto replied, an excited gleam in his eyes. "Let's see." Sakura-chan responded as they all charged instantly. Sakura went for Sasuke with a crater-smashing punch, but he dodged it. Naruto made contact with her, but she burst once again into pink petals as the fight continued, barrages of kunai and shuriken thrown by both sides as the fight of 2 against 1 commenced. "Why aren't you helping her?" Sasuke asked coldly to Kakashi, seething. Sakura is different from the one you knew. She needs to do this herself. The copy ninja replied sternly. It's not a fair fight. I responded hotly, ready to help Sakura myself, but we were both held back by Kakashi's strong grip on our shoulders. Wait, boys, just watch the fight for now. Sasuke and Sakura were fighting once again as they threw punches and kicks so fast all it looked like was a massive blur of limbs. Sasuke's eyes were bleeding crimson as Sakura wore a fierce glare, diving upwards for an uppercut, but the Uchiha deflected it with his arm guard. She jumped back to avoid a well-aimed kick and dropped to the ground to miss an oncoming punch by Naruto just by a few inches. My heart pounded as Sakura fought with my older self, the manic look in his eyes growing more and more unbalanced. In a flurry of hand seals, Sakura's hands hit the rocky ground as suddenly the ground jetted upwards into the air, sending the three fighters soaring at least a mile into the sky. I gasped, staring up at them in wonderment as the Akatsuki members regained their balance and began fighting anew. Whoa! I thought, gulping. Sakura-chan's scary strong. See? Sakura is different now. Kakashi stated evenly. I glanced sideways at Sasuke, whom had a shocked look of slight awe on his face. He watched the fight intently, red eyes narrowed as I turned my attention back on the fight, squinting against the sun so I could see what was happening. The rock Sakura created had to be the size of a mountain. Sakura. I heard older Sasuke say, join us. Join the Akatsuki. It could be just like the old Team 7 days, remember? My older self asked. Follow our path, Sakura. You don't want to be left behind again, do you? Older Sasuke replied with a sadistic smirk on his face. Sakura's gaze hardened. I want nothing to do with you. Except to be the one that stops you. No more talking. From now on, our only words will be through our fists. Reeling back another powerful punch, she hit the ground as rock-sized boulders headed directly for Sasuke and Naruto at an alarming speed. They dodged, fire erupting from the Uchiha's mouth as Sakura was forced to jump back, only to be pushed off her feet completely by Naruto's wind attack. She tumbled on the floor but ended up back on her feet, straightening to a stand. She dropped back into a taijutsu stance as she charged the two once more. Sasuke made a grab for her as they rolled backwards on the ground, but the medic reached up and with adept fingers pressed a pressure point in his side that made him reactively move away in reflex. Older Naruto went for her, but she turned quickly and jabbed her green glowing hand right over his heart as he let out a forced breath, jumping back to recover from the shock of the blow. He seemed to have a hard time breathing correctly as his red gaze glared mercilessly into Sakura's. She jumped to her feet as they all started a combination of hand seals, each seemingly knowing what the other was thinking as their palms hit the ground below them with a huge impact. They rose upwards as giant figures formed beneath them. They summoned their animals. I thought stunned as I was instantly reminded of the last time I saw all three in one fight, the fight I witnessed with Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade-bachan. I was sorely reminded of it as I saw the older Naruto on Gamabunta the Toad, Sakura on Katsuyu the Slug, and older Sasuke on Manda the Snake. The three Neo-Sennin faced each other on their respective animals, each standing on the animal's head. The animals each glanced at the other, the air running so thick with tension you could almost taste it. Katsuyu. Gamabunta said in acknowledgement, I regret meeting this way to a once-respected ally. But I must do what my master commands. Please bear in mind that this is not my true feelings. Gamabunta, the slug replied, I once knew you as a friend, but I cannot forgive you for joining the snake. Prepare for your defeat. The snake Manda scoffed, as if you have a hope in hell of defeating us, slug. Sorry for the difficult odds, Katsuyu. Sakura-chan said, bending down to talk to her summoning animal. No worries, Sakura. I will fight by your side to the very end, the white and gray slug chirped firmly in return. Enough talk, Sasuke remarked stoically. Attack, Manda. As you command, Uchiha-sama. The king of snakes reared its fangs and dove for the slug, maintaining a forceful grip at its neck. We don't want to miss out, Gamabunta. Future Naruto said coolly. The toad inclined his big head, his weight moving to rest on his hind legs. Yes, Uzumaki-sama. The toad jumped into the air and was about to land directly on the slug's lower half before she jerked away quickly to avoid the assault. The slug writhed to escape the snake's grip as she burst into millions of tiny slugs that littered the ground below. Sakura jumped at the time her slug disembodied itself and planted a mighty fist right into Gamabunta's head, making him slam his whole head a good 2 feet into the ground. The pink-haired ninja then turned and landed on the snake's head, her fists glowing like a halo of green chakra was around them. The snake's master stared at her unaffected as the Uchiha unsheathed his katana. The sword glinted dangerously as Sakura ducked, strands of pink hair being sliced off by the swiper's blow. They moved once again in a taijutsu dance, but Sakura couldn't seem to make contact yet on the Uchiha. Meanwhile, Gamabunta was stamping on the tiny slugs that burst into acid. The slug reformed once again as they both fought with one another, Katsuyu spitting a burning poison and the toad using its strength to crush the slug into bits. Finally, Sakura surprised Sasuke by grasping his sword's hilt, twisting it, and sheathing it right into the snake's head. Manda screeched in agony as he shook his head, howling for the sword to be removed. She drove it deeper until it went right through the snake's jaw until it was visible from the other end. Stupid Sakura, Sasuke said emotionlessly, smirking as he moved forward and grabbed the hands on the hilt of his sword, tearing them off and forcing them at her sides. She was about to move, but he stepped closer, his leg intertwining with hers till her had her in a leg lock. She glared, trying to push away, but suddenly Naruto was behind her, readily grasping her shoulders. Got you, Sakura. The blonde Akatsuki leader said arrogantly. They got her. I thought, worried as I tried to free myself from Kakashi's grip. I could see Sasuke struggling as well as I looked up again to still see Sakura sandwiched in between her 2 ex-teammates. What are they going to do to her? I could even see Kakashi's expression tense. I don't think so. Sakura-chan responded as green chakra started swirling rapidly in swelling circles all over her body. The 2 men cursed and jumped away as if scalded as Sakura panted heavily but maintained a focused disposition. Sasuke had somehow, it was too fast to see, retrieved his katana and turned to Naruto as they shared a look in which only Sasuke stepped forward. Enough wasting time, Sakura. We end this now. The future Uchiha prodigy said coldly, making seals so that a crackling blackish-bluish energy of a Chidori emerged all over his body and down his sword. The loud chirping rang into my ears as I stiffened. Sakura-chan. Look out! I shouted, feeling useless as Sasuke stalked towards Sakura. She charged with momentum as well but was blown back by another wind jutsu from Naruto and hit a tree some ways in back of her so hard that the tree cracked in two. From the broken bark she stood up, unwaveringly as I literally watched her rib cage reattach itself. Sasuke was about to take another step toward her, but Kakashi appeared in front of her. I blinked, not even noticing that Kakashi left our side as he blocked the Uchiha from advancing to Sakura. My turn, Sakura. Kakashi's eyes locked with Sasuke's deadened ones. It's time I correct my past mistakes. Fine, Sakura replied, turning to face my future self as they began fighting once more. You think you can defeat me, Kakashi? A low chuckle resonated from the Uchiha's lips. Unlike Sakura, I don't have any use for you, so I'll make this quick. They both went for each other as the animals, oblivious to their masters, seemed to be fighting their own war in the background. I couldn't even pick up any moves from Kakashi-sensei's and Sasuke's fight as teacher and prodigy fought with deadly intent written across both of their faces. Sasuke, I turned to my paler-than-normal teammate, what do we do? He shook his head, his eyes never straying from the fights. His fists were unclenching and clenching at his sides. I never saw him so unnerved, even in our fight with Haku and Zabuza that now seemed so long ago. We're not strong enough to make any difference here. I wondered if his Sharingan eyes caught every move that was happening in front of us. They're too strong. They're just toying with Sakura and Kakashi. I glared in response. How do you know that? Your future self hasn't even used a bit of his red chakra. And my curse seal isn't even in stage 1. My heart plummeted as I stared at the fight once more. Older Sasuke now loomed over Kakashi with dull, narrowed eyes. I staggered as I noticed that Kakashi was practically holding his innards together as blood seeped from his stomach onto the ground. The Uchiha raised his sword above his head, ready to strike down at his sensei any moment. How will it feel to be killed by your own technique? Sasuke asked as a Chidori sizzled and wrapped itself like a snake around his katana. Won't this be a fitting end? No, he wouldn't. Sasuke and I raced over, but we were too late. I could hear Sakura scream in the distance as the sword swiped down with force, cutting right through where Kakashi's heart should be. Without even a second glance, the future Sasuke ripped his sword out of the massive hole in Kakashi's chest and turned his attention on the running Sakura. Is he dead? My mind screamed yes, while another part protested with a small sense of hope. Kakashi. He can't die. He's our sensei. Sasuke, future Sasuke killed Kakashi. This can't be happening, it can't, but it was. Sasuke and I reached Kakashi first, dropping to our knees beside him. Dread rose like a heavy burden on my shoulders as I felt wetness on my cheeks. Kakashi's rapidly dulling black eye lingered on Sasuke as he just stared wordlessly back, shaking slightly. Sasuke. Protect Sakura. He breathed his final breath as his eyes half closed. Blood soaked our pants with the ever-growing pool of crimson underneath Kakashi as he went limp, eyes shutting for the last time. I started in disbelief, shaking as I shook him, Kakashi-sensei. Please don't. I hastily tried to clamp his wound shut as Sasuke beside me sat there, deadly quiet and unmoving. Damn it, team. Help me. I yelled, glaring through the tears as he just shook his head, staring wide-eyed at our sensei. He's dead. He mumbled, lifting his hand up to stare at the blood dripping from it. Sasuke. How can you just do nothing? Come on, help me. I said frantically, knowing that I couldn't feel any pulse from Kakashi as I checked it over and over. I was suddenly rammed into Sasuke as Sakura appeared at our side, hands immediately going over Kakashi's wound and pumping it with bounds of green chakra. She breathed heavily, elbows shaking unsteadily as her eyes filled with unshed tears. No, please Kakashi. Hang on, she supplied another burst of chakra, but the blood kept flowing from his still body. It's useless, Sakura. He's dead. Future Sasuke said from a few feet behind her, uncaringly. She slowly raised herself, arms hanging limp at her sides until they formed into fists. Sakura looked up once more as her emerald eyes brimmed with tears and deep conviction. Sasuke sheathed his sword as he faced her once again. You killed Kakashi. You heartless monster. In a split second, she charged once again for Sasuke but was deftly countered. I didn't even see the Uchiha move as suddenly all I could see was future Sasuke's back as he had Sakura against a tree with apparent ease. He leaned down and held her wrists up above her head. She didn't seem to be able to move. Sakura-chan. I yelled, wrenching myself from Kakashi's side, but was lifted into the air by the back of my shirt, my feet dangling under me. I don't think so. I stared into my future self's red eyes and kicked viciously at him, but no move seemed to make any impact whatsoever. With a powerful punch to the head, I was sent spiraling into the air as I crashed into solid rock, stars bursting from behind my eyes as I fought to stay awake. But Sakura-chan. Older Sasuke leaned down and stared at her with an intent, empty gaze. Consider my offer once again, Sakura. You can make this easy or hard for yourself. I'll never join you, Sasuke. I'd rather die. She said, green eyes staring right into his crimson eyes, not backing down an inch. He moved so close their lips were almost brushing as a hand swept up her side and sank into her pink strands. I never said you had a choice in the matter, Sakura. I guess we'll do this the hard way then. He smirked faintly at her wide-eyed expression. It's been a long time, Sakura. He pressed closer still, taking another step. Time passes by quickly nowadays. Stop it. Don't touch her, the 12-year-old Sasuke said forcibly. I saw Sasuke's arms around his older self's leg, trying to force him away from Sakura. He kept a harsh grip, but it proved useless as Sasuke was easily picked up and then punched hard in the stomach, his eyes rolling to the back of his head as Sasuke passed out cold. I was picked up once again by my other self as I felt a sharp pain to the back of my head and knew no more. Sasuke's POV, I snapped awake, sitting up fast as I tried to make sense of the surroundings around me. I heard a groan next to me as Naruto sat up slowly, rubbing the back of his head in obvious pain. Kakashi. He's dead. The events of everything came flooding back to me all at once. I steadied myself from the turbulent emotions running through me as I felt the cursed seal burn in reaction. Sakura. Where is Sakura? Remembering Kakashi's dying words only sent a dagger of guilt through me. I couldn't protect her. And he was killed by me, by my own hands, by my future self. I see you're both awake. I looked up sharply to see our future selves staring down at us through bars. Shocked, I steadied the steel bars, noting with a twinge of apprehension all the seals and heavy chains latched on to ensure our imprisonment. I lunged forward, grabbing the bars and shaking them as hard as I could. Where is Sakura? I growled threateningly, stilling as I felt a painful shock run up my arms. I let go of the bars and stared at my second-degree burned hands. Naruto cursed beside me and glared, "What the hell is up with this?" "To make sure you don't escape, of course." Future Naruto replied, grinning. "What are you going to do to Sakura?" I asked with a frantic edge to my voice that I couldn't care to cover. "That reminds me. We have to entertain our other guest, Naruto." Our older selves turned and walked down the hall, footsteps receding to an echo. Sakura. Hill, my mind reeled with what he could do as the memory of what he showed me replayed over and over in my head. Sakura. Let us go, you hear me? Naruto yelled loudly as I sagged against the wall, my imagination already working on just what exactly Sakura was going to go through by my future self. The last thing I heard was Sakura's scream. Chapter 7 Sakura's POV. I stared up at the darkly shadowed ceiling in the dimly lighted room that I was currently held in. Was it all hopeless? Kakashi-senpai died, he's dead. Sasuke killed him. The Sasuke I never thought I'd lay eyes on again. The Sasuke I dreaded seeing again. My eyes clenched shut as the waves of anguish hit me hard, replacing the grim determination that had taken hold of me during the fight earlier on. On top of Kakashi's death and Sasuke's appearance, Naruto died he was. Over the years I swore to myself that I wouldn't live in what ifs and what could have been. But even with that thinking pattern I couldn't help but pray that somehow, someway Naruto had survived. That my Naruto, my best friend and loyal teammate, would show up out of the blue one day and declare with his signature grin, "Hey Sakura-chan. Sorry I'm late, but you know the heroes always are." The tears gathering at the corners of my eyes threatened to fall as I kept back a sob. My team that I anyway, they were all dead. I'm the only one left. Sasuke was gone. The boy I had loved from the past died the day he left for Odo. The boy I had given my heart to had pierced and killed Kakashi, the friend I had turned to and depended on these past 12 years. And Naruto, he had become merged with the Kyuubi, he had said. How? Why? Things like that didn't happen to Naruto. The Naruto I know would have never said the things he had today, done the things he did. Then I remembered Kakashi's words, and I knew for certain that I had to accept that Naruto too was gone. My teammates were all gone. What will I say to Hinata? No, I can't think on things like that right now. I have to escape from here. I have to be there for my Satoshi, and I have to make sure the past Naruto and Sasuke are safe from their future selves. God knows what could happen if they remain in their custody. I looked down at my bound legs that were tied tightly to the chair I was currently sitting in, my hands that couldn't even save my own sensei locked down on the chair's arms, doubly wrapped for good measure. I struggled for a moment before sagging, a sigh escaping from my lips at the sheer ache in my limbs and the throbbing in the back of my skull. I was so confident I could take them on myself, but in the end I only delayed the process. I inhaled sharply, pushing away self-degrading thoughts and focusing on my binds instead. But when I glimpsed the dried blood of Kakashi on my fingertips, my vision blurred. My head snapped up when I heard the approaching footsteps of two persons and the accompanying familiar presences. So they come. The door in front of me opened and the two dark-robed figures walked into my little four-walled cell. At the sight of Sasuke's blank expression, the image of a dead Kakashi tore through my mind, and I screamed in vain as I tried to lunge for the stoic raven-haired man, fighting the ropes that had been secured around me when I was unconscious. The pair of Akatsuki leaders said nothing as Naruto closed the door behind them, Sasuke coming to stand coolly in front of me. I glared into his black depths, daring him to do his worst. However, instead Sasuke pulled out what I recognized to be chakra drainers. I narrowed my eyes as he came around to my right side, nonchalantly fastening them to either one of my bound hands, and then to my tied feet as well. Sasuke bent down slightly for the last part as I kept my still silence, waiting for whichever one to speak. "This wouldn't be necessary if you just agreed," Sasuke said finally, standing once more as he eyed me blankly. "Go to hell," I spat with utter venom. "I'll kill you for what you did to Kakashi. For everything you did." I shook in my seat. "How could you?" I burned my gaze into his emotionless one. "I hate you." The Avenger gave no reaction. I didn't expect him to either. Naruto, however, was a different story. "Come on, Kakashi was in the way," he said with a causal tone. "We would have had to take care of him eventually anyway." I cursed. "What have you done to the past, Naruto and Sasuke?" At this Naruto gave a feral grin. "Worried, Sakura-chan?" the whiskered man asked, dripping with sarcasm that didn't suit his appearance. Then again, the Akatsuki didn't either. Sasuke stared down at me, taking a step forward. "Don't concern yourself with our past selves. We plan to return them back to the past." His onyx eyes narrowed. "For now, you should concern yourself with your answer." I turned my head away from the mockery of the two teammates that had been with me in Team 7. "Sakura-chan," Naruto said in a way that gave me a ghostly reminder of the past, "come on, don't be difficult. After all, if you join Akatsuki you could make sure we don't kill any more people you want alive, It could be a 3-man cell, like the old days." I glared at him as I swallowed another lurch of pain. "My teammates are dead." The QB/Naruto didn't seem to like the answer I gave as he bared his teeth and scowled. He was about to say something when Sasuke beat him to it, his monotone cutting through the tense atmosphere like a butcher's knife. "Think, Sakura, what could possibly keep you in Konoha? What do you have left there?" My eyes lowered as I remembered my son before I pushed it back down, an emotionless facade rearing up again. I couldn't afford to let Naruto or especially Sasuke catch wind of him. Or even Kenji. When I looked back up again, Sasuke's deadened orbs were locked on mine with an utter dark intensity that made my mind reel for a second before I centered myself enough to stare evenly back at him. "I'll never accept," I said firmly. Naruto cocked his head to the side as he crossed his arms. "I think you will after a while," he said with a short laugh. "Our methods can be very persuasive." A chill ran down my spine, but I recovered instantly nonetheless. I had to ask something that I knew this Naruto might not answer. "Naruto, why didn't you tell anyone the seal was weakening?" I asked, staring into the blood-red eyes of the blonde Akatsuki that should have been blue. Naruto's eyes narrowed dangerously. "I thought he was on my side, but it turns out he was on our side," he said evasively. I knew the he referenced to must have been the QB, but to hear him phrase it like the unsettled me more. "Oh, Naruto." All I could do was stare at him hopelessly as my brain worked into overdrive, asking questions that I somehow knew they'd answer. Why? Why join Akatsuki? Why do this? The war, everything. Why did you both keep it hidden that you were alive for the past 12 years? Sasuke remained silent as the two gazes of the Akatsuki leader met briefly before Naruto smirked and spoke. "During our fight, we realized that we were the two most powerful beings on this earth. When our seals broke, we grasped a new plan, a new idea. Why kill each other when we could join forces and be invincible? We knew we could rule all the villages easily and reign over them like gods. Naruto's crimson eyes bore into mine. I'm not just a mere half-demon, Sakura-chan. And Sasuke isn't just a cursed human. We have pushed past those containers, those limitations, and forced a new level for ourselves, a higher power that demands divine right. As he talked, I could see the gleam of an old, ancient intelligence that must have came from the Kyuubi. You said before that I was about to become Hokage of Leaf. Why rule one village when you can rule them all? And now, only two remained, Suna and Konoha. Naruto finished darkly. We didn't choose to reveal our identity because that would only give an advantage to our enemies. Why give unnecessary information? Sasuke said, leaning down. Since he had been standing in front of me, it made me tense minutely. Don't be our enemy, Sakura. Fight alongside us to fulfill your role as one of the three. Join us. Naruto said from behind him. I shook my head, inwardly relieved when Sasuke straightened in that same impassive manner. You're insane, the both of you. I'll take that as a compliment. Naruto said, the whiskers on his face darkening as his mouth twisted into another grin. Make your choice or we'll make it for you. Sasuke said offhandedly. I took a deep breath and bang. I gasped in alarm at the loud noise, staring up at Sasuke and Naruto, who both turned towards the door. Sasuke was still expressionless, but Naruto was scowling once more. More sounds followed the initial bang and continued. Naruto faced Sasuke. I'll check up on our past selves. I know they are the ones that are causing the ruckus. Sasuke said nothing as Naruto swiftly swept from the room and closed the door, his robe billowing behind him. It was then that it hit me hard that I was now alone with Sasuke. Old fears rose and teetered on my conscience as I bid back memories of the last time I was alone with Sasuke. Determined to not show any hint of my feelings, I raised my head and met his eyes dead on. Sasuke stood quietly in front of me, giving off a statue-like state. I couldn't even hear him breathing. Do demons have to breathe? I didn't know. I said nothing in return to his loud silence. I had nothing to say to the man who had broken my heart and killed my best friend and comrade. All I wanted now was to exact my own revenge. But in my mind, I knew that might never happen. This time, however, I let myself believe the illusion that maybe I could. What did you think of? At that sudden question from Sasuke, I had to blink. It was so obscure for this situation, not to mention I didn't even know what he was talking about. Nor did I want to. At my own bitter silence, Sasuke moved so that his knees were hitting against mine, a remaining pressure that kept me aware of his proximity. Answer, he said in a cold response to my lack of responding. When I didn't, his dark depths narrowed on mine. Having enough, I snapped. Answer what? I have no idea what you're talking about. And why should I have to tell you anything, that you bastard? You don't have to answer, really. Sasuke amended in that same blasé tone. I was referring to when I asked what kept you in Konoha. Your expression changed for a second, and I want to know why. I stilled at the way this warped conversation was headed. Hands that were at Sasuke's sides moved and were now placed on my shoulders, the blank look in his onyx eyes never dispersing. I can read you better than anyone. I always could. He tilted his head to the side as he stared at me behind his pitch-black bangs. You're keeping something from me. A churning feeling coiled in my stomach from the feel of his hands on my shoulders, but I fought to keep my detached look. My eyes, however, were outright glaring. If you really can read me as well as you think, then you'd kill me now, because there's no way I'm ever going to join Akatsuki. Sasuke's grip on my shoulders tightened. You may change your mind. He leaned in so he was right next to my ear. Sakura. My chest jumped and I knew he must have felt it. I glared at him harshly as he leaned back, his hands remaining on my shoulders as they casually slid to my forearms. HN. What could be keeping you in Konoha, Sakura? When he asked this, I knew I detected a slight hardening of his voice. He's angry. I, though knowingly, seeing the darkening of his eyes as if it were plain as day. I suddenly knew that he wouldn't back down until he had an answer, one that I knew I couldn't afford to give. Konoha is my home, I said suddenly, maybe a bit too fast because Sasuke was already narrowing his deadened eyes at my green ones. His right hand trailed from my forearm, drifting up to my shoulder to my neck as it paused briefly on its path until it snaked into my pink hair, the silky strands threading into his fingers. His eyes were still as empty as ever as he did this, eyeing me all the same. I'll give you a new one. The hand that was threading itself in my petal pink hair stopped and tugged on a strand that fell in my face. I had barely heard his distant words that became all too clear when he leaned in once more. He was nearly a breath away before I whispered, "Never." I knew this angered him greatly because the hand that had been now at my cheek dropped down to my jaw and grasped it, not roughly but still tightly. When I looked into his eyes, I started when I saw red, the Manjikyu blaring into my own orbs. Sasuke. I choked, nervous and now afraid for what I might not be able to hide. No, he can't know about Satoshi-chan. He can't. The crimson Sharingan spun as blackness coated my sight, giving me the sensation that I was falling even though I was sitting as I was dropped into a pool of my own memories. Flashes of the last 15 years floated by at fast pace until they focused on a crying sound that seemed to echo through my mind. The baby cry soon gave way to a happy Kaa-san, as the image that came along with it appeared, the forceful pull of Sasuke's Manjikyu not even giving me a chance to conceal my most important secret. Please. No, a picture of a 12-year-old Satoshi became apparent, the slight scowl on his face no more pronounced than normal as he smiled at me. His mop of spiky black hair matched his dark eyes perfectly as he looked up at me. Kaa-san, if I wash the dishes, can we go out and get Dango? The memory faded instantly as I was forced into reality again, far away from the kitchen of my home in Konoha. When I blearily opened my eyes, I saw Sasuke's now obsidian ones, the same that matched his son, stare down imploringly at me. Hidae and Uchiha. Sasuke broke off as his hold on my jaw tightened for a minute before letting up. A son that your son. Son. He affirmed as his eyes seemed to widen a fraction, the blankness from before forming into interest. On that day that you got pregnant. He's 12 years old, then. Tears fell down my face like streams as I inwardly screamed. Sasuke stared down at me. That's what you were keeping secret, that our son. His name. What's his name? He asked, putting a hand at the back of my neck once more as red eyes again stared into mine. I shook my head. With a growl, he released the Manjikyu on me once again. This time, even more memories were brought forth. Satoshi at age 3, then 6, and then Ino asking at my front doorstep, "Hey, it's Satoshi-chan's birthday, isn't it?" Satoshi glaring mutely as I readied him for the village festival, Satoshi smiling at me as I gave him his first kunai set, Satoshi aiming a punch at a blonde-haired boy as I readily intervened. Suddenly I felt Sasuke's path through my memories take an abrupt swerve as he focused on that blonde-haired boy. Then it showed the same boy as a baby next to Satoshi, then again at the park as they fought over the sandbox, Kenji's white eyes beaming as he then ran up to his mother Hinata, who cried, "Kenji-chan," when she had picked him up at my house later that day. The memories faded as I found myself weakly staring into Sasuke's red eyes once again. He was smirking at me, moving again so that one of his hands went to my hip and the other stayed on the back of the neck, nestling itself into my hair again. "Satoshi," he muttered under his breath as I stared at him. Please don't," I said feebly, begging him to let Satoshi be. Sasuke shook his head and leaned forward, kissing up my neck with cold lips until he finally stopped just beneath my ear. "Sakura." The way he said my name, like so many other times, left me tensing. I would have collected you from Konoha eventually. Make no mistake about that. You made promises to me that I won't allow you to break. He bit down hard on my neck, as if to signify his intentions before he moved along my jaw, then pressing his cheek against mine. His raven spikes tore into my vision as my tears blocked away any remainder I would have made. I closed my eyes, whimpering in the back of my throat as I breathed in his scent that still haunted most of my dreams and nightmares. I felt him lick away my tears as his nose brushed mine, before lightly brushing his lips against my own in a light kiss that betrayed darker notions that seemed to echo in his soulless eyes every time he stared into my jade ones. I mewled when he kissed me again, rougher this time as he forced my mouth to part. After a few minutes for forceful one-sided kisses and lingering touches, he pulled away. He stood in front of me again as if nothing had happened. As if he didn't just learn that he and Naruto had sons. As for Satoshi, Sasuke mirrored that same cold smirk. It seems I do still have something I must collect from Konoha, Naruto as well. He must be informed of this Kenji of his. The Avenger almost looked amused. Who would have thought that we'd both end up with sons? For that, Sakura, we had much to discuss. Leave him alone, I swear if you go near them I'll, enough. Sasuke cut in forcibly, the conversation is over. As for you, Sakura, I'll be back later to see if you've changed your mind. The bottled desperateness loomed inside me as I watched Sasuke stalk out of the room. Satoshi-chan. Kenji-chan. When the door slammed behind him I knew I had one last chance. All of our last chances. The past Naruto and Sasuke would have to be returned back to their rightful time. With their memories. Sasuke's POV, Naruto and I continued to slam up against the bars in the hope that it would falter and break. I ignored the burns from the seals placed on the bars as Naruto and I nodded at each other again, throwing ourselves with all our might onto the steel bars of our cell. It didn't budge. Damn it! Naruto cursed as I looked over at him, watching as he rubbed the angry burns on his right shoulder until the skin peeled. We can't even make a dent in this thing. We have to keep trying, I replied, the sound of Sakura's scream still ringing in my ears. Don't stop. I know. Naruto said, bracing himself for another charge at the bars when we saw light pour into the hall, followed by the sudden arrival of future Naruto. His long spikes of blonde fell into his crimson eyes as he glared at us from his spot. We stilled and viewed him tensely for a millisecond, backing up against each other as we prepared ourselves for whatever he might do. You're being loud, he finally said. It's annoying and you better stop. Naruto's blue eyes glared at his future self. What happened to Sakura-chan? What did you do to her? The blonde Akatsuki leader scoffed, that's none of your concern. The hell it isn't, I started tersely as I tensed, is he still with her? Future Naruto smirked with a lift of his broad shoulders, who's to say? Naruto in his own fury pointed at him, I can't believe I turned into you. I don't believe it. I'm nothing like you, and I never will be. Everyone has a monster inside of themselves, Naruto. You just had two. Future Naruto said vaguely. Naruto went pale as I noted his hand scrunching up his shirt into his lower stomach. I sneered at the older Naruto, you won't get away with this. And what do you expect to do, Sasuke-chan? His red eyes flashed on my black ones. What, go back to the past and undo all the wrongs we did? Don't kid yourself, you can't change the future and you cannot change the past. It's already done. It's set in stone, so stop deluding yourself. Do you really expect we'll send you back to the past with your memories? The Akatsuki leader arched a brow at me. I thought you were smarter than that. Screw you. Naruto yelled, we'll fix everything. Arg, I hate you. How masochistic of you. Really, I thought you'd be happy seeing your older self like this. The older Naruto said to the younger one. What? No way. And why not? Future Naruto replied with cool arrogance, I'm powerful, respected, feared throughout every land, and in the underworld I'm revered, acknowledged in everyone's eyes. Isn't that what you always wanted? Naruto stilled as I shook my head at Naruto, don't listen to him. Future Naruto let out a bark-like laugh. What did you expect? He said to the younger version of himself. You think that you could keep on living with that seal inside you? That the monster would always lie just beneath the surface, just a faraway voice inside your head? Fool. A part of you knew the seal was weakening day by day as the voice got louder and louder. With each fight and with each tale that you used, a part of you knew one day you'd reach the point where you couldn't go back. The defining day that you would never acknowledge, would never see out of blinded hope or cowering desperation. Naruto backed up against the wall of our cell, sliding down to the floor wide-eyed as he shook his head in weak protest. I stood beside him and glared at the QB/Naruto, we don't have to listen to anything you say. Before future Naruto could care to respond, light once again poured into the hallway as my own future self joined the older Naruto. His Akatsuki robe billowed behind him as he neared our cell stoically. "What did you do to Sakura?" I demanded as my future self raised a brow at me. "We just got reacquainted." Fury lined my visage at the evasive answer as my future self stared down at me with a blank expression. "Shit," Naruto said to himself in anger as he stood up again, still half leaning against the wall. "You'll pay for what you did to Kakashi-sensei." The Akatsuki Naruto laughed. "Don't worry, Naruto. You'll know yourself what it's like to kill your sensei. Ha, Jiraiya always did follow the Akatsuki too closely. So of course, he was one of the first I had to eliminate." "HN." The older Sasuke said indifferently as his co-partner faced him. "It feels good to kill your sensei, eh? A real graduation." Future Naruto emphasized with a manic tint to his red eyes. "Damn you!" Naruto hollered, eyes brimming with hatred as he charged for the bar separating us again. "Never! I'll never be like you!" he cried, hitting the burning sparks of the steel once more as I stalked after him. Well, Sasuke. You know I think I want to convince him." Future Naruto said, turning his head to future Sasuke, who stared at him mutely. "Is that really wise?" Akatsuki Sasuke asked carelessly. The grin was back on his whiskered face. "I think it is." "Come on, it'll be fun. Besides, they should see how it came to be. You owe me one, anyway." HN, Sasuke sounded indifferently once more as I could tell he really didn't care in the least. His black eyes bled red as the Manjikyu took shape. "Whatever," he answered as I grabbed Naruto's arm and yanked him back in a failed attempt to pull us both away from them. But by then the Genjutsu had already started. The scene before our eyes shifted and changed until I saw Naruto and I, at what had to be 15 or 16, staring each other down on a cloudless day. We were on a grassy plain in what I knew had to be cloud country. This was the fight between Naruto and I that turned us into them. The day we disappeared for 12 years, he's actually showing us. I thought as every cell in my body tensed. I looked to the side and saw Naruto beside me. It was like we were invisible bystanders as we watched our future selves begin to speak. "This is your last chance, Sasuke," the 15-year-old Naruto said. "Come back to Konoha with me. I'm about to become Hokage. I can make it easier for you." The teenage Sasuke stared at Naruto blankly with a maddened look in his red eyes. "Stop wasting time. You came to fight .so, like last time. Say whatever you want through your fists, Naruto." Naruto's whiskered face scrunched up in a pained expression. "Sasuke, why do you have to do this? You've completed your revenge. What's holding you back now? Why? Sakura-chan's still waiting for you. Why would you do this? Has Orochimaru's mark erased everything that once was? That you once held important?" "I don't care, Naruto," Sasuke said firmly without emotion. "I don't care about anything except power. That's all I want or need. I'll prove it to you today, right now. This path was the one that lead to his death. No matter how much they whisper, no matter how much they scream, I did it. And that's all that matters." "Sasuke," Naruto said in a concerned tone, "you're not making any sense." Sasuke tilted his head to the side. "First Sakura, and now you. This is just like last time." Naruto narrowed his eyes on him. "What do you mean, Sakura? She hasn't seen you in months, since that day at the sound base." Sasuke's eyes darkened but said nothing. Naruto took a step forward. "We still haven't given up on you, Sasuke. We won't. To me, you're still the team. You're still the guy who I once saw as a best friend. I still want you to be that guy." Sasuke unsheathed his sword in one fluid motion. None of that matters anymore, Naruto. It's not real, it never was. Even Sakura.no. Sasuke's eyes narrowed before he tore them away. It was once but it can't be anymore. Especially with her. She is. His voice died down, trailing off as his empty gaze focused on Naruto's again. Sasuke continued, enough of this useless talk. If you wish to fight me, then do so now. Or, I'll kill you. And I mean it this time, Naruto. No interruptions, no haunting words, no Kakashi or Sakura, and no unfulfilled promises. Just you and me, free of any limitations, the way I always wanted. We'll finally see who's the strongest, who's truly superior. Damn you, Sasuke, if that's the way you want it, fine. Naruto said heatedly, moving into an offensive position. The two teenagers charged at each other as they moved in a blur of rapid taijutsu. The only sounds emitting off of them were the clanks of kunai and the sound of the teenage Sasuke's sword as it cut through air and skin. They reared away from each other, the whiskers on Naruto's face darkening as the two rivals went for each other again. They clashed and sparks flew from the steel of their weapons. Kage Bushins surrounded Sasuke at one point as his katana sliced them one by one, until the remainder forced him to lose his grip on his prized weapon as a red, swirling tail appeared on one of the Narutos. The real one, it had to be. After another flurry of taijutsu moves that were too fast to grasp, black marks were spreading all along Sasuke's face and arms as the sadistic smirk etched on his face widened as he regained possession of his katana and drove it into Naruto's shoulder. Two tails and then three quickly followed as Naruto bit back a scream and tore the sword out, the crackling of Sasuke's Chidori Nagashi filling the air along with stirring sounds of Naruto's red chakra as it flowed and swirled in a fiery red around him like a shield. The fight went on endlessly as day broke into night, the 15-year-old Sasuke's curse seal moving into stage 2 as Naruto's fifth tail broke free in a burst of roaring chakra. Their jutsu cracked and scorched as they slammed into each other in a mixture of black and red energy. Red met red as crimson littered the fields of cloud. Then suddenly the field was set aflame from the Uchiha's fire jutsu as Naruto leapt up with a Rasengan in his hand and thrust it into Sasuke's ribcage. It half-connected before Sasuke had kicked him away and then, without any grimace of pain, charged up a Chidori that hit Naruto square in the back. However, the Uzumaki didn't even flinch as now they were at a point beyond pain. The sixth and then the seventh tail came forth from Naruto until he was just a growling fox demon in human skin. Sasuke was covered in black marks as they sunk into his skin, the whites of his eyes going stark black as he paled and transformed into a hawk-like demon of a man, clawed wings breaking free from his back. The two demons masquerading as men went for each other once more in a red-raged fury that could have burned the fires of hell. The rivals attacked and rebounded off the other as more blood splattered onto the burning ground, neither seemed to notice. The eighth and finally the ninth tail came from Naruto as he roared in pain and delight, bending over on all fours as his mighty tails of fire billowed behind him, lighting up the night with their sheer ferocity. Sasuke in return eyed him, blending into the shadows that loomed over him all too well as his red eyes pierced through the dark. Then, the moment came as time suspended and the two boys, the two demons, the two best friends and rivals glided and ran for the other, a Chidori on one hand and a Rasengan in the other. It was out of respect for the past and determination for victory that they chose their finishing moves. It started in the Valley of the End, but this is where it would finish. Sasuke. Naruto. Finally, the burning red Rasengan and the black screaming Chidori clashed like it had only a few days ago, but what now seemed like a lifetime ago for Naruto and I. Soon the distant battle cries died down as all fights do, the two figures that had met and torn into each other fading, with black and darkness ensuing the vision of the two boys, the two shinobi who looked determined to prove the other one wrong when neither was right. Under a red-painted sky, the two bodies of our 15-year-old selves fell to the ground. I gasped as the genjutsu let off, my heart pounding as if I had really been the one experiencing the battle. After we woke up, it was then that we realized that we were a greater force together than separate. We had even survived an all-out battle between the both and us and lived. Naruto had become the Nine Tails and the Nine Tails had become Naruto. I was fully eclipsed into the cursed seal and suddenly everything made perfect sense. Naruto and I, we are both superior to everyone. We acknowledged it that day. A few days later, the Yondaime, Naruto's own father, the Akatsuki leader, came to us with a proposal to join his organization, Akatsuki. Future Sasuke concluded in his cold monotone voice. Future Naruto nodded. It was as if it was destiny. But of course, we never did like taking orders. I killed the old man myself on the spot and we took over his leadership of Akatsuki. The rest, as they say, is history. My older self finished. I glared fiercely at him. Why tell us all this when you're just going to erase our memories? I asked angrily. Akatsuki Naruto shrugged. I wanted to see how my past self would react, knowing that in a way, it was Sasuke's fault he ended up this way. Sooner, anyway, than expected. Of course, he has my gratitude. I turned to look at Naruto beside me. He choked slightly. Go away, he said, panting, as he fisted his hands. I stared at Naruto, lost as everything gathered in my head, all the images and all the information and accusations that went along with it. This wasn't in any of my plans. You can't plan out everything, and the cursed seal was always a wild card. My future self responded as he turned to Naruto. We have to talk. At his partner's questioning look, Sasuke motioned for him to follow as they made their way out of the room beyond our cell. Maybe I'll go see my son. What did you just say? Future Naruto asked curiously. I'll inform you on the way. We have an Akatsuki meeting about Suna right now. With that detached sentence from my future self, we heard the door slam shut. I stilled in shock at my future self's parting words before looking over to Naruto, who wore an identical look of shock and horror. I backed away against the opposite wall as all these new facts poured and marched around in my mind. My future self, that he must have gotten that information out of Sakura. Sakura. Where is she? Where is he keeping her? What could he have done to her to make her say that? Or did he ravage her mind with the Manjikyu? God, I messed everything up. I wanted to find answers, but all I got were nightmares. And now, because of my plan, Sakura could be dead or worse. Kakashi already is. I balled my hands as I remembered his parting words. Useless, I'm useless, I can't do anything. I'm a monster. I'm going to hurt Sakura, I'm going to kill Kakashi, and I'm going to make Naruto turn into what he is today. It's all because of me. Me. My fault, I can't do anything right. This is why I didn't want important people, but they are already important, and why was Sakura screaming before? I held my head as I brought my knees to my chest. I have to fix things, end things. I have to make it stop, make it not happen. This can't happen. He can't win, I can't win, oh God, I don't want to win. Then suddenly the only answer was screaming in my face as I stopped pulling at my raven spikes and stared down my calloused, pale hands. Do it, a side of me implored, do it and you save her. You save everyone. You should have never existed in the first place. He shouldn't. We just got reacquainted. He had said. What does that mean? What did he do to her? Got reacquainted, what did it mean? And Satoshi, he knows about him. It's my fault he does. Mine, my responsibility, and my mistake. But Itachi, that he also shouldn't exist. I lived my whole life to work so that he wouldn't exist. I have to kill him, I need to. The blood of our clan, its honor, my honor, it's been my goal to kill him. I have to complete my revenge, I have to. But her screams, I held my head again as I forced my eyes shut against the loud images of Sakura's tears and protests that died into the night. I raped her. I will. I can't. She doesn't deserve that. Ever. I can't hurt her. I die before I do. I'll die for that. I'll die for her. Shaking, I crawled over to the small sink that was next to our pot of a toilet in our cell and punched it hard. Pieces of the sink fell to the floor as I grabbed the sharpest one, my eyes wide and unfocused as I lay out my right wrist and with the jagged piece of tile in my left hand. Without a second thought, I dropped it towards my outlaid wrist. "Whoa!" Naruto exclaimed as he leapt at me before the sharp piece made contact as we tumbled on the ground of the cell. Naruto grabbed my wrists, knocking the tile out of my hands as he held my wrists down. "What the hell are you doing?" Naruto yelled, hoarse and frightened. "Don't do this to me right now, Sasuke. I can't handle this." Naruto screamed through a storm of tears. I struggled in a panic. "Get off, get off." I bodily threw him off me in a second wind of strength. Naruto got up instantly and went for me again. He tackled me as we rolled over the stone floor before I finally kicked him off again. I glared at him as his eyes met mine with a glare of his own. "Killing yourself, I asked, that really the only answer?" he asked, his voice cracking. "What else is there?" I yelled, "They'll erase our memories and send us back so everything turns out this way. I can't let that happen, I won't. Think about it, Naruto, if you kill me you save yourself." Naruto shook his head as we both dropped to our knees, drained, but I was still determined. "It would have happened anyway. He said so himself. I even know it would have happened sooner or later. I'm like a tickling bomb, so if you commit suicide maybe I should too." Naruto admitted, looking away. "He's an insane monster. My monster. I should kill him while I have the chance." I stared at Naruto. "You might be able to seal him away if you do it now." Naruto shook his head again at my words. "And what about you, Sasuke? I thought you lived for your revenge. What about your brother? Your clan? Satoshi, even?" I flinched and looked away. I saw Naruto look down from the corner of my eye. "Hinata and Kenji, I don't know what to do, Sasuke." I grabbed the front of Naruto's black shirt. "No, it was my fault that Kakashi died, that you turned out this way, and Sakura, I can't let myself do this. Not at this price." Naruto gripped my own shirt in response. "So you would let Satoshi die?" "Shut up, Naruto. Just shut up. If I hadn't done what I did to Sakura, he wouldn't be alive in the first place," I said, pushing Naruto away as we fell back. Naruto was still gazing at me imploringly, as if his conscience was on the line. "But you know Satoshi, Sasuke. You've seen him, you've talked to him. He's your son. And now those bastards know about him and Kenji. They must have gotten it out of Sakura-chan. Which is every reason why I should," I said firmly. Naruto snapped his eyes to mine, desperate and wide. "We can still change things." I stared at him, a new understanding making it clear as I locked gazed with Naruto's. Of course, it was perfect. It made sense, it fit. It would erase all doubt and secure everything, past, present, and future. I shifted closer to my teammate. "Let's do what we meant to do all those days ago, Naruto. Let's kill each other. If I had to die, I'd want it to be by you. Only you." Naruto stared at me, stricken for a moment as black met blue. Time stood still as we locked gazes for a small eternity filled with lost hope and haunting images of a future we both wanted to escape. "Sasuke, you once said you thought of me as a brother. If that's true, then you would at least do this for me." "Naruto, I can't. I won't see those eyes again. Not hers, not anyone's." I understood what my 15-year-old self was talking about. "I don't want to die, don't make me. It has to end, and it had to end now before it can begin." Naruto continued to stare at me, his teammate, his rival, his best friend, and now his reciprocated brother. A part of me always thought it would end this way. "I agree," Naruto said, clearly, sadly. "I agree with what you say, Sasuke. But I don't think we should do it now, not when there is still a chance. Not when Satoshi and Kenji can still exist by peaceful means. Not when we still have time to change things. I don't believe what my future self said. I learned a long time ago that destiny is what you make of it, so let's make ours right now, Sasuke. I narrowed my eyes on him. Are you backing down? Are you scared of? No, I'm not scared of dying. Naruto cut in, not anymore. But it's not just us that are dying, Sasuke. You owe it not only to yourself, but to Satoshi and Sakura, our Sakura, to have a chance. She loves you, really loves you. Don't throw that away so easily. Naruto looked down as my eyes widened and dimmed at the mention of our Sakura. And it's time I noticed something that's been there all along. I owe Hinata that, if anything, he concluded, his face hardening in resolve. And what if we can't change things? What if it still happens and they wipe out our memories? I questioned, low and quiet, but still making sure Naruto heard me. Then, Naruto said as our eyes met once more, that we'll commit suicide instantly. Whether we have to bite through our tongues or kill each other off, we'll do it. He whispered intently. I tensed. I don't trust myself. The more time goes by, the less certain I am of my true intentions, of myself. I admitted, inwardly allowing my inner demons to be brought to the surface, away from the rotting mess inside. Naruto must have seen it in my eyes because he gulped and allowed his face to crumble that bit more, his unshed tears dripping down the sides of his whiskered face going unnoticed. That's why at the first warning we'll have each other. If one is showing any sign, any hint of turning into our future selves, we'll kill each other. If one goes, we both go. Right, Sasuke? We nodded, sealing the deal between us. We'll have to create a password so our future selves won't know. If the timing is right and they either wipe out our memories now or in the future and we see the other string, we need to have a word we'll both acknowledge. A word that will seal our fate to commit seppuku. I said, steady despite the lack of calm. Okay, Naruto breathed. What will it be? After a brief moment, I answered, our ninja way, Nindo. That'll be our word, Naruto. If one utters it, then we both know what to do. Nindo. Our suicide pact. I raised my hand toward Naruto shakily. Deal? I asked hoarsely. Naruto lifted his hand and clasped mine as we shook on it. Deal. He echoed back. Chapter 8 Naruto's POV. Damn, what's going to happen? I wondered impatiently, all the anxiety and nerves in my stomach not decreasing in the slightest. It's been at least 6 hours since we heard anything or seen our future selves. I glanced over at Sasuke, who had remained as silent as the grave since our last conversation. I didn't like having all this time to think. I crossed my arms, leaning up against the cool stone of the wall in back of me. Many things had been running through my head ever since I arrived in this time, one blow after another. Each time, things got more and more shocking and complicated. But if he was telling the truth? Come on, what reason would he have to lie? My older self had said that the Akatsuki leader was my father. I shook my head numbly, wondering whether or not it was real. He doesn't have any reason to lie. The stubborn voice whispered again. I knew it was true. Why would he? The older Naruto didn't seem the type to just make something up for the fun of it. Then the Yondaime betrayed Konoha and created Akatsuki? But didn't the Yondaime seal the QB in me? I thought, biting my lower lip so hard I tasted blood. Why would my own father do that to me, and then leave to lead a terrorist organization? He was the Hokage, damn it. This doesn't make any sense. Why would a father leave his son and village, create Akatsuki, and then send murderers after his own son later on? In my time, the Akatsuki are after me because of the QB. Why did he seal the demon inside me in the first place? I ran a hand through my hair, aggravated and confused. Who would do such a thing? What kind of Hokage, of a man was he? Most of all, why didn't anyone tell me my own father was the fucking Yondaime? I guess it was another law people had just left me out of. Bastards. I don't understand any of this. I thought, inwardly seething, gripping my black shirt where underneath the seal lay. None of it made sense. If it was the truth, then everything was a lie. Everything people had told me was a lie from the start. I thought I was just an orphan in the beginning. I didn't know why everyone hated me and always looked at me with disgust written across their face. I was lost, alone, and didn't even know why. All I knew is that I was not wanted. Then when I was 12, I learned I had a demon sealed within me. The 9 tails that had tried to destroy Konoha all those years ago. Things began to make more sense. The reason why everyone in the village hated me started to make more sense. But things were slowly getting better when I became a part of Team 7. I always wondered why the Yondaime sealed the 9 tails in me. I just never bothered to ask anyone. People seemed to get really on edge and guarded whenever the subject of the Kyuubi was mentioned. I just learned not to talk about it. Not that I myself wanted anyone to find out. But now I just learned he was my father. Now, all the stupid, childish dreams I used to have when I was a kid went up in flames. I used to imagine that my parents would suddenly appear one day saying they had just returned from a top-secret elite ninja mission to save Konoha. I would actually have parents, then. I wouldn't be the only one on graduation day who didn't have family congratulating them. I wouldn't be the one who didn't have anyone waiting for them at home. Stop thinking about this. I ordered myself sternly, not wanting to contemplate this for the millionth time. But why didn't anyone tell me? I thought, an icy sinking feeling plummeting to the bottom of my stomach. Naruto. Stop straining yourself. I blinked in surprise, looking over to my teammate who now retained a calm, impassive expression once more. I instantly glared at him for the insult, but the anger left me pretty quickly as I just sighed heavily and stared at the dirty cell floor. We'll see if it's true or not when we return to the past. Sasuke said further, his voice emotionless. If the Yondaime really was my father, he sealed the Kyuubi in me. Then, he sent his men out and tried to kill me. Why would he do that to his own son? I asked lowly. Not to mention that I killed my own father in my future. I could feel my insides uncomfortably clench. I didn't even know how to feel about that. Maybe he did that because you are his son. The Uchiha answered unexpectedly. What? I exclaimed, my gaze returning to him. Maybe he intended to use the Kyuubi's powers later. The safest, closest place would probably be his kid, and he? I glared coldly, but he left Konoha, and everyone believes he's dead. Sasuke shrugged. I don't know what he was thinking. I can only assume. I steamed, punching the ground so hard I made a crack in the jagged stone. Sasuke said nothing as I crossed my arms again, the pain in my right hand proving to be a good deterrent for my muddled thoughts. I could upsetly feel tiny droplets of blood pour down my knuckles. I nodded to myself after a moment, coming up with my decision. When I return to the past, I'll train really hard and get strong. When I'm strong enough, I'll face the entire Akatsuki and go head-to-head with the leader. I won't stop until I know I've defeated that man. I ask questions and demand answers. Whether I kill him or not. I narrowed my eyes on my bloody fist. Right now, we need to focus on escaping. I've come up with a few plans that might work. Sasuke responded to my silence. Okay. I replied seriously. HN. So here's my first idea. Satoshi's POV. Well, do you two have anything to say for yourselves? Scowling, I stared at my Hokage as her stern gaze fell on both me and Kenji standing beside me. Those bastards knocked us out. I held back a growl, angry and frustrated that just when we actually had a clue they decided we couldn't go. They just left without us. I shouldn't be so surprised. Damn it, I actually should have kept my guard up around those two more. Needless to say, I knew what happened when I woke up in Konoha, being carried by Shikamaru. Niji was carrying a still sleeping Kenji as well. Damn that asshole. I'm nothing like Uchiha Sasuke. No. I finally answered dully. We just went so we could find out what happened to our times Naruto and Sasuke. Kenji responded, throwing me a heated glare. I ignored him. We obviously don't know where they went. Why did they leave you too? Shikamaru asked detachedly from behind me. Tsunade's heavy gaze lingered on the Umbu in back of US whom had not been dismissed yet. Niji and Shikamaru stood there beside the wall calmly, awaiting their Hokage's orders. I could see that Shikamaru was slightly anxious under his cool exterior because his eyes kept darting towards the door. The Toad boss didn't want us to come, Kenji answered stiffly. He said that. But then suddenly Kenji's mother Hinata ran through the door, eyes locking on her son as relief passed through her white gaze. Walking up to Kenji quickly, it all happened in an instant as her pale hand flew swiftly across his cheek. The jerk finally got what he deserves. I had to fight to keep the haughty smirk off my face. How dare you, Kenji? How could you even think to leave Konoha without any word? Did you know how worried sick I was? We're in a war, Kenji. Do you know how it feels when I heard my only son went off into enemy territory with only kids? You could have died. Ka-san. Kenji muttered, rubbing his reddened cheek in half shock. I'm sorry. I just wanted to know what happened. I thought maybe I could get revenge, or... You thought wrong. We're going to have a serious talk about this later. Hinata said sternly, but her strong visage melted into a teary, overwhelmed smile as she threw her arms around her son. Thank God you're all right. Kenji patted her back consolingly, shifting a sideways glance over to me and glaring. I rolled my eyes, looking back over to the blonde Hokage who was currently wearing a satisfied smirk on her young features. Where's my Ka-san? I asked after a moment, confused as to where she would be. Right now, she would have been tearing up the office in a fit of anger at my leaving the village. She was on the rescue mission with us, Niji responded to my question. Sakura and Kakashi went to investigate where Naruto and Sasuke ran off to. They were tracking down their scents. I blinked, stiffening. Ka-san went too? Worry began to fester in my mind as I turned to Niji. That toad said it was dangerous. What if Ka-san got mixed up in something bad? I frowned, clenching my fists tightly. Why isn't she back yet? I demanded, impatient. That's something we still have to figure out. Tsunade said clearly with a hint of authority as every gaze in the room was directed on her. Now boys, do you have any clue as to what Naruto and Sasuke found out? Yes, I said, glancing over to Kenji whose face hardened. What is it? The Hokage retorted not amused, arching a blonde brow. Kenji spoke up. My father. From this time. Is still alive. The room went deathly quiet. Impossible. The Hokage said immediately he was practically the Hokage himself. Naruto would have never just left Konoha for no good reason. This is pure nonsense. It's what we heard the Toad Gamabunta say, I said evenly. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun couldn't be. Hinata looked very pale and I noted that her balance was growing unsteady. She shook her head stubbornly, no, Naruto-kun. He's dead. He has been for a long time. He wouldn't. Ka-san, Gamabunta was going to take only Sasuke and Toussaint to where the Naruto from this time was. He said that it would be dangerous if he took us. He also said he couldn't say much because he was sworn by his master. Kenji went on uneasily. But Jiraiya is dead, Tsunade stated. He doesn't have a master anymore. Not unless it was Naruto that made him swear. Niji replied, white eyes sharpening. He said for certain that Sasuke did not kill Naruto, I added as everyone's gaze rested on me. I don't understand, why would Naruto-kun do this? I don't. This is wrong, it must be. Naruto-kun. Hinata's eyes closed as she began to fall. Kenji cursed in alarm as Niji adeptly caught his cousin before she hit the floor. Ka-san. Are you okay? Kenji asked his mother gently, shaking her arm to see if it would make her wake up. She passed out. The shock must have hit her too hard, Niji responded coolly. Even if this is the truth, this was not the correct way for Hinata-sama to hear. The white-eyed Umbu captain set Hinata on an abandoned chair in the corner of the room, making sure she wouldn't fall as he turned his attention back onto the others. Shikamaru stepped forward, his dark eyes narrowing on his Hokage. Hokage-sama, the lazy ninja drawled, I think it's best to first return to where we found Satoshi and Kinji and track down Kakashi and Sakura. If my instincts are right, we'll need to devise a well-suited team for combat purposes. You think there'll be a fight? Tsunade said tiredly, her brown eyes turning to silts. I don't want to be unprepared. There must be a reason why Sakura and Kakashi have been detained. He replied carefully. Here are my orders, the Hokage began commandingly. Shikamaru, you are now the leader of this mission. As captain, you are to retrieve the 12-year-old Naruto and Sasuke, along with Kakashi and Sakura. She cleared her throat, verify if what Satoshi and Kinji say is true. I have a hard time believing that our Naruto is alive. But I'm not taking any chances. If he is, he must have a damn good explanation that I'm waiting to hear. I've known the Toad boss Yamabunta since before all of you were born, and he never came across as a liar. He served Jiraiya respectfully and always had a good sense of morals on him. If he claims that Naruto isn't dead, it warrants investigation. Shikamaru, I want you to bring all the materials you have to send Sasuke and Naruto back to the past. After you complete the mission and retrieve the boys, take them back to the Valley of the End and send them on their way. They have been here too long, regardless. What? Kinji started, taking a step forward. What do you mean, send them back? They're leaving already? I stilled, shocked at this new information as I gritted my teeth. Good riddance, I thought, but angered myself by feeling a tiny seed of regret. I only met my father once, if that even counted since it was his 12-year-old form. Now, he's going to leave and that's it. Nothing more, nothing less. I suddenly wished I never went with him to Cloud in the first place. Of course. Tsunade snapped, miffed about being interrupted. There are many consequences that we aren't even aware of with this time travel. It's best to send them back now before we reap what they sow, but... Do you even know how to send them back? I asked after a pause. Yes, Shikamaru answered, it's sketchy but I think I've figured it out. I agree though, it's best to send them back now before they can't ever return. Humph. Kinji crossed his arms, looking away stubbornly. Well, whatever. Who cares anyway? I muttered darkly, mostly to myself. Yes, but what about their memories? Niji questioned wisely, the council wishes for them to be erased, Hokage-sama. The blonde Hokage smirked, I guess there's just no time, eh? Too bad. Crafty Hokage probably planned something like this all along, I thought knowingly as all the people in the room nodded in agreement. Anyway. Tsunade went on, assemble a suitable team, Shikamaru. I also need you to give something to Naruto and Sasuke. She picked up a scroll on her desk, motioning for the Shadow Nin to take it. This is very important. It grants complete amnesty to Naruto and Sasuke to the village of Konoha. No matter any circumstances. Shikamaru took it, stashing it away. Amnesty. For both Naruto and Sasuke? Don't you think? I know what I think. She replied shrewdly. I believe that Naruto and Sasuke can change our future for the better from the moment I saw them. They may have to do things that I won't understand in the past, so I need to make sure they can act as freely as possible. This will help, I'm sure of it. You place a lot of faith on two would-be traitors. Niji cut in, his tone, though respectful, had a hint of disregard. My father is not a traitor. Kinji retorted hotly. I scoffed, are you so sure? Furious white orbs met my obsidian ones. This is neither the time nor place, Satoshi, Kinji. Try for once to act like you are part of the same cell, ordered Tsunade. We dropped our guards, but I kept a watchful eye on the Uzumaki. I cannot vouch for the Uchiha. But for Naruto, I can and I will. Once that boy gets an idea into his head, there's no way he'll stop until he's reached that goal. Uzumaki Naruto was destined, no, born to be Hokage. That was his dream, and I will not stain his memory by calling him a traitor or anything else. Tsunade said sharply. Naruto will change our present. I believe in him more than I believe in anyone. That 12-year-old boy has got what it takes to change everything, and I know he will. And yes, I will stake Konoha on that. Everyone's silence deafened the room as the Hokage's amber eyes grew teary and reminiscent of a time that seemed like ages ago. She smiled, a steely glint of utmost confidence shining through. Naruto is that one that taught me how special dreams are. I know that when you send them back, Naruto is going to be the one in this chair, not me. This Akatsuki war and everything will fade into a future long forgotten to a future that was meant to be. I know this. They'll set things right. I could see Kenji beaming proudly at his Hokage as I just glanced away, frowning. A future that was meant to be? I wondered what this future would look like. Everything seemed to be riding on Naruto and Sasuke. Would they be able to pull it off? From this point on at the age I am now, I do not regret any decisions I have made. But I will change the ones I have made in the future. Sasuke had promised that to me. But would he keep his word? I thought, closing my eyes. I think so. Now, have you chosen a team, Shikamaru? The Hokage asked. I'll go, Neji said immediately. Right, Shikamaru gave a nod in return. I was also thinking about the other member of Team 7. Do you have any idea where a poof of black smoke appeared in the middle of the room? Yo! I have just returned from my mission. Sai gave his Hokage a fake smile. Here's the mission report. He handed over a scroll to Tsunade, completely ignoring everyone else in the room. Sai. You're late, you know. You were supposed to arrive back 2 days ago. Tsunade growled at the root Umbu. Was I? Gomen, I was distracted by the dozen of Akatsuki ninja after my hide. You see, they were quite displeased when I stole their strategies for their upcoming battle against Sand. Quit the sarcasm. She replied, glaring. Hi, Hokage-sama. He said easily with a pleasant smile. Humph, well, Sai. I have another mission for you, so it seems. The Hokage continued haughtily. How would you feel retrieving your fellow 12-year-old teammate Uzumaki Naruto? He blinked, his cheery mask crumbling for a second. What? Not to mention Uchiha Sasuke. Shikamaru said with a smirk, catching on. What the hell's going on? The traitor too? Sai questioned, now staring at everyone in the room. And where's the hag? Mikasa-san is not a hag. I retorted, annoyed. Naruto is here? What do you mean 12? Sai repeated clueless, disregarding my comment. Ugh, I hate this guy. I glared at him coolly. I'll explain everything on the way, Sai. Shikamaru said lazily. Okay. I'll probably need one more. I'm going. We all turned to see Hinata stand up, fully awake. Hinata-sama. Neji started, but she lightly glared at him. No. This time I will go. Besides, I deserve more than anyone to find out what happened to Naruto-kun. And if he's still alive. Her soft voice grew firm in resolve. That's not a problem, Hinata. They need a medic, anyway. Tsunade said in understanding, giving her a small smile. All right, team. The Shadow Ninja said as Neji, Hinata, and Sai looked over to him once more. Pack and meet me at the gates in exactly 15 minutes. We leave now. Hi. The three ninja chorused in unison. Sasuke's POV, it's been 2 damn days. Nothing worked, nothing. We tried everything I could think of. I tried burning the seals with my fire, but they appeared to be inflammable. Naruto tried summoning animals, but found that none, not even Gamabunta, were coming. Every damn technique proved useless. When we even tried to dig underground, we found out there had to be miles and miles of rock-hard stone underneath. There's no way out of here. I realized grimly. All my suggestions were shot. Hours and hours of work with no results whatsoever. Arg! Isn't there anything else we can try? Naruto complained, restless. Why don't you think of something? I snapped. I haven't seen our future selves all day. How is Sakura doing? Damn, is she still even alive? No, they need her. They wouldn't kill her if they want her to join Akatsuki. I couldn't rip my mind away from crying green eyes. Sakura. If anything happens, it's all my fault. Boom, the ground shook as Naruto and I locked stunned gazes, wondering what the hell caused an explosion this time. We heard running footsteps down the corridor and angry yells from the guards. But then, it grew quiet as the person approached. I stared up at her, shocked and so relieved it must have shone on my face. Sakura. I said, fighting to keep the surmounting emotion clear from my voice. I couldn't believe she was standing there. Sakura-chan. You're okay? Naruto exclaimed happily. I noticed she was covered in old and new blood, staining her clothes. Sakura was panting slightly, but didn't seem to be dangerously harmed, save for a few scratches and bruises. Her green gaze stared at us quickly, looking down the hall and then moving back a few feet. Move back, I'm going to break down the bars, she said while pulling back a fist that was already glowing with green chakra. Acting fast, I grabbed Naruto by the back of his black shirt and moved as far away as I could. Sakura's fist connected with the steel bars, cracking the metal into pieces with a loud bang. She reared inside, taking the two of us by the arms, and started running at a remarkable pace down the hall. Trying to run at her pace, I stared up at her. Sakura, how did you manage to escape? No time, she panted, hurry, before they come. Blaring alarms sounded through the entire base, so loud they could make eardrums bleed. A group of henchmen gathered at the end of the hall, over a dozen in total. Sakura dropped us as we fell back on the ground, never stopping as she rammed into the men with her juggernaut-like fist. The sounds of crunching bones and screams filled the air. The men were obviously no match for a Neo-Sennin. Naruto and I scrambled to our feet once more as Sakura went right through the wall with another massive explosion, debris falling everywhere. Sakura turned back to us, moving past the fallen bodies and grasped our arms once again. We need to go, now. Hurry, she yelled, running with us out of the hole she had just created and out into the woods surrounding the base. Not pausing for an instant, we tore through the forest. Ignoring the loud yells from behind, the base quickly faded into the distance as we made our way past many trees, following down the same river we used to find the base before. Sakura, how did you escape? I repeated anxiously. She absently pointed up to her forehead. I noticed it had a strange green mark on its center, sticking out oddly from her pale skin. For emergencies, I stored chakra into that point in my forehead. It's a trick Tsunade Shoujo taught me. I never thought I'd had to use it. But it was just enough to break out of my binds. I had to wait until the right time to escape though, they could have been near. What about our future selves? Naruto asked hesitantly, glancing back over his shoulder fearfully. As if on cue, we heard a thundering rumble from behind us. I looked back, a reply dying on my lips as I saw a twister embedded with flames about a mile away from us. It was huge. At least 30 feet tall and rapidly approaching. Oh God. Not now. Sakura whispered frantically, pushing harder so we moved faster. Trepidation and raw nerves ate away at my insides, effectively killing off any calm I had attained by the fact we had just barely escaped. I activated my Sharingan, narrowing my eyes at the bottom of the massive twisting storm of angry winds and flames. Our future selves stared right ahead, crimson gazes fixed on us. Naruto had an almost gleeful, predatory expression on his manic face, while there was just a deadly anger set on my older self. Turning back in front of me, I centered all my chakra on my legs and pushed as hard and fast as I could. They'll catch up to us in no time. To them, this is just some sort of sick game. Sasuke-kun, Sakura said suddenly with a soft tone. I gazed up at her, noting her green eyes were shining with unshed tears. That time. It was March 18th, exactly 2 months after I last saw you at the sound base. That night is the reason for Satoshi. Make sure it still is. My heart pounded in my ears. Why? Why are you saying this now? I asked, my throat growing dry. Sakura. I looked back ahead to see to my amazement, Leaf Ninja, Shikamaru, Hyuga Niji, Hinata, and a raven-haired man I didn't recognize. They were on top of the trees above us as they jumped down instantly, looking over to Sakura with evident concern. What's going on? Where's Kakashi? Shikamaru said at once. Take them and run. Sakura's determined gaze locked with the Naruto's. Please. Run. I'll try and hold them off. I'm the only one who has a chance to stop them. Sakura. Shikamaru started, but the thrashing sounds of wind and fire grew louder. Gyo, she yelled, turning back and running towards the furious inferno. Without any further hesitation, Shikamaru grabbed me and ordered Niji to do the same to Naruto. Before I could yell a protest, we were running away in the opposite direction of Sakura. No, she'll die, I thought, struggling in the Shadow Ninja's tight hold of my arm. Wait, we can't leave Sakura to fight them alone. I yelled angrily. Let us go, damn it. Naruto shouted in return, many colorful curses coming from his mouth. Wow. You really are back, Dickless, the unknown ninja remarked, amused and shocked at the same time. Who the hell are you? Naruto demanded, glaring. Did you just insult me? Oh, right. You meet me when you're 15. My name is Sai. He responded cordially to us. I don't give a fuck who you are, I said furiously. Sakura's going to die if we don't turn back. Explain the situation, then. Shikamaru said sternly as the group of us ran, yanking my bruising arm harder. Who the hell is behind that chakra-exploding twister? Our future selves, both of them. Naruto shouted, we're both the leaders of Akatsuki and we're evil. Way evil. We have to save Sakura-chan. So, it's true then, Naruto-kun. Hinata started as Naruto looked at her imploringly with even guilt shining through his blue eyes. Hinata-chan, you shouldn't be here. You have to run away. The Naruto in this time isn't right. He's not me. He fought for words as her white gaze fell waveringly to ground. The QB took over his mind. He went completely insane. My older self killed Kakashi. I stated seriously, as shocked ninjas paused briefly in their rapid pace to stare at us, aghast at all this information. Nara grabbed my shoulder, leaning down to look me dead in the eye. Kakashi is dead. Are you certain? At my nod he grabbed my arm roughly once more. Keep moving. We need to reach the Valley of the End and send these two back right away. He ordered as everyone snapped back into action and began running as fast as possible. We moved from tree to tree in the forest. What the hell? I growled at the supposed leader Shikamaru. What about Sakura? She was right. Out of all of us, she has the best chance in stopping them. If anything, she was hoping to at least buy some time so we can get a better distance. Shikamaru. Niji said with his Bikagen activated, they are coming again. I can see Naruto and Sasuke vastly approaching. Sakura is nowhere in sight. What the hell did they do to Sakura? I'll go make sure we have some time. Niji said to his captain, a steely-hardened gaze set on his features. I wanted for a long time to go up against the ones responsible for the death of Tintin. Shikamaru nodded gravely. Be careful. Don't do it, you baka. You'll be killed. Naruto yelled, outraged as Niji threw the fox boy over to Sai. Niji-ni-san. Hinata exclaimed frightfully, taking a step toward the Umbu captain, but he just disappeared into wisps of white smoke. Damn it! Naruto cursed loudly. Team, move on. Nara commanded as once again, everyone ran through the blurring green forest in a straight line. No matter how much Naruto and I thrashed in their grips, we never got them to let up their relentless hold. Hinata, keep aware and tell me if Naruto and Sasuke are within 3 miles of us. Hi. She answered dutifully. I want to turn back. I spat out coldly to the Nara, trying to get out of his ironclad grip on my arm. Listen, Uchiha. As much as I hate you, you and Naruto are our last chance. I need to get you back in time right now, or I'll only have one option left. The Nara's dark eyes glared intensely into my own. One option left? Stricken, I suddenly know what it was by the deadly glint in the Shadow Ninja's eyes. He'll kill both me and Naruto. Why do you think your future selves are so desperate to get you back? They know our backup plan, that's to be sure. Fine. I responded heatedly, but Sakura. Sakura, like Niji, is the shinobi who took a risk for the greater good. If we succeed in bringing you both back to the past, none of this will have to happen. His grip on my arm increased threateningly, right? I scowled darkly back at him as he returned his attention to what was in front of us. Good, we made it out of Cloud. We should, if we keep up this pace, be able to reach the valley by nightfall. How can we even get back to the past? Naruto asked, being dragged along by Sai. Did you find out a way? Essentially, you and Sasuke are going to have to reenact your fight to trigger the magnetic field. If my assumptions are correct, that should send you back. Hopefully 15 years. Shikamaru responded vaguely to the blonde. What do you mean hopefully? Geez, Naruto. You're as loud as ever. Sai commented vacantly. Shut up. I don't even know you. In your time, I will join Team 7 in 3 years. Hey! You're the replacement Sakura-chan was talking about. I don't like the term replacement. Shikamaru. Hinata cut in, effectively stopping their annoying banter. Her white eyes were activated with her bloodline limit. I see Uchiha Sasuke. And NAR Naruto-kun less than 3.2 miles away. I cannot report any sight of Nijini-san or Sakura. In my calculations, they will reach us in 10 minutes. Shit. Shikamaru cursed, looking back to see just the twister of angry, foreboding chakra in the distance, tearing up trees from the ground in its wake. Niji barely bought us a half hour. The Hyuga's dead. I thought, the sounds of the rushing wind blowing past us. That much is certain. I just hoped that Sakura. Would he kill her? I bit down on the inside of my cheek hard, banishing all the overpowering voices in my head. Like I said before, they're too strong. You can't take one of them, never mind two. I replied lowly. It seems another man's got to take one for the team. Sai said, sighing as he shrugged Naruto into the direction of Hinata, who hastily grabbed him before he fell off the high tree. I'll do it. Sai. Shikamaru said seriously, are you sure? Well, no. It's less dramatic now that the Hyuga did it first, but I might as well all the same. Besides, I never thought I'd get the chance to see my old teammate again. Sai smiled at Naruto, giving him a brief nod. Listen, you don't have a chance of beating those guys. Naruto yelled, waving his arms in the air, frustrated. Don't worry, dickless. I'll see you in a few years. With that, Sai melted into black ink and I knew he was long gone. Damn it! Why the hell doesn't anyone listen to me? Naruto yelled as Hinata pulled him with her to match her running speed. Come on. Shikamaru yelled. We went on without another member. We passed through more forests, a river, and small plains, each landscape becoming a mere blur of color. By now, my chakra had long since expanded. With the, at least, 3 days in the cell with barely any food, I didn't have any energy left. The Nara had told Naruto and me to rely on them to take us to the valley and conserve as much chakra as possible to make our techniques. Even as the hours went by, I could feel that our older selves were trailing us closely. We didn't stop for even an instant as Hinata all the while tracked on how far they were. Right now, the older Naruto and Sasuke were 3.1 miles away. Hinata stopped suddenly. Wait. We turned our gazes on her, calculating, white one. They are now less than 2 miles away. Without any sign of fatigue. She panted, looking up to her captain. I have to. Hell no. Naruto shouted, grabbing onto Hinata's arm fiercely. You are not going to save time for the rest of us, Hinata-chan. I must, Naruto-kun. Shikamaru is the only one who knows how to send you back through time, she smiled, a weak, watery one. But, Hinata-chan, you don't understand. That man. He'll. Naruto trailed off, shaking his head. I could guess what was running through his mind. I think I'll be a good distraction, at the very least. The Hyuga placed her hand on Naruto's blonde head, shifting through his spikes in an affectionate manner that made tears sting Naruto's blue eyes. His hand reached up to brush her wrist as he stiffened visibly. She bent down and whispered something in Naruto's ear that made his eyes widen. Hinata then straightened, turning to Shikamaru, who had an uneasy scowl on his face. She gave him a small smile with a slight wave with her right hand. Take care of them, Shikamaru, she said firmly as he nodded in consent. Right, Hinata. Please don't go. You don't get it, that guy, but Naruto was cut off by Hinata's soft, parting words. Remember what I said, Naruto-kun.ja-ne. Her form disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Without missing a beat, Shikamaru grabbed onto Naruto's arm as well and continued running his fast trek through the trees. Naruto went uncharacteristically quiet, seemingly stunned into silence as we ran. We pounded our feet on the branches at a pace ever faster than before, desperation making us achieve unforeseen speed. Now that we didn't have a lookout to know how close the enemy was progressing, we were blind to any attack. They could sneak up on us and we'd be done for. Hinata wouldn't be able to fend them off for long. We were already on borrowed time and down to only Nara. We're not even completely sure that the time travel thing will work this time. Then what'll happen? They'll wipe our memories, send us back, and everything will turn out this way for good. Nothing would change. Kakashi would stay dead and Sakura. She'll. No. We have to make it back with our memories. We can't let it turn out this way. Everything went so horribly wrong. I'll have to make sure this doesn't happen a second time around. We're nearing the valley, Shikamaru said, breaking the tense silence. We are at the edge of the fire border right now. I viewed the long expanse of forest, recognizing it instantly. We might make it after all, I thought, as we entered the forest from the treetops. The Nara was in between Naruto and I, making sure we kept up a fast speed. All right, here's what you two will do. I only have time to say this once, so listen closely, the Nara began as we gave him our full attention. Using all the chakra you have, put it all into both of your techniques, the Rasengan and Chidori. At our nod and understanding he went on, clash the two attacks together at the exact same place as when you did it those few days ago. Make sure you use as much power as you did back then, because that could affect the time you arrive in. But what if we get thrown back 20 years into the past? Or even 50? Naruto exclaimed, worriedly. In my calculations, that won't happen. There has already been a rip in time from when you first came here. It activated the magnetic field in the Valley of the End. All you need to do is trigger the rift to open it again by using your techniques. So basically you're saying the door to 15 years into the past already exists from our first time trip, and that we just have to open it again. I stated, digesting the facts in my head. Correct. The Shadow Nin replied. He hastily dove into his pack at his side. Before I forget, take this scroll. It will grant you complete amnesty in the past for any crime you've committed. Tsunade seemed to think it was best to give it to you. Naruto reached for the scroll, but I grabbed it instead. You're just going to lose it, I said, realizing that this scroll would come in handy. No, I won't, Naruto retorted, glaring. Maybe it's better if you let Sasuke hold onto it, Naruto, just in case. Nara said knowingly as the fox container just huffed. Shikamaru then whipped out a kunai from his holster, cutting a small slice on his index finger as he stopped running. We stopped as well as the shadow ninja turned to Naruto, grabbed his right arm and began drawing characters of kanji from his wrist all the way up to his shoulder in a rapid, unerring motion. Eh? What gives, Shikamaru? Naruto asked shocked, frowning at the blood smeared on his arm. This is just a safety precaution that you do make it out of the time portal alive. It deals with the concentration of your chakra balancing with the electricity in the magnetic field. He explained in a rush, moving to do his left arm. Oh. Naruto supplied, his tone meaning, I have no clue what you just said, but I'll go along with it. Finished with Naruto, he turned to me and cut the slice deeper to provide more blood. He grabbed my right arm without question and began drawing kanji, identical to the ones Naruto had. I could only recognize a few of them since they were such an old style. Completely done, Shikamaru turned his sharp gaze in back of us, wary that we had wasted a good 10 minutes without running. I could hear the steady thundering wind and tensed, knowing they must be just at our heels. We took off again, racing through the forest that surrounded our home village. In just a few minutes the valley of the end would come into sight and we could finally return to our own time. If we made it. Adrenaline began pumping through my veins, spurring me to go faster. Remember to change the future for the better. Don't fuck this up worse than it already is, Shikamaru said to us, his steady gaze set ahead. We will. Naruto said immediately, leaning forward to quicken his stride. It's a promise. There it is. I thought relieved, seeing the first glimpse of the river that cut right through the valley. We made it. I could feel my heartbeat pound in anticipation of our trip back through time. The forest died down as we jumped from the branches, seeing the two tall first and second Hokage monuments. They stood proudly in ninjutsu stances, each on the other side of the river like twin pillars. We ran down the water's bank eagerly, staring up at our last battleground with suppressed anxiety. I hope this works. I thought to myself, but stilled as I felt a strong shift in the wind. I looked back to see two figures walking out of the forest calmly, like they had all the time in the world. The treetops were set aflame and wind gusted forcibly in our direction, making us stagger. Their Akatsuki robes billowed behind them. Well. And then there was one. Hello, Shikamaru. The older Naruto said with a grin, all fangs showing. Naruto and Sasuke. So you really are Akatsuki? Shikamaru responded darkly, narrowing his eyes on them. I pulled Naruto as we both took a step back. Don't even think about it. The older Sasuke replied coolly, you can't get away, so don't bother trying. You still have to get past me first. Shikamaru reminded the Akatsuki leaders as his shadow lunged for them. I turned my attention to Naruto as I hastily, in a panic, began forming my seals. I started tapping into the cursed seals chakra because I was almost run out of my own. Seeing what I was doing, Naruto summoned a Kage Bushin and started making a blue swirl of energy appear in his right palm. In the background, I could hear Shikamaru and our future selves fight, knowing it wouldn't last for much longer. Nara was at a disadvantage, especially 2 against 1. Naruto and I only had mere seconds to rip open the portal. Okay, this is our only chance. I said to Naruto. Damn, Sasuke. I hope this works. My blonde teammate remarked shakily. Blue met black as we nodded, separating on either side of the river. I looked up at the massive, crushing waterfall, knowing that this had to be the spot from where I charged at Naruto the first time. Okay, you can do this. When the Chidori was screaming with its black and light blue energy, I looked back over to Naruto. Our gazes locked and we nodded to each other in affirmation. His Bushin disappeared from his side as we backed up a few feet to prepare our previous powerful momentum. I knew it had to be just right, just like before. I barely noticed the black marks flitter across my skin or the burning sensation of the cursed seal. Hearing a yell, I looked back at Shikamaru quickly. The katana that my future self always had strapped to his back was now unsheathed, its blade heading right for Shikamaru as his knees hit the ground, blood spilling from his side. In that slow instant, the sword cut right through his neck, severing the Nara's head from his body. I blinked in shock, staring as the blood splattered into the air. The head fell to the ground in a dull, sickening thud. They killed him. Our future selves' crimson-stained gazes locked on us solely, anger gleaming in both of their eyes. I turned back to Naruto, who seemed to be frozen in shock, staring at Shikamaru's body, which finally slumped to the ground. Putting another surge of chakra through my Chidori, I faced my teammate's direction. "Naruto!" I yelled as his now red eyes snapped back to mine. We lunged at that moment, aware that our future selves were just a breath away. We headed for each other, reaching out fully so our techniques were just about to clash. It would all be over in a second. Our red eyes met and we dove. Thud. Thud. Our hands, charged with both a Rasengan and Chidori, clashed. Thud. Thud. Everything exploded in our eyes. Naruto and I grasped hands, the same ones we used for our techniques, as the world fell into pieces like broken glass all around us. We were caught in a standstill of complete and utter blackness. I couldn't hear anything. I didn't know where I was, or even what was happening. I looked over and stilled, seeing our older forms just a few feet away, caught in the effects of the world of darkness. They're here. What does that mean? What's going to happen now? I couldn't ponder this any longer as time ran out. The blackness shattered around us. Naruto's POV, I groaned and opened my eyes, but then shutting them instantly as the light was too bright to bear. Rolling over to my side, I decided to try again and started as all the memories from our trip into the future came flooding back like a tidal wave. Holy shit. We made it back. I thought, grinning to myself as I stared over at the still body of Sasuke next to me. I sat up excitedly, looking around the Valley of End and noticing that nothing was out of place. There was no Akatsuki leaders, no dead Shikamaru. I thought, fisting my hands. No. He's not dead. And this time, he's very much alive. Right, I had to keep my promise. Now, I'll bring back Sasuke to Konoha, just like my last mission, Rescue Sasuke, ordered me to do. We can see Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan. We can explain everything to Tsunade-ba-chan. It won't turn out the way it did in the future. Now that Sasuke and I know what's going to happen, none of it will be the same. I sighed, inwardly grateful the whole thing was over. It seemed like a dream, but I knew it wasn't. The blood-written kanji on Sasuke team, and I proved it. For a second there though, in that portal or whatever, I could have sworn I saw our future selves. I shrugged to myself, looking around. Well, they obviously weren't here. They must not have made it after all. I heard the team mutter something as I turned to him, grinning happily. He sat up instantly, eyes darting all over the place, on guard. His black eyes locked on me, blinking as he sighed, sagging slightly. We made it, then. He said emotionlessly as I jumped up to my feet. Yup. Isn't it great? Now we can go back to Konoha. Wait till they hear you're not telling anyone anything, Naruto. Sasuke retorted. Eh? Why not? We could use help. No. I don't want anyone to know. Besides, it wouldn't look good if the so-called future Hokage was supposed to become an Akatsuki leader, right? He had a faint smirk on his lips as I glared. Shut up, team. You were too. But it wouldn't be that surprising in my case, dope. Figuring he had a point, I nodded gruffly. All right, I won't say anything. No one would probably believe us anyway. I thought I saw our older selves in the portal with us, Sasuke said, glancing up at me for confirmation. Yeah, me too, they must have not made it. I responded as Sasuke stood up as well, staring off into the distance quietly. I looked down at the ground, starting with surprise to see Sasuke's bloody hide there. Then I remembered that during our fight I had nicked it, which caused the scratch that went right across the Canova leaf symbol. Like the sign for a missing nin. I stared at it for a second before turning back to Sasuke. Hey, you'll need your Hydiate back. You can't be a leaf ninja without one, I said jokingly. Sasuke's blank eyes faced mine slowly. He didn't make a move towards the fallen Hydiate that lay on the ground below. For some reason, my heart started pounding hard in my chest. I took a step towards my teammate, not liking how the creeping feeling of doubt starting to hang over my head. He couldn't still be thinking about. I don't need it, Naruto. He replied, looking away. What? I stared at him for a few still moments. What do you mean, team? He closed his eyes. The only way I ever defeated Itachi was by going to Orochimaru. That path led to his death. I have to follow it, Naruto. I couldn't keep the hurt and betrayal off my face. After everything you saw. I can't believe this, Sasuke. After what you did to Sakura-chan, his eyes snapped open, and then he was in front of me, gripping my shirt roughly. Now that I know, I can prevent it from happening. I won't let it happen to me or Sakura. By doing what? Going to sound, just like before? I yelled angrily, shaking him off. You don't understand. Everything will be for nothing if Itachi still lives. I'm an Avenger, Naruto. He has to die. My whole life has been to end his. I have to do this, you know I have to do this, he ranted on, his voice dropping lower in tone with every word he spoke. His path as an Avenger, is that all that matters to him? I glared as Sasuke stared me right in the eye with a vacant, reminiscent expression. It reminded me uneasily of how his 15-year-old self looked like in the Genjutsu as his strange words replayed in my head. This path was the one that lead to his death. No matter how much they whisper, no matter how much they scream, I did it. And that's all that matters. Sasuke had said that he had understood what those words meant. At the time, I thought they didn't make any sense, but now. I then remembered Sasuke's words on the day Team 7 was formed, even then. And there is a certain man I have sworn to kill. I didn't understand it back then either. Sasuke was right, I didn't have a family. I didn't know what it was like to lose one. Ever since the beginning, Sasuke always had this set in stone. I just didn't realize it until now. I made up my mind. Fine. I said as Sasuke's dark gaze narrowed on mine questioningly. He was probably thinking this would end up in another fight. I won't stop you from going to sound. Sasuke was about to reply, but I cut him off. Because I'm going with you. I finished as Sasuke stared at me, his black eyes widening for just a moment. No, he said, recovering from his lapse. I glared, yes, I am. You can't stop me. Why would you coming to sound solve anything? He asked tonelessly, alert eyes shifting back to the forest then back at me. It would make things different, at the very least. I said determinedly. Besides, we have a pact, remember, Sasuke? I won't forget our word, Nindo. His strained gaze centered on mine, unmoving. We have to be close to make sure the other one isn't turning into our future selves, right, Sasuke? That was our deal. We staked our lives on it. I won't turn into him. Sasuke replied scathingly, glaring at me intently. Are you sure? I took another step forward. Sasuke, I made a promise to change the future. We have to make sure it doesn't end up that way. It can't end up that way. I meant what I said here, just a few days or seconds ago. You're like a brother to me, or the closest one I have to a real one. Naruto. Sasuke interrupted, but I shook my head. We made that deal as best friends and brothers to keep an eye on each other. I won't go back on that. I don't trust you or myself enough to do that because if either of us really does become them, then only the other can finish the other off. You said that if you have to die, it'd be by me. Well fine, Sasuke. If I lose my mind to the Kyuubi, then you have to kill me. The same goes for you if you are taken over by the cursed seal. That's our pact, our promise. We can't go back on that or everything we learned will all be for nothing. I tore off the Hydiate that Irika gave me and held it out, staring at it for a few moments. This one symbol that meant so much to me, the one that I had strived endlessly for since I was a child. To me, it represented more than just being a leaf ninja. It was the first step to following my dreams. I dropped it, watching it fall and hit the ground, ironically landing right next to Sasuke's. I had to keep my promise. Because that was my ninja way. I don't want to be Hokage if it means sacrificing my friends. Sasuke and I have a responsibility now. We have to change our future. Sasuke turned around and walked away. I stared for a few moments at his fan-encrusted back until he stopped and glanced over his shoulder at me, his black eyes narrowing. "Well," he said standing there, "are you coming or not?" Flashing him a fox grin, I ran to catch up to him. Now how will things turn out? I wondered, knowing this would be a huge change in the turn of future events. We started to make our way into the forest of fire as rain began to pour heavily on us, washing away the kanji that littered our skin. Now the future was fraught with other possibilities and new challenges. All I know is that things won't be the same. Kakashi's POV, I'm too late. Arriving at the Valley of the End with Pakken, I stared down at the two abandoned Hydiate on the ground. Pakken padded over to them, sniffing each. He looked up at me gravely, his lips in a firm line. "They are Naruto and Sasuke's," he confirmed. "With the rain, it will be impossible to track them now. Naruto couldn't stop Sasuke. He went to sound, even after everything. My words didn't do anything to change his mind. I should have kept a closer eye on him. I thought, the familiar feeling of regret seeping its way through me. But what about Naruto? What would have happened to him? Where is Naruto?" Pakken asked, frowning, voicing the same question that had been running through my mind. Bending down, I picked up the two headbands and stared down at them silently, watching as the drops of rain cleared away the bloodstains. Did Sasuke kill Naruto? It was a possibility, but I don't believe Sasuke is capable of that yet. Why would he then even bother trying to hide the body? No, it was quite possible that Naruto went with Sasuke to sound. As to why, I couldn't even fathom a guess. It didn't make any sense at all. What am I supposed to say to Sakura? In the worst case, one teammate was gone. Now instead, two are missing. I knew she was waiting right at the gates for both of her teammates to arrive. I turned back towards the direction of Konoha, preparing my report that I would tell the Hokage in my head. I gripped the two Hydiate tightly in my fist. Naruto and Sasuke are gone. The end.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.